Hoag, that mask slays me every single year. Oldie but a goodie. I love it. Happy Halloween to you. Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome to Topstep TV, the most watched, the most loved, the most trusted, the most revered futures trading stream out there. This is the opening call. It is Thursday, October 31st. It's Halloween 2024. I'm JD. You're staring down the barrel of John the Goat Hoagland and that excellent, excellent mask. Hoag, how we doing this morning?
Who's Hoag?
Sorry.
I am the
Who is that?
evil whatever. I don't even know what I am. Good morning, JD. Great to
Evil
have you back.
whatever.
Congratulations on succeeding yesterday. Welcome to the opening call, everyone. Yes, I know this mask is terrifying, but it is Halloween. Good morning, everybody. Welcome, Dan Trader, top of the chat this morning. Pete, Eddie's Bong, Ross, Yabbersmack, Chris, Canabiscan, Blue Ken, Man Cave, Galvanizer, Slippers, El Toro, John Jones, top of the chatters to you as well. And Travis Chingo in the top today. Good to see everybody. Great to be here with everybody. Yes, we all miss Eddie. And we hope that he's having a good time. And with his time off, he'll be back next week. And we're going to have some fun today.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, what was Eddie doing? He just took the week off? Taking a little break?
Yeah, I just took a little time off.
Using up some vacation time?
Yeah. I know they got a place up north somewhere that they sometimes go to when they're taking time off, and just
cool.
taking some time off, I guess. So hope he's having a good time.
If you're watching, Eddie, have fun. Coach Hoop in the chat wants to know if I am a Series 3 trader. Yes, that's what Hoag was alluding to. I took the exam yesterday, and remember that line? What was that great movie? The Pope of Greenwich Village. Nothing ever hurts the way you think it will. You just go numb. You tie a belt around your wrist and get yourself to the nearest hospital. Well, I did pass. There it is. There's a JD
Good
pass.
job. Good job.
Took Monday and Tuesday off, crammed for it, and ended up well. I've still got all my study guides here and a whole bunch of online resources that I utilized also. I think I answered 1,000 practice questions in the last 2 days.
That's what you had to do. That's what I did too. I just kept going through them. Did it take you the whole time?
I used I used the entire 2.5 hours. I did take a bathroom break because that happens. Nature calls. So I took a bathroom break, but it was only maybe 10 minutes. Other than that, I was there into the very last second checking answers and whatnot. So I'm glad I got that over with. We're good. Series 3 out of the way.
Congratulations.
Onwards and upwards. Thank you.
Good to have it behind you.
It's a relief, getting that out of the way. Well, what's happening this morning? Hoag, we got markets in Asia closing just a little bit mixed. Shanghai up 0.42%, Nikkei down 0.5%, Hang Seng down 0.31%. Markets in Europe trading lower this morning. We got the FTSE down 0.72%, the DAX down 0.49%, and the CAC down 0.88%. As far as our Mag 7 goes, closing prices yesterday, or closing percentages, Apple down 1.53%, Amazon up 1%, Google up 2.8%, the big mover Google yesterday. Meta down 0.25%, Microsoft up 0.13%, Nvidia down 1.5%, and Tesla down 0.76%. I know we got a lot happening in the economic calendar wise today, Hoag. What's going on there?
Yes, we do, JD. PCE numbers came out at 7:30 this morning. Nothing really shocking there. The year-over-year overall PCE came out as expected at 2.1%. The month-over-month came out as expected at 0.2%. The core year-over-year and month-over-month came out just a little bit hotter than expected. They were expecting the core year-over-year to come out at 2.6%. It came out and remains at 2.7%. The month over month was looking to come out at 0.27%, came out slightly higher at 0.3%. Markets kind of yawned on that. We see that the equities, U.S. equities overall, are down a little bit here. We've got the S&P down 0.65%, the NASDAQ down 0.72%. We've got the Dow down 5.57%. So we're starting the day a little bit lower. It's going to be an interesting trading day today. We're still, there's still so much in question, still a lot of uncertainties, and I think a lot of traders are kind of feeling those uncertainties and seeing why the market is opening lower today. But we'll take a look at those charts very shortly. We also had consumer spending come out for September. The month over month was expected to be 0.4% from 0.2%. It came out actually a little higher than that, 0.5%. Personal income and consumption, they came out pretty much as expected. Consumption a little bit higher. They were looking for 0.3% on that. That came out 0.4%. Now, jobless claims, as always, on Thursdays. The initial jobless claims was expected to rise from 227,000 to 230,000. That came out a lot lower than that. 2.16, I'm sorry, two this mask is messing me up here. 216,000. That is the lowest number weekly since May. Continuing jobless claims were also lower. They were looking for 1.88 million. It came out 1.867 million, whatever that means. We're still waiting for the 845 Chicago PMI numbers at 9:30. The natural gas inventories number. There are 4 and 8 week bill auctions coming off at 10:30. These are, of course, always in central Chicago time. As far as earnings today, the big four that we were looking at today was Merck, Shell, Uber, Comcast. It's a long list today, but all four of those beating on expectations for earnings per share and revenues. After the close today, we have Apple and Amazon, the big ones coming out. As far as the VIX is concerned, it's up about 4% today. Last I checked, it was trading 21.17, where it was 19.75 yesterday at this time. Dollar index down slightly at 103.89. It was trading just over 104 yesterday at this time, and the yield on the 10-year 4.29%. A little bit lower this morning, but still edging a little bit higher than at this time yesterday, which was 4.26%. That is the long list of economic numbers, lots to digest, lots of things going on, lots of uncertainties. It's Halloween. Anything can happen, as always. ACH, anything can happen, and I'm feeling very ghoulish today.
Well done, Hoag. A little bit of housekeeping. Topstep daily levels have not yet been updated, so check back in on those as we roll into fast markets. Those will be coming out very shortly. Also, stick around. We got a special edition of Shoulder Tap today. Roast My Trades with Jack and Ben. Going to be great. Halloween edition of Shoulder Tap. Those guys, when they get together, they're pretty funny, and they're going to roast a couple of traders. Should be pretty excellent. Hoag, what do you say we just dive into charts? You ready to do this?
Yeah,
we
got
our tip of the week.
Tip of the week.
Let's look at our tip of the week. Know your edge.
Interested in your take on this.
Know your edge. What is your edge? Specific setup or context? What market state do you perform best in? I know my edge because I know when to trade and when not to trade. Well, I shouldn't say I know when to trade and when not to trade. I know when I'm at my best and I know when I'm at my worst. When I sit down on my desk and I turn my charts on and I start looking around. If I'm not spotting anything right away, I take a walk. I come back, I look again. If I'm still not spotting anything, then that's it for me. And that's my edge, knowing when to be in the market and when not to be in the market. But I know that's different for everybody. Hoag, I haven't really been hearing what you guys were talking about on this the last couple of days. What's your take on what's your edge?
Well, I mean, like you said, I mean, that's your edge. Everybody has to find their own edge. We talked earlier this week about how, only taking trades that offer at least a 2-to-1 reward over risk opportunity could be considered an edge. And that I think would be probably my best estimate of what my edge would be, is I'm only going to be taking trades that offer bigger rewards than the risk I have to take them. So, you got to find your edge. Lots of different edges out there. JD, you remember back in the pit, a lot of people just really considered getting the edge being able to buy the bid or sell the offer. It was quite
Yep,
simple then. Now
that
it's a
was
little
the
bit more
edge.
difficult. And so, yeah, definitely find your edge. We've talked about a few things this week, and hopefully these ideas are going to help you find your own edge.
Awesome. Thanks, Hoag. Speaking of that, yeah. When I was taking the Series 3 yesterday, it was very treasury focused. Uh, Anybody that's watching, I got my start trading bonds. Uh, so the first 10 questions I got in the Series 3 were all about 30-year bonds, 10-year notes, T-bills, and Euro dollars, which are delisted, aren't they? But yeah, I got through those first 10 questions. I'm like, this is going to be so easy, no big deal. And then the big questions started coming after that. So I'll give you a tip for taking the Series 3: know your bond math, and you should be okay because you're going to get at least 20 of those questions.
Yeah, there were a lot of very antiquated questions like, what's a fill or kill order or an all or none
Yeah,
order? I
right.
mean, we don't that was in the pit. You don't use those anymore, but
Then
I
it
guess
doesn't
you
make any
have to
sense
know if
anymore.
you're going
Yeah.
to pass. Yeah.
All right, Hoag, hit us with those sweet, sweet charts.
All right, I'll do my best to keep them nice and sweet. All right, here's the daily in the S&Ps. I'm going to try and do this with the mask on. Let's see if this flies. All right. Well, we've had a decent pullback. We've pulled up, off an attempt earlier, probably this week or yesterday, at testing to the uh, balance area high. We didn't quite get there. Yesterday, we had a pretty good push to the downside on an increase in volume and an increase in open interest of 54,000 contracts. That is some pretty big selling coming in here. There are some pretty big short bets coming into this market. How do we know that that's an increase in shorts? Well, price moved considerably lower, and with an increase in open interest indicates a new interest or new business in selling into this market. So we do have a lot of uncertainties. We haven't changed market state here just yet. My question is, all those sellers that came into the S&Ps yesterday, are they institutional or are they speculative? I would imagine there's a combination of both. But seeing that big open interest come in without any kind of breakout of the current market state kind of leads me to believe that we're maybe getting a little bit too short for our britches here and trading down to last week's low in the overnight session might offer us some opportunity in and around that level. Now, let's take a look at the 30-minute chart here. All right. Overnight inventory is quite obviously short. We're going to be opening with a gap. We've traded in the overnight down to a very interesting level, and of course, last week's low was a level we were thinking that the market could target if it rotated lower. It targeted it last night. There's also the base of a late spike. Where was that? That was way back here on October 8th. October 8th, almost the beginning of the month. It's hard to believe it's almost November, but we have not rechecked that level but once on the 23rd of October. Price looked at it, didn't like it, and we bounced right off of it. We looked at it last night. We bounced off of it. Price is viewing that as so far being too cheap. So we've got some kind of contrary nuances here. We're opening with a gap. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we should probably be looking for opportunities for continuation of the gap to the downside. We're up against kind of important inflection levels down here. That late spike last week's low. This is a very interesting area for some sort of an execution, whether it's direction or not. All we're doing here is trying to put context over the market. We're getting cheap. If the market does not continue to see selling coming into this market, there could be a rotation back to the upside. Remember, overnight inventory is short. We also have kind of weak highs here. 1, 2, 3, regular trading hour sessions where the highs are relatively close together. We actually had a weak high day before yesterday that we checked into and looked above yesterday and rejected. This is a nuance that says, this is probably not going to be a lasting high. And when it comes to equities, you can pretty much say that about anything is not going to be a lasting high. Eventually, the market will kind of recover any damages and probably end up moving higher. We just don't know when. So watch last week's low and the base of that late spike. So the base of that late spike from the October 8th is 57.99 half. Last week's low, 58.01 even. Interesting level. Below that, we've got weekly kickoff low, 57.86 even. We start taking that out, then I think then we might really kind of start to look like we're in trouble to the downside. I'm not really worried about that here just yet. It's going to be, an interesting trading day. The profile yesterday was a normal variation extreme day. Why is it extreme? Well, the majority of the volume was right up near the high of the session. So a lot of contracts changed hands here. The point of control yesterday was all the way up at 58.77 half. That's the TPO point of control. And the market couldn't maintain price up there where all that volume was. It rejected it. So we ended up pushing to the downside, and now we've got overnight inventory to the short side and against relatively important inflection levels as support levels below. It'll be an interesting trading day, as they always are. There's always something new, something changing, and as we always say, ACH, anything can happen. I might actually turn into a ghoul. All right. NASDAQ daily chart. We took a pretty good look above last week's high for a couple of days here. We tried to show some signs of acceptance up there. Last week's high, 20,707 quarter. Failure to hold above that level yesterday brought in some volume increased on the way down, which it usually does. And we added 22,000 new contracts. Now, that's an estimate. It might be off a little bit, but that's telling us that we brought in some new business on the short side yesterday. So we really ran into some short selling. Those the short sellers are trying to continue to push this market lower. So the question, whenever we see a big open interest move that isn't some sort of a breakout or continuation, is it shorter time frame? I've been saying for 3 weeks that these markets are more short time frame controlled than anything else, but a big jump like that in open interest, it's probably a combination of longer time frame traders as well as institutional and some speculative shorts as well. If we get too short, that's when the market's going to turn and head the other direction. So let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. Range yesterday, the market opened, it looked lower, tried to recover. By the end of the day, we closed relatively close to the end of the day with no late spikes in either the S&P or the NASDAQ. Overnight inventory short. We're kind of in a space area here. We do have one naked point of control from back here on the 24th. That naked point of control is 20,344. It has been checked in the overnight. I look for that to be checked in the regular trading hour session. So with overnight inventory short, we've got weekly kickoff low down below that at 20,175 and an afternoon pullback low that has yet to be really kind of retested just once here down at 20,164.75. So this might be an interesting area for an execution, and again, opening with a gap with overnight inventory to the short side. The market has already reconciled some of that overnight inventory. I'd say we're getting relatively close to being flat in the overnight session here. So again, if we can't close the session gap to the yesterday's low in the regular trading hour session, which I see here at 20,514.75, it might be the market accepting lower pricing and look for opportunities using that nuance. The NASDAQ held up a lot better yesterday, I think, than the S&Ps. The profile yesterday, a normal variation, a little bit more neutral day than extreme day, but still a normal variation day with big jump in open interest to the short side. So we piled in a whole bunch of shorts yesterday. They don't get what they're looking for. They have to turn buyers. So it's a real question as to what kind of time frame was involved in all of that big increase in open interest. I'm suggesting it's going to be multiple different time frames. All right, crude oil. Daily, yesterday, we talked in the morning on the opening call, and I said, this market, it had a pretty good breakout, just an attempt at a continuation. Volume fell off. Open interest wasn't really all that impressive yesterday. The day before yesterday. So we started yesterday talking about crude, saying, this market is acting cheap. It's acting like it's a little bit too cheap. Wouldn't surprise me to see a little bit of recovery in this. And boy, did we see some recovery in it yesterday. Closing basically right at the weekly kickoff low here, but then continuing after the close to finish the extended trading hour session above that level. We looked below the weekly kickoff low this morning before the open. The market seems to be rejecting this area, at least for now. Anything can happen. We have this trend line, which was support, 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 support. Will it act as resistance today? Some say that that support becomes resistance and resistance becomes support. Well, we're going to have to see about that today. We added 4,500 contracts in open interest yesterday. Volume maintained on a pullback off that low and to really kind of close right at or above that weekly kickoff important inflection level. So we're looking for acceptance above weekly kickoff low or rejection above weekly kickoff low. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So yesterday, market opened with a gap, closed the gap, did not accept inside value, and we saw the market really push to the upside. But then it kind of fell off throughout the session, closing. What I'm saying is at weekly kickoff level. Sometimes those weekly kickoff levels become a little bit magnetic until longer time frame traders decide what or if they're going to do anything in that area. Overnight inventory got a little bit too short. Obviously, we've now opened above the range from yesterday, creating a gap. If we can't close this gap relatively early, I would be looking for this market to try and continue this push to the upside. What is this? This is what that is. I'm just going to take that off. I put it on there for something, but I can't remember what. So again, opening above the range in value, we can't close the gap. Obviously, we're going to be looking for opportunities for continuation to the upside. We do pull back into range and back into value. The value area play could bring us back down to value area low. Let's just call that down around $68. In a pretty good rejection on this 30-minute chart already here off the open. But again, if we can't close that gap, there's really only one thing for this market to do, and that's to range or to continue to try and push higher. We've rejected price for the time being below that weekly kickoff low, 68, 65. The profile yesterday, normal variation, neutral day, traded both sides of the initial balance, and then closed relatively centered. So a normal variation, neutral day uses a lot of its ability to facilitate trade. And if it's used up that ability to facilitate trade, price will go seeking new levels to facilitate trade. Now, one of my favorite markets these days is gold. Here's the daily. All right. Yeah, here we go. All right. We're starting to see some decent pullback here. Daily. The upside auction remains. We had a little bit of a slowdown in price action to the upside yesterday. We still added 5,500 in open interest, indicating that the upside auction, I kind of gave it a B as far as a grade is concerned. We saw volume maintain. What happened to my volume? But volume was pretty much maintained on this push to the upside with the additional open interest of 5,500 estimated. We still see buyers coming into this market. My thought was, we're probably getting a little bit too long for our britches. We need some sort of consolidation or pullback to even up inventories for whatever the next leg is going to be. I could see this market pulling all the way back to weekly kickoff high 2760 before really finding anyone really interested in buying this pullback. So be careful today. Don't fight a directional market. We're seeing it pushing down relatively good here. We need to continue to see new buying coming into this market to continue this upside move. We're looking at an area of balance here. We're looking at an area of balance here. There's space. We're looking at an area of balance here. There's space. We're looking at an area of balance. There's space there. If we can't start to show some consolidation or continuation to the upside, I would say this market is slowing and maybe maybe ready to pull back for a bigger kind of correction, if you want to call it a correction. I wouldn't really call it a correction, but it seems to be running out of buyers. Sellers seem a little bit more aggressive. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart and we'll get moving on here. All right. So yesterday we had put in a new all-time high in the overnight session. In the session right after the close, we took that out by one tick. That is not a strong high. We're seeing there's a lot of weaker structure down below this market. I don't have time to really talk about that now, but maybe we can talk about that later. We saw overnight inventory to the short side. When the market opened, we saw continued selling coming in. Our overnight inventory sellers are happy right now because they're continuing to get paid. There are, again, several different levels for us to look for potential opportunities or continuation if we break through them. Last week's high, 27.7260. We got weekly kickoff high here, 27.60 even. That's where we kind of broke and took off from the day before yesterday. Tried to continue yesterday. And looks like we may be a little bit too long for our bridges. So I'm looking for some of these horizontal visual levels to attract price. And then we'll take a look at what the market does at those levels. So take a deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And always pray for peace. And we're going to have a good trading day. Let's have some fun.
Buckle up, folks. We got a big day of trading ahead. I'm looking in the green room right now, and there's some great costumes heading your way. I'm going to do my best Andre impression right now. I'm not sure if he's Jake or Elwood Blues, but it's coming up. We got the real deal, Zach. We got Coach Jay. We got Andre. We got Hoag. Who else is coming in? We got a drop in with Coach Ray coming. Fast Markets, TopstepTV. Fast Markets coming up nuts. Let's go. All right.
Oh, happy Halloween. Welcome everybody to TopstepTV. We got Randy, what is that? Macho Man Randy Savage and Frank the Bear in the house. Oh, yeah. All right, let's get this happy Halloween, everybody. We are now open. This is Fast Markets on TopstepTV. Let's go, Hoag. What are we seeing in this opening range? I'm seeing some sellers in it. Yes. Let's go.
All right. We are going to look at the NASDAQ here, including the overnight session. So we actually did have a late spike in the NASDAQ to the downside yesterday. I think I forgot to mention that in the opening call, but this late spike where market extends the range at the end of the day and closes down there, we're seeing rejection of higher pricing. We're seeing acceptance of lower pricing. It doesn't mean we can just jump in and sell it here. We've got a pretty big gap between the session low from yesterday, which is around 20,514. Well, the session gap right now is all the way down to 20,369. Overnight session was pretty much pushing to the downside. We've got a lot of overnight shorts in this market for the most part. got to take a look really at these charts here. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ right here, 30-minute chart. All right, so we've got the gap that we just created. There's another gap that we've kind of run through in the overnight. So there's a lot of gapping going on up here. If we do see the market kind of recovering to the upside, we could see the market fill the gap. But we're seeing the market continuing to push to the downside. Opening range is the high of the session right now. Opening range in the S&P is also the high of the session. There are pretty large opening ranges. There's a lot of risk in this opening range trade. But I'm looking for the NASDAQ to continue to maybe get down to the opening, to the weekly kickoff low here at 20,175, 20,175. Yes, that's the weekly kickoff low. There's an afternoon pullback low there. I could see the market targeting visually this level. There's a lot of space here. We do have a previous low here on the 24th around 20,264. We've got our overnight low that we're testing right now. There's going to be a lot of opportunity today. I don't think we have to really jump into anything too much here right away. But I'm not the trader here. You guys are the traders. Let's see what our guys have to say here.
What's up, Jay? I mean, Frank the Bear. What's going on, Frank? How are you doing?
Where do we sell it?
Oh, really?
I mean, I'm a bear.
I guess. Yeah, wow, Dakota. You've met your match, Dakota. Where do we sell it?
The NASDAQ does look pretty heavy. Obviously, we can see that through the opening range. Pretty large opening range. If you look at 1 minute, 3 minute, I'm waiting for this to kind of settle here. We did just check below the overnight lows. Kind of running out of room to the downside before an area that we might bounce, 20,250. So I'm looking for a potential area to get into this short on a bounce. Maybe a bounce in 300 holding as a resistance gives me an opportunity to get in short.
All right, we are selling off. Macho Man, good morning.
What's going on there, Andre? Good morning. I'm here to bring the pain to YM. They don't stand a chance against Randy Trader Man Savage here on the best platform for tradertainment, TopstepTV. You're here live with the best, the cream of the crop. I can't do that for all of my analysis.
That was awesome, man. That was absolutely awesome.
I'm gonna do that and annoy the hell out of everybody. But we are looking at some sellers in Dow as well. There's a book map level that I'm watching. Looks like we got some more around the 50s, but all the way down to 42,000. We got a pretty solid level down here. I like to trade pretty close to the open. If we did not have all this liquidity on the book below price right now, I'd be looking long for a quick trade back up to VWAP, even with this selling off that we have coming in from pre-market. But right now, I'm just going to stay patient, see if we come down lower, tag these levels, maybe fill. If not much comes up on Bookmap as we get down there, I may look for a cheap long. It'll be somewhat risky going long in this market, but I like the long play back to VWAP near the open on Dow. But again, today I'm going to stay a little bit more patient. It's a spooky market.
Ooh, well done there, Macho Man.
What level would you look for in longs in the Dow?
Yeah, right down here, right at 42,000. I don't know that I would be marketing in right there. I am on micros, so I might take something kind of light. If we get down there, maybe crack below, find some quick support, maybe wick down below, and then really reject really harshly, I might look to hop in on something kind of light here. But
all right, so Dow,
I think we might be going to pull a test of VWAP before we do that.
All right, well, last trade in the ES, we are beneath 5,800s. We've been looking at those 5,800 level. Last couple of weeks, we were talking about this yesterday, Hoag. Now we're looking at the NASDAQ. I know you got a level down at 20,175 in the NASDAQ last trade. 20,000, call it 300. Again, we do have a number in 10 minutes. Chicago PMI. Yeah, in about 10 minutes. We got Chicago PMI in about 10 minutes. After that, we're pretty much in the clear. We do have some major earnings after the bell. We got Amazon, Intel, and Apple, but that's not for a long time. The closing bell. We got a lot of trading going on. We got Frank the Bear in the house. We got Macho Man Randy Savage. We got a ghoul. What are you, Hoag? You're spooky today, Hoag. What is that? What are you doing? That's very spooky.
I know you'd probably prefer to have the mask on, right?
No, come on, Hoag. All right. Well, this is what we got going. So Oh, every time we dip beneath the 5,800s, it was a buy, but I know Jay is looking bearish today, hence the costume. We just kind of let this thing settle out. Do we wait till after the Chicago PMI in 15 minutes? What are we thinking, Hoag?
Well, the Chicago PMI is probably a relatively minor level, but you never know. I don't think there's anything wrong with being patient. We've got about 9 minutes till it comes out, so let's see what happens after that. I usually like to caution for being a little bit patient, especially in these situations. I think we're going to find good trade locations throughout the day. I don't see anything wrong with being patient, waiting for that Chicago PMI. Not really a big number, but you never know what can knock these things around.
We got David S. in the chat said, let the dust settle, boys. I think that's a good idea. All right, Jay, I know you're looking to sell it. I guess selling right off the open would have been real nice. I was seeing a bit of a bounce here, Jay. What are we thinking now?
We got the rejection off of overnight VWAP, and that's kind of where we sold off initially. Since then, we got a pretty big opening range, and VWAP is in the middle of that range. So right now, I'm looking to take a short, ideally somewhere near 50% of that opening range right now. We are rejecting at 300. But I'm aware of that number coming out as well. I think I'm going to wait for the number. I know what I want to do. Just looking for trade location now.
All right, so Jay, halfway back in the current range is 310. Is that kind of the area you're looking for potential short?
I'm looking at 320, Hoag. I'm looking at the 3-minute opening range. Looking at 320.
Okay.
2-0.
Right, gotcha.
Zach B did see the bounce in the YM. Bounced off about out of 42,061 last trade, 42,136. I got view up at 42,180. What do you think, Zach?
I'm looking to see if we do come up, tap this VWAP, maybe get a little crack up to this 42,200 level. Could be a decent entry for a short. That would be that long play back to VWAP playing out. And then if that does happen, I'm really not looking long all the way back above that, trying to fight this higher time frame and lower time frame trend that we got forming. I'd be looking short, back down towards the lows of the session. That number coming out is a little bit spooky, a little bit scary, but we'll have to see what happens in the next 10 minutes here.
Sounds good. As you see pinned to the top of the chat, we'll have that pinned up shortly. Surely we have pinned to the top of the chat. Topstep daily levels. Make sure you have those open. I certainly have mine open, as do these guys. A lot of these guys even have it on their charts. You get some levels from Coach Jay. You get some levels from Hoag as well. For instance, last trade in the NASDAQ, 20,270. 20,268. We are.
Yeah, had somebody in the chat tell me that I looked like a stop. What a stop would look like.
Is that what they look like?
I'm a stop personified.
That's what I would imagine my stop losses look like.
All right, NASDAQ pushing lower here, 20,260. Lows of the day, 20,252. Did Microsoft earnings get this selling party started? Hoag, is that what this is all about?
There were some softer guidances here. I can take a good look at this here. Hang on a second. So Microsoft had some softer guidance. They were looking at one of its cloud computing units. There was some softening in the current quarter. So a little question as to their cloud computing unit. It's really the only guidance that I really saw.
Okay.
But yeah, it's taking a look really through the Mag 7. Alphabet kind of Google kind of bouncing. It still has that gap, but hang on a second. Let me get to my other chart here. So Microsoft, gap to the downside and pushing lower. That's really the softest one. I mean, that's the weakest one that I see right now is Microsoft. With that
below since
that lower guidance.
Looks like S&Ps are going to try to figure out what to do with the 5,800 level. Took a dip beneath down to 57.93 in the orders. Back above about 58.04. Let's take a look at the tilts. Hey, 82% Zach for you, 82% long in the YM right now.
Yep. Simple play. I really do like to leverage this one. Again, NASDAQ ES, I kind of stay out for that first 15 minutes. For Dow, if we are below VWAP and I don't have a really clear level below like I did today that I'd be worried about on Bookmap, I'm looking long to VWAP. Real simple. Give me a cheap, long, clear way to structure risk. If we crack below, I think we're going lower. And I see that play out often. Same, from above, short back down to VWAP. Again, not something I would hold really for the whole day, not taking into account what I think is going to play out over the next couple hours, but just a real quick trade off the open. I think we might see it play out, but as this is forming, if I can make it past this next few minutes before this number, about 3 minutes, I'd be looking short again up here right around the 200s in Dow. Maybe just a quick crack around these highs that we put in pre-market, 810. That was that 830 number right here, the high from there. Wouldn't mind a short from that level. Just following structure, price action. See if we can't hang on to that to come back down towards those levels on Bookmap and fill. But I see liquidity coming off the book. They are getting ready for this number to come out.
All right, we got the number.
We're a couple of minutes away here.
Zach needs a Slim Jim. They're having fun in the chat, fellas. If you like what you see, click like, click subscribe. Let's get over 127,000 subscribers today. Hey, take a look at gold. Gold made new all-time highs yesterday in the overnight. Seeing a nice little sell-off ever since. Guys, heard Hogan opening call saying, is this a bit of a pullback for looking at the longer time frame? Last trade 27.73 on its lows of the day right now.
Yeah, it's not really a market state change, just a pullback inside of a balance area. The Jay, that anchored VWAP on the open on that 3-minute chart is really holding resistance.
It is. It's not leaving the range yet, but it is a resistance right now. The reason I want to be patient with the entry is because it hasn't left the range, so it's really not urgent selling. It's holding us down right now. I would love a pop above it, see buyers kind of fail, and then get a better price than whoever is the seller in that average price.
All right, I like that plan. You let us know when you're ready to execute.
Yeah,
will do.
90
that's
seconds.
Play. Jay, that's an anchored VWAP off the 930 open.
Yep, that's right. Exactly.
Yes.
Nice.
Pull up in the chat.
Are you usually trading the Dow?
Or waiting for? Or have you traded yet today, or waiting for the news? Go ahead, Coach Jay.
No, I was just asking, Zach. Do you normally trade the Dow?
Yeah, I've been getting more and more comfortable on Dow. I've got some experience from past life in CFDs with Dow, so I do like it, especially around the open. As the day wears on, I don't mind trying to jump over to NQ. Dow has this really quick back and forth movement, kind of choppy price action that I can leverage right around the open. Again, we didn't quite hit VWAP in on the just mini because I do like to take a look at that. Dow has usually a couple point difference. Like I'm seeing VWAP at 78. We're at 71 on the micro. So I won't say that completely played just yet. But again, simple like buy below, back to VWAP near the open. Again, if there's not a clear level, I think we might come down and test before we get back up there. Really simple play that I like to try to look for. But yeah,
20 seconds.
NQ, I've been working on that. Go ahead.
Just 20 seconds. 10 seconds now to PMI. It's a little thin, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is.
Yeah, it is.
Chicago PMI.
Just PMI.
Right?
But hey. All right, looks like it came out. Worse than expected. Initially.
There it goes.
Sellers. Here goes the NQ. We're selling in the NQ. Last trade 20,224.
Where did it go?
Bottom out at 223. You might 41.6 in the chat. Forecast 47.
It like disappeared.
Forecast 40. Okay, so expected 47. Actual 41.6. Sellers in the house. Actually, kind of a big miss. We'll see how much it has an effect on the market, on the equities at least. Got an eye on crude here. Crude last trade 69.21. Topped out at 69.63. But gold just kind of grinding lower here. Anything else? All right, we got that out of the way. I think we're smooth sailing now until And we got a 4-week auction, a couple hours, but nothing major on the calendar. Moving forward here. Hey, quick poll results. Have you traded yet today or waiting for news? 59% have already traded. Those 59% are profitable. All right, Jay, you were looking for a pullback.
Yeah, that sell was the right call. Ultimately, it just didn't give me the price that I was looking for in order to sell. Could have sold it at that VWAP. Hoag would have been a nice trade. It's the right idea. Just didn't get the price I was looking for. It's funny.
Smart.
I'm wearing
Yep,
this
I'm kinda
bear
the same.
costume, but I'm wearing my rally sweater also. So
There's a lot going on there, Jay.
yeah, there's a lot going on here. I'm gonna take this rally sweater off so we can think just sell side.
Just hammer this market.
Full bear mode. That's it.
I love that costume. I gotta look at this thing. What do you got going on here?
How do you make the
I see
mouth
what you
move?
did there. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's technology.
Yes, it is. I was looking. I'm like, how is he moving so smoothly with that thing on? I'm like, I get it. That's
Mouth
very
in his
slick.
eyes.
Yeah, very, very slick. I like that. 57.93 making new lows here in the S&Ps. NASDAQ as well. Again, we're kind of eyeing this level of 20,175. Hoag. What's the significance of 175s in the NASDAQ?
175. What is going on here?
Let's get back to the markets. Let's get to figure it out. We got sellers coming in here in the YM, 42,085. Yep. Making lows. All right, Zach, got an eye here.
Yeah, Dow's selling off. I'm in a similar boat as Jay. Didn't really get that crack up above near that 200 to get a sell, but right near VWAP, although we really didn't tap VWAP in micro or on just YM. That would have paid pretty nicely. Now I'm at that situation where I'm going to sit patient for now, coming down again towards these levels right here. Oh, yeah, there we go. Cracking session low in Dow. Going to come trade the 50s, and I got a good feeling we're gonna crack below this. Don't know that I want to look long on this one. This is pretty aggressive.
So it's getting heavy here, guys. We've had round number 42,000 even in the YM incoming. Nick for a tick says, all eyes on Tim Apple to save the world after the bell. How many iPhone 16s do they need to sell in order to save
Andre,
the
I
world?
apologize. I lost some of my levels and stuff on my charts for a minute there. I've got them all back. 2175 is a weekly kickoff level. It's relatively well. There's a lot to the computation of these levels. It has a lot to do with the things that have happened in the past. We got an afternoon low, which is right in that area. Just take a look here on the daily chart.
Still selling.
Yep.
Yeah, we are.
You know, you can kind of see part of the reason why, if you look on my charts, why that's the weekly kickoff low. Lows, highs, highs, lows, highs, lows. And that's just part of the computation.
Gotcha.
We'll see if there's.
All right,
we'll
we
see
are
if there's
about
any
there right now.
opportunity.
We're at 20,175 right now.
Yeah.
So last trade
Yeah.
180s.
Yeah.
There it
In
is,
the current
155.
situation, I wouldn't want to just jump into something long there. I'd want to see some sort of failure below it or some sort of reversal pattern off of it. So we'll keep a really close eye on this and see if we can't find any 3-bar reversal off this here on the 5-minute chart, something like that. But yeah, this is an important level here. Pivotal, I would say.
That was a pretty big miss. We were talking about Chicago PMI, no big deal. That was a pretty big miss. So that just accelerated the downside pressure here. We'll see what kind of bounce we're going to get in the ES equity and I guess all the equities for that matter. Gold just continue to grind lower. Oil just kind of shrugged its shoulders at that number. Of course, it does not really affect crude oil. We do have nat gas later today, I do believe. Yeah, we got nat gas in about 40 minutes or so for all you nat gas traders out there.
Jay, how's the volume looking down here? Does it look like we're maybe see some continuation?
It looks great right now. I'm still looking for a place to get in, and maybe I should just sell it right now. I'm hearing Coach Paul say, "Does your market button not work?" Where that might be the only way to enter something like this. we'll see what happens at this 150. These major levels sometimes give us an opportunity to get somewhat of a bounce. I have a VWAP anchored to that PMI since PMI was almost more volume than the open. So if we get a bounce to that, looking at a bounce up to 200 holding as a resistance, and then maybe selling there.
Looks like the daily
like
levels
that
are
play.
updated. Almost.
All right, real quick, upper left-hand corner of the screen, see hashtag fast markets. You can also use the hashtag power hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV. Also, give us a follow on X. Again, at TopstepTV, hashtag power hour, hashtag fast markets. You find us, we'll find you. We'll share some cool submissions in power hour on this Halloween. Very spooky in the markets. We're seeing some selling in the NASDAQ, S&Ps, Dow. Gold also accelerating to the downside here as well. Making just constantly grinding new lows in gold. Pretty orderly sell-off, but indeed no real pop to sell into. It's just grinding lower in the gold. And it's also, we are selling off in the NASDAQ as well. Coach Jay, we might not
I
get
just
that
sold
pullback.
one. Yeah, I sold one micro. I'm gonna try to build into this. I'm not gonna take minis on this because I don't love the trade location, but I'm gonna try to see. I just realized the NASDAQ is almost down 2%.
Ready?
Yeah. So I'm
You
gonna
have the
try
right
to build
costume
into
on
a
today,
micro
Jay.
position here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Already.
So Jay, is weekly kickoff any part of this decision?
Yeah, we just kind of tested up towards there. Hoag didn't hold it. So I'm going to try to build into a position up to 20,200, taking a couple micros on this. And my risk is above the PMI number. So my risk right now is above 265 with these micros. So on one micro right now, I'm risking about 212. And I'll see if I can add to this position here.
Would you recommend this trade for a house account, or is that risk too big for a
I think the risk is too big. I think the risk is too big, and that's why I'm trading with micros. If we had like A+ trade location, then I would say go ahead and take it. But I think the risk is a little bit too big to trade with minis here because we are kind of selling these lows. Could it continue to flush another 100 points? Absolutely. But where do you set the risk in a reasonable spot here would be the question.
We're at weekly kickoff low in the S&Ps as well.
Still push them over here. Look at the tilt. 78% long in the crude. All right, we got more selling coming in here. We're down to the 20,150s. Now popped into the 160s. Coach Jay, you're short from what price?
I'm short one micro, 159.
159. Thank you. Bit of a bounce here in the YM, Zach. Bit of a bounce.
Yeah, not really getting my entries here. I was looking for at least right off of this low, these kind of 5-minute candle closures right here around the 100 level for a short. If I got a pullback up there, I wasn't going to wait for any kind of reaction, would just mark it in short, run something like 100-point stop loss pretty wide, but give me a clear way to structure risk. I may just be getting caught on the sideline here, waiting for ideal entries that don't come, because this thing may turn and burn and follow NASDAQ pretty soon. Still have this level down below that I like as a target, or at least initial target. But after this type of a 140 point plus move out of Dow, was looking for a good way to get a way to structure risk. Dow again loves to move back and forth. Not quite as fast moving and violent as NQ, but loves to sweep highs and lows, pull these crazy back and forth movements. So I like to trade it from the extremes. If I get involved right in the middle on something like this, session price action, I do end up getting chopped up, or I have to run a stupid wide stop loss, and then I'm really in the trade for a larger move. So that's my thought process right now. We pull back up right around these 100s, maybe 110. I'm in short. That's my game plan.
Awesome. Hey, Jay. Just on Nick for a tick in the chat. Good to see you, Nick for a tick. He says he kind of wants to buy the NASDAQ right here, right now. What do you think of that?
I don't. We didn't hit that 150 level. So we came this far down. Not seeing sellers hit 150. How convinced are they? I could see it. You could limit your risk and set it right below 150. So yeah, I don't think it's a bad trade. I think it's a cheap long for sure. Momentum is definitely heavy to the downside, but we've seen V-shaped recoveries a couple of times in the past couple.
I'm kind of feeling the same way Nick is, but I want to see some sort of reversal pattern. We've been seeing those V-shaped reversals so much lately.
We have, Hoag. Yeah, we have.
Yep, we have.
Vicious. Oh, it was 175 lot in the NASDAQ. Don't even know if that got filled. Yes. Very thin, the
Guys, I am in short on Dow, short 5 micros.
5 micro. What price, Zach?
I am short from 42,111. Again, got
42.
that pullback. Not waiting really for any confirmation, any kind of pattern or anything showing me that we are going to turn to the downside here. But playing off a structure for the day, running a fairly wide stop loss. This is pretty damn wide.
I think that's.
I don't want to have something right above this 945 candle here, tapping VWAP. I think we can come back up here, maybe even come and sweep these highs. Just check these out. If we crack all the way to the upside, we're going to come test prior day low or fill the gap, something like that. I'm just on the wrong side of the market, and that will be that. But I'm looking for a short following back down towards that 42,000 level. So we'll see.
I like it. Okay. So we're winding up the stops today because what the market action is doing. Hey, also I want to say in the S&Ps, we have a 800 lot to the downside, 5780 bid 800 times, 5780, 800 on the bid. Go ahead, Hoag.
Zach, I was going to ask, you were looking at that 4,200 or 42,000 level as a potential for a long in the NASDAQ, right? I mean, in the Dow.
In YM. Yep.
This mask is eating my brain. We got close. We got within 25 ticks of that. Does it seem like it's a little bit of a? I mean, what doesn't happen sometimes is as important as what does. Is that kind of nagging at your head a little bit? Maybe that might be the low.
It does. It does a little bit. Definitely does a little bit. I would like to see this thing really start to reject here. I'm going to start to lose faith in this trade pretty quickly. But those real strong levels on Bookmap, I like to just take that really simple approach. They may be used kind of as that magnet for price, and we head back down. Nice psychological level as well. Again, I don't really want to be long on a day like this in a market like this. Short, unless I have a clear reason to be short. If we got back down there before doing all this, I would definitely be looking long off that. We pull back up here and then continue through. I'm no longer looking long down here. That would be the initial spike down. Maybe we get a bounce to the upside. I think if we pull this type of move on Dow and then continue lower, I'm definitely not looking long off that level. But to your point, yeah, we got close to it. Didn't come down into it. Didn't fill. Yes, that does take a little bit of the confidence off of that level, but again, market structure, price action for the day, looking short. That's my assessment on Dow.
Okay. You were getting a little bit of help from the NASDAQ for a minute there.
Yeah, he is.
I did sell another micro up at 200s. So right now my average is at 173, short 2 micros from 173.
170.
Don't really love that reaction at 150 either. Doesn't look very convincing. I'm trading the micros, but I see the low at 150 quarter. Again, sellers, if you're that convinced, keep selling it. And don't stop at these major levels.
And Coach Jay, short 2 micro NASDAQ, 173. Short 2 micro NASDAQ, 173. We're selling coming in here. All Dow's got to do is just check out what the NASDAQ and the ES are doing. Dow's be like, hey, wait up for me.
Yeah, we're testing
170.
Oh,
there we go. New lows.
There you go.
Go ahead.
Now, new lows in the NASDAQ here. Nice conviction on that sell there, Jay. New lows putting in here, 20,143. Very heavy. Dropping like
location too. Right at weekly kickoff low.
Yeah, adding brought my average right to that Hoag, and I was just like, okay, this is good. I like this.
Awesome. What kind of target are you looking for?
I'm looking for 100. Looking for 100, and then we'll go from there. Going to reduce the risk on this. My stop is now above 220. If we pop back up there, I don't want to be in this trade anymore.
All right. Jay, just reference, you got last week's low at 20,079.
Let's go. Let's get there.
Let's go.
We got gold. Gold continues just to grind lower, putting a new low after new low. 27.62 low of the day there. Check back in about 20 minutes. Hey, we got that 800 lot to the downside in the ES. All you ES shares, keep an eye on that 57.80. 57.80, been 800 times. I know it was added on. There's some algos on top of that, but there was an 800 lot in there. Yeah. And we got a
gold
bull pressure
traders
up here. You switch to micros.
57.
Volatility is high. Yes or no? Well, both these guys have. Probably pretty smart. Go ahead, Hoag.
You gold traders, 2760 is weekly kickoff high. It was really the launching point 2 days ago where we saw those buyers come in and push us considerably higher. We talked during opening call about, probably needing to see some sort of a pullback to even inventories here. And the 2760 level is looming just under price right now. So be looking for something as the day goes on here in gold. Let me take a quick look at the profiles. And so yeah, we've left the initial balance. We are all sellers from that point forward. There is a little bit of a gap between the 29th and the 28th. So that's Monday to Tuesday. There's a gap to close that takes us down to 27 58.30. 58.30, still in the kind of zone of the weekly kickoff low here. Boy, that was a big move. My goodness. But yeah, keep your eyes on that weekly kickoff level, folks.
Yep, 27.60. That was the launching point, Hoag, for the big push to the upside. About $2 off of that. I don't see why we don't get there. It is just a nice orderly sell-off in the gold. I'm looking around like, hey, we're up against VWAP right now. Zach, any consideration? I don't suggest you do this, but any consideration? You see the other two equity markets like ES and NASDAQ, perhaps to add into the short, seeing how heavy the other two indices are. I know that it's composed differently, it's weighted differently. Stocks are different in the YM. I know you are a big VWAP guy. What do you do with VWAP up here?
I would like to have this as my entry, right? So if I was going to add to this trade, this is it right here, right? We're tapping it on the micro chart, tapping it right now. It's about 9 points higher, it looks like, in the mini. And I'd love to see a strong reaction off this, really, before I start losing faith in this trade. I'm not a super duper big fan of adding in and kind of averaging in, dollar cost averaging in, unless it's pre-planned. If I was going to go for something like that, I'd like to be even lighter on risk.
Gotcha.
That would be the kind of pre-planned game. Maybe like a 1 or 2 micros down here, maybe saying, hey, we might come check out VWAP and then start to add in. This way I have kind of predefined risk going in. I've got levels that I want to add at, and I'm not opposed to doing it. I think it can be pretty powerful, help you out with average price. It can help you from missing a trade that you might not want to get in with full size. But for this one, that was volatile back and forth on the way up. I went in with, I'd say, reduced size for today on this account, but full size and not really willing to increase risk up here. If I have to take the stop loss and we crack to the upside, I've got, a little bit more room to trade before I say, done for the day. But yeah, it wouldn't be a bad play. And we are rejecting decently off this. So, but yeah, as far as, and I'll build on that, as far as watching NQ and ES for Dow, I know a lot of guys on here, like Rips, I hear talking about so many different markets at the same time, and he's using all these different correlations. For me, I find myself getting into trouble doing that. Dow seems to just live in its own world in whatever land that it's living in. And if I'm looking at ES and NQ, that would have been a beautiful add-in right there, Andre, by the way, right at VWAP.
Yeah.
But if I'm looking
you're
at
in the money now.
NQ and if I'm looking at NQ and ES and I'm trading the Dow chart, there's days where it works absolutely beautifully. You feel like you get this early lead in, and there's days where you are constantly caught fighting the move because ES and NQ are on a tear and Dow's just kind of chopping around and not doing anything that it's supposed to be doing. So for me, I try to keep, like, I have NQ and ES over on the side on TradingView chart, but I try to just focus on the chart that I'm trading. Again, personal for me. That's just what seems to work best.
I think you're smart doing that. You really have to focus on the market that you're actually trading.
Got those 80s.
Yeah,
It's
80s
different market generated information, you know?
That's true.
Yeah,
Rufus King
I
in the
genuinely
chat
just get caught. Sorry, go
wants
ahead.
to know, is that Coach Jay as a bear? Who is the bear? Is that Coach Jay?
Frank,
Or is that just
Frank the Bear.
Frank the
It's
Bear,
Frank the
yeah.
Bear.
I
I
don't
don't
know
know who
Coach,
this Jay guy. I don't know who you're talking about, but
I don't know who Coach
I'm
Jay
Frank the
is.
Bear.
Yeah.
Where do we sell it?
What do we sell? Well, where do we sell it? We sold it 2 times from 20,173 in the NASDAQ micros, that is, last trade, 20,154. The 800 lot in the ES did get sold, or did get filled, I should say. ES getting heavy now. It's just right at the lows. 57.80 last trade, low of the day, 57.79 quarter. Look at the Dow go. Dow getting super heavy. It's going to target those 42,000s even, 42,000 evens. Last trade, 42,050. Crude grinding higher. Look at that. Oil, or I'm sorry, gold. Went right to those 27.60s, now 27.58s trade. Just pushing lower. Everything's selling off besides crude right now. Take a look at the tilt. 82% long in crude oil.
There's a visual target down at 27.5510 in gold. It's a naked point of control right there.
27.55. Cool. Downside target.
Yes.
27.55. About $4 off of that right now.
Yeah.
I don't see why we don't get there, Hoag, unless something does enter. Zach, feeling good now? You have a downside target, Zach.
Sorry, go ahead. I need to see a break of these lows. I want to see a break of the session low right around the 25 for heading opportunity to head towards that 42,000 even. This is a 50K that I wouldn't mind locking up a $200 day in. But, the thesis of this trade is to get in up here really aggressively. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I'm, on the right side of the market, not right, but right for this thesis, we come down, we fill these, we could have some serious continuation of the downside, and this can turn into a decent trade. So to answer Ho's question also, with these levels on Bookmap, again, just kind of the really basic elementary way that I take it, not the order flow or Bookmap expert. All new for me coming to futures, which is awesome. I love the data. But sometimes, right, if there's just a super big level like that, that's a serious level of support. Buyers step in, maybe it kind of cracks below, and you get a pretty nice pop to the upside on Dow off that level. So they work great as targets. On a day like today, I'd like to hold through it for maybe taking some off, starting to scale out. But in these XFAs, if you haven't locked up $200 days, there is that dynamic to think about. Do you want to swap to another account, lock up that $200 day and just continue in another? Are you going to miss your great trade location and not get another entry? So interesting dynamic that we all have to work through if you're in XFAs.
Don't really love that reaction in the NASDAQ below 150. Would have liked to see a lot more volume coming in there. Maybe some longs getting out of the position. We are still holding view up from that PMI number that came out. So that's the only reason I'm still in this trade. But it looks like it's starting to kind of build a base down here right above these 150s. So we'll see. On this second attempt, if we don't get a flush of 150, I may just cut this.
Was just thinking that, Jay. I was going to ask you, I mean, downward momentum seems to have really slowed, at least in the NASDAQ.
Yep.
I had to take this mask off. It's making my face sweat.
How hot is it in there, Hoag?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Now I'm just scared.
I see we got a cowboy. Out in the Western Plains out there.
Yeah.
Shortly. I didn't know we had a cowboy was joining us here in a bit. We got Macho Man Randy Savage. We got Frank the Bear. Here on this spooky Thursday, Halloween. The markets are scared right now, pushing lower. 20,150 last trade in the NASDAQ. 20,136. Low of the day there. So most trades are in the money for now. Keep us posted if anything does change. We can go to Cowboy. Well, who are you? We can go get some news right now if we want. I do believe a Cowboy has a special delivery to deliver some news to us if ready. So when you're ready, Cowboy, come on in.
I am indeed ready.
Sorry, just letting you know I'm going to
take
break even on this one.
Okay, very
Frank the
good.
Bear and Zach, if there's anything that comes up, if you're seeing something that you want to react to or that you think is good for the house account, just barge in. Just let us know.
10-4.
Sounds good, Hoag.
Ready when you
All
are,
right,
Kyle.
let's do this thing, folks. This bear is terrifying me. Actually, it's an uncanny
Isn't it
valley
wild?
thing.
I
It is
know.
wild.
Trip me out.
This
It's
is
really
the
good.
future we all wanted. All right, let's take a look at some news stories around here. I'll get to the bear. The share of Americans who think stock prices will increase in the year ahead has increased to a high since it looks like around 2018, 2017 there. Interesting that they seem to be way behind. I love stats like this where you see that it's always under 50%. So every year the public thinks stocks are going to go down, but they tend to go up. But now I'm a little nervous that they say it's going to go up.
Uh-oh.
You know, but
Yeah.
part of the reason they're probably thinking this is check this out. AI is the craze. We got people as bears on TV, but unfortunately, from yesterday, SMCI Ernst & Young resigned, citing integrity concerns. It's never good if your auditor resigns. In the next chart here, we have the stock from yesterday, 33% drop. So basically, they've erased all of this run-up going back to the beginning of 2024 here, with a high of around $120-something and now back down to 33. People are nervous too because this is NVIDIA's third largest customer, accounting for about 11% of their revenue. And I think that's some of what's been spooking the markets on this Halloween. Oh, you look different.
The mask is, it's kind of heavy plastic and it just makes my face sweat. I had to take it off, take a break from that for a minute.
It's all sticky and yeah.
I got one more
wash
story,
it,
but
it's clean.
Yeah.
It's just
sanitize that.
Yes.
One more story here. I just want to comment too that, well, first, this is just an interesting story. For $700 a month, you can live in a pod in San Francisco. $700 a month will get you into one of these things behind a curtain. Yep.
Yikes.
You look in the
That's a lot of
Andre?
money for that. That's a lot of money for that.
It is.
That
Yeah, it
is. What? Wow. Hey.
Living the dream. Being in a bunk bed behind a curtain. About that stock thing real quick before we get to the final story here, how it always is under 50%. That reminds me of the National Small Business, where basically they always say business is going to be bad the next year. In that case, it's a survivor bias because most small businesses actually don't work, right? So they are right at the time. It's just they're always being replaced by new entrepreneurs and so forth. I don't know what's going on with the public and stocks, but I guess we're all bears, even though it keeps on going up. We do have one more tidbit here, James. If you're ready, I believe we have something. Perhaps you can help me with what it is.
Yeah, we actually have two somethings really quick. As we've all talked about, JD has passed the Series 3, so...
Yeah.
He is added to the list of the most wanted. And I guess we found them, right? Does this mean we found them if they're most wanted? You're highlighted. You're back on the grid. You're apprehended.
Been found.
Yes.
Still selling off for
congrats
400 points down in the NASDAQ.
Congrats again to JD. But the other thing we have really quick, it being Halloween, I think last week we started this. It's been really busy in the markets. Haven't had a chance to get back to it. So let's go ahead and due to the holiday.
Spooky.
We'll do a Tales from the Pits, where we show you a video of Hoag and MP in the pits.
50 right down there. You guys see that?
I'm flat on that trade, by the way.
Nice.
all right, Jay. Thank you.
1788.50. The S&P's trading at 1788 half.
No, that's the futures up there.
You should buy it, Mike.
Cash. So you're watching the cash. Some people trade off the cash, the basket. They watch the, you can see up here. Okay, you see up here it says ESH4, very, very top. That's the S&P.
That's the mini S&P.
Right next to that is the pit.
It's March right.
Yeah. And then right next to that is the SDX, which is the cash, I believe. No. So you got your NASDAQ cash, you got your S&P cash, and you got your SPH4s, NDH4s, NASDAQ. And you got your Dow DJIs, that's your Dow cash, LIBOR, you got all that information, non-farm payroll indicators. Indicator right here, non-farm payroll down there, actual 113 versus the survey 185. So that'll be blank at 7:30 in the morning, and right at 7:30 that shows up and people trade on it. So
That was cool.
All right, Hoag, are you able to dissect what was going on there? We heard a bell. People started going crazy.
Yeah, it looks like it was just after 1 o'clock. So that bell was a warning sign for those that were trading meats that they were in the closing range. The closing range is a minute long, and they ring the bell at 1 minute, and then at 30 seconds they hit the bell like every 5 seconds until the close. So there's always orders, MOCs. We talk about them here, you know, in the equities on the New York Stock Exchange floor, but every pit at the Mercantile Exchange, Board of Trade, any futures pit that was there always had a closing range, and there were always a bunch of orders to be executed within that last minute. So that bell was, hey, we're in the closing range. Get your MOCs filled. We're closing in 1 minute.
That was cool.
And then
Well,
Michael
awesome.
was just kind of going. He was kind of going over how the boards work. You know, what's the last price, and you could see the previous the previous 7 prices, what the different products were, what the numbers mean, and all that stuff. I remember that day. It was a lot of fun. We had a big group of people on there, and the exchange got mad at us for
Tours.
recording and taping down there. So we only were able to do it for so long, but it was good. I think we actually introduced all those people to Rick Santelli on that trading floor. Oh, hey, we got a 3-bar reversal here on the NASDAQ. Jay, do you like this?
Yes, we do. Yeah, so I got out of that trade. We hit that 2% down mark and kind of bounced there. So I took one off, and then I took the other one off right above 150. But yeah, we're seeing that 3-bar reversal. I'm looking at a 3-minute chart. Do we buy weekly kickoff,
like this for the long?
kickoff low, which is 20,175? I'd like to see 150 hold as a support, Hoag.
Before we get into
If
something
we
like
trade
that?
back, before we trade back into it, yeah. I mean, we may not get it, but 150 is, yeah. I'd like to see 150, 160s hold.
Well, if we were to buy it here, where would you put the stop? It's got to be below the low of the day, below that 150 level, right?
Yeah, it has to be below 117. New lows of the day. If
Right.
this is something that we think has the potential to recover and a strong recovery, I think what we can think about is maybe building into a position,
long three.
right? Taking
Right.
okay.
20,181 quarter.
Nice.
Oh, 3. Hey, Jay, can we get an update to your P&L too?
Yeah, I'm down. I took a platinum short last night. That would have worked out, but I got out of it. So I'm up $200 on that trade and down 97 for the day.
Down 97 on the day. Thank you. Zach, are you still short?
I am out for break even on that one. I am a whopping $6.30 in profit on the day. Yeah, made that decision to hold on to it. Again, looking for a test of that level, which we did not come and do, and potentially a break below. And showed me like 88, 89 points of profit, but that's part of the game, man. If you're going to hold your trades, some of them come back to break even. So I'm not willing to let this one go that far into profit and then come all the way back up and potentially stop me out. Although I am known to let winners turn into losers. I get those comments all the time because I don't love going stop loss to break even.
Don't
But
you hate that?
today we did. Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, it happens, man, right? If you're gonna, I talk about this a lot with my community. If you're gonna actively manage your trades, right? If you're gonna make some discretionary decision to say, I'm going stop loss to break even based on this price action, this market structure, the data that's printing, I may have a situation right now where I get stopped out. Maybe it goes, 10, 15 points past my entry and then come all the way back down and just run on the day. If I find out that more often than not, I'm better off moving stop loss to break even at a certain point, maybe not too quickly, I'm going to do that and let the probabilities play out in my favor. But you got to be ready for those comments, and you got to be ready for the days like maybe today where we see I get stopped and then it continues. If it happens, you don't cry. If I get stopped here and then it jumps 200 points, I don't go, oh man, I'm a genius. That's why you move stop loss to break even at exactly this level today. You just let the probabilities play out in your favor. So I think
Very good.
I think the hindsight capital team is always really solid at making those calls, but that's okay.
Moving
I don't
stop to
let that
break
bug me.
even, man. Yeah.
Well, Jay, I
right,
took
wait.
one off. I pretty much high ticked this last push to the upside, so we're only long 2
Very
now.
nice.
I've
Love
got
that,
the
Hoag.
order that
I
show
was going to say
remaining.
that.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
No, I would have loved to see it just push 200 there. Rejection at 200 is okay for now. Just need to see some buyers come in or some of these shorts start to cover, take some profits maybe. But nice exit on one of those.
Yeah.
Where's that order sitting now?
The order that shall remain unspoken is at 20,148. It's a $1,300 loss.
Okay.
Just tried to sell one for the rally to see if we can make the market think we're short.
I love that too, Hoag, that you do that. That's such an old I do that all the time. We got 76% long in the NASDAQ. Again, 76% long with the tilt. See the tilt scrolling across the top of the screen. Those quotes are delayed significantly. You'll see the yellow sticky coming out. But if you want them in real time, it's exclusive to TopstepX. Again, NASDAQ long from 76% from 20,202. With that being said, we got a VIP update. Let's bring in JD and Coach Ray. Let's go.
Jay, what do you think about trimming some of the risk on this?
I think that's fine. I think it can go under 148. I think we could set it to 148.
That's what I had it at. I moved it up.
Okay, that's where it was.
Below the 845 Chicago PMI anchored VWAP, which is right at weekly kickoff low here.
Got you. Okay. Got you. That makes sense.
Ooh.
Do you like that or no?
Yeah, I do. I anchored a VWAP from that low that we made, and it's right at that same spot. Pretty much. It'd be about 160, right? If we set it to 160, really just want to see this reaction to 200 here. There's not a lot on the books at 200, so we should be able to get through it pretty easily as far as the volume that's sitting there. That we just need to see whether or not there's a buyer convinced to trade above 200 right now. Looks good. First target on this conservatively will be 215 because that's anchored you up from the New York session open. If we get above 215, start to hold it as a support, then 275.
I see that as well. All right, I see what you're seeing. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt that much. What's up?
What's up, guys? Ray, I'm not really sure.
Wow.
What's the costume, Ray? Is that like a?
It's David Lee Roth, teacher.
Very cool.
Nice.
That's awesome. That's so awesome.
Great costumes today, guys. You guys are killing it. David Lee Roth, teacher.
Awesome.
That's Van Halen for everybody in the chat that
All you youngins.
Hot for teacher.
doesn't know what we're talking about. Yeah. Quick question I want to answer in the chat. Brian asks, is there a spot on the site that explains how to set VWAP? If you're on the TopstepX platform, there's an entire section of TopstepX in 5 minutes or less tutorial videos. You could also find it on our YouTube site. And there's a Coach Robert spent the time and put together a VWAP video for you. So go ahead and take a look at that. TopstepX in 5 minutes or less, setting VWAP for a VWAP tutorial. So go check that out, Brian. Hope that helps. Coach Ray, what is going on?
Yes, sir. Oh, nothing. Just, hanging.
Nothing. That's cool. Yeah, nothing's happening here either. We only got one graphic for you today. We got
okay.
the top 5 on the Mindset Hunters.
Okay.
Coach Ray's
Monique.
top 5. Monique's not going anywhere. She is.
No, she's not.
She's doing a little better every day too. Total P&L, $3,024. Win rate's still a little low, but that balance keeps ticking up. And hanging out.
Yeah, no, Monique continues to be steady. I mean, she's got a good approach to the market, and she keeps, consistent. So no faults.
Mm-hmm. And then on the lower end, all these traders are in XFAs, by the way. Top
Okay.
5 on Coach Ray's team are all trading in the Express Funded account at the present time. So they've all passed through the trading combine and have graduated to the Express Funded account. Want to see some more payouts, guys? Monique is still leading the team in payouts. I think she's at $2,200 still. Let me double check on that. Sure is $2,200, and Irene has a $641 payout. Total payouts for Coach Ray's team are 1 second. Not loading.
We
Not
are
loading. I don't have the total
flat
payout
now
number.
on that position. We got our stop hit. It was a good. I think it was a good trim on that risk.
Yeah,
Frank Bear.
definitely. Yeah, definitely. We needed to see some buying above 200, and they just didn't step in. So good cut. Pretty much scratch.
Good out, guys. Way to trade it. Coach Ray, we only got a couple minutes of your time before you got to get back to work. Tell us a little bit about what's going on with the team. What are you guys talking about? What's
Yeah, I mean, it's really about setting goals in your trading and about being happy with one good trade. I think a lot of the comments that we're getting in the chat are all about how they're trying to rein in some of their trading. Some of them are kind of moving away from the opening range trade and getting back to some of the things that they're more accustomed to trading. And really kind of reeling these things back, being disciplined about what they take on and what they don't take on. So it's all about, again, like our channel says, it's all about the mindset. So
very good, very good. You've actually got 6 traders trading the XFA right now, and then a whole bunch still in combines. What's the room looking like? Is it busy in there? Are they still active in Discord?
I don't know exactly what I've never really had a catalog of where these people are located, but I suspect I have a lot of people throughout the world. I know that I have some folks in Malaysia, the other side of the globe. So again, there's a few active members. I think Ashley, KDR are very active in the channel. But yeah, I'd like to see more. I'd like to see a little bit more in the way of participation for sure.
Yeah, I know it's tough reining people in from all around the globe. That's got to be difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah. But as long as they're still in the market and trading up those accounts, that's what we like to see.
That's all we ask. Just keep the markets,
traders,
keep executing, keeping the mindset straight, and making some good trades.
Yep. Get a little better every day. As Hoag would say, try to suck a little less every single day. Is that right, Hoag? Did I get that right?
Absolutely. He's disappeared.
100%.
100%.
100%.
All right, folks, we got to let Coach Ray get back to work. Thanks for joining us for this little VIP
no problem.
drop-in.
Party on, guys.
Party on.
Great job. Great
All
job,
right.
Ray.
Talk to you guys soon. Take care,
guys. All right,
we're making new lows in the S&Ps.
Yes, just getting smoked right now. New lows 57.68. NASDAQ following along as well. 20,138 now. Last trade low day 20,119. Dow selling off, targeting those 42,000 evens.
Zach, we're getting close to your 42,000 down there.
Listen, Hoag, we're coming back down to these 42,000, that book map level there. And I'll tell you one thing. I won't let a trade like this throw me off my game. I'm too hot to handle, too cold to hold. The best in the business. The cream always rises to the top. No, it's one of those situations where I'm stopped to break even. I'm watching the trade go back in my favor. Again, just like I was talking about, you can't let that stuff get to you. Yeah, I'm going to lose my voice doing that. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's one of his.
Yeah, it is. I know.
Yeah, man. Sell it. Oh yeah, sell it back off. This now in Dow, the way I'm reading this is very choppy, right? Very back and forth. This is large 5-minute price action. It's why I talked about right at the beginning, trying to trade from the extremes on Dow because it does love to pull these types of moves. I'm not a big sell the breakout guy because you get moves like this, and unless you're going to structure risk way above, clean invalidation points, you get stopped out on the way trying it on Dow. But I got a feeling I'm going to watch this trade play out. My thought process is I really would have wanted to to see it continue here. So we'll see. Like, I won't say hitting this book map level is my trade working. I would be over $200 in the money. But again, I saw that and I made the conscious decision to hold on to it, either for a break of those lows or a stop out for break even. Give myself more room to run. In a worst case scenario, I see this thing absolutely run. I'm stopped for break even, plus $6 on the day, capital preserved, and you live to fight another day.
Awesome. I love the way you kind of address ranges that way, right? You're fading the extremes until proven wrong.
Yeah. And me and Dobie were talking about that a little bit, right? Like, if today I'm looking at Dow and we are selling off in pre-market, we're looking weak coming out of yesterday's session. I'm looking short overall, right? That's the kind of general bias. So I let the market open up. Maybe I take that really aggressive long back up to VWAP if I didn't have super big levels down here that were shaking me out. And if I'm going to look short, I'm going to try to wait for a pullback. I mean, this thing can just break and run to the downside and I'll be left, flat, but that's okay. So if I start to see this big range set up, I'm going to be looking for shorts, somewhere up here near the tops of these, this price action for an anticipation of a break of that range to the downside. You could play it just from the top to the bottom, and you could have picked up 80 points, 90 points on my entry. But again, you make your decision. Kind of what are we looking like today? This is looking super weak. We pulled back a couple times to test it. We're coming down to break the low a second time. This to me looks like I don't want to get out right down here around the lows. I want to hold for a break and see this thing waterfall. Watch that $275 worth of initial risk maybe turn into a $500-600 trade. But again, something different's going to work every day, and your job as a trader, I feel, is to, if you're going to be discretionary a bit, interpret price action and market structure, the tools that you use to the best of your abilities, make those educated decisions. When you do, be okay with it, right? Someone wrote, don't come crying to Zach. I love that. Don't come crying to Muhammad quote, and just be okay with it. Let that play out. And if you notice something over and over again, like, hey, if I got journal this trade and I say, hey, I watch a lot of these trades move 60, 70 points in profit, and I'm constantly getting stopped at break even, or they're coming back to stop me at, stop loss, you make some kind of adjustment. But the goal is what's going to happen over the next 20, 50, 100 trades. So that's kind of the way that I try to view the market in that large sample size deal.
Thank you.
All right, Frank the Bear, still pushing lower here.
Yep. Looking like we're gonna just make a new low, targeting that 20,080. I kind of wish I was still in this short. That rejection at 200 was a nice opportunity to get in long. But yeah, 20,080 to the downside. That 79 area Hoag, that was last week's low. We'll see momentum slow down just a little bit. We could range between this 130 and 200 area for a little while until we see volume pick up. Maybe at the top of the hour, but this market still looks very heavy for the moment.
Yeah, it does. We just put in a poor low in the S&P on the profile. A couple of people were asking if that's a failed downside auction. It's only one tick. One tick does not create excess. We want to see excess on the low. Here's the profile, making it real big. So IB low is right here, right? 57.68. C period only took one little tick down below that. That is a poor low. That is an unfinished downside auction or a poor low. So I'm, not looking at that as a failed downside auction. I'm looking at that as a possible continuation for a downside auction because it doesn't leave excess. Auctions die in excess. It doesn't mean that that cannot be the low. Sometimes a poor low is just that sellers just backed off. Maybe it takes a little while for buyers to come in, but it's technically not a failed downside auction. We have not taken out the IB low in the NASDAQ just yet. So I'm trying to be really kind of be patient in looking for opportunities on these extremes of the initial balance. We may see an opportunity during the session today where we're going to see an opportunity at one of these extremes, at one of these IB highs or lows, whether it's a failure or a continuation. We're probably going to see that today. The markets are really moving, so there's probably a good opportunity to see some examples of that today. I'll keep an eye out for it. Jay, you mentioned, probably possibly some range bound between this 140 level, 130 level, and that 200 level. You want to buy it down here?
No, no. I don't. I don't. I couldn't find a bull costume for today.
No.
I wouldn't want to buy it down here. It could hold, but it looks pretty heavy. Range bound, trade says take it and buy it. Where do you limit your risk on this?
Right.
I feel like it would have to be pretty wide in order to not get wicked out. But this looks like an opportunity for sellers to step back in and push this lower.
And Zach, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I'm thinking the same. This thing feels weak. I think Jay's got the right costume on today. It's just a matter of finding a good way to structure risk and a decent entry point. But again, I'm about ready to hop over to NASDAQ because this is kind of what I get a lot of times on Dow, and I've tried to trying to become a little bit more flexible with moving over when I get this type of crazy price action. That I say, you know what, I'm just going to hold off. I don't have a great way to start selling these breakouts. Don't have a great way to structure risk. Waiting for a pullback, and but yeah, I'm in the same boat as you guys. This thing's looking weak. I'm not looking to be a buyer. We've broke the session low consecutively a couple times here in Dow. We are failing to get to this level on Bookmap. So to your point earlier, this is really now not something I'm paying so much attention to say I want to target this because we got close to it multiple times and pulled back off. This is like a 100-point move back up. So I'm not going to be selling down, into it unless I'm going to structure a risk in a really, really wide stop loss type of way.
Yeah, and that's just expanding the risk is uncomfortable, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, you could go about it like with these kind of last ditch stop losses. I've seen guys trade that way, and I do it myself sometimes. Where you say, I'm going to throw a stop loss up here, but if it starts to pull back off, I'll probably close out maybe on a candle closure or something as we get away from it, because the initial trade idea is just like you're not going to capture that level of risk towards your TP or wherever you might want to be scaling out. But yeah, this is kind of that really big back and forth choppy movement out of Dow. Still looking weak. I don't want to look long down here. And again, this is where I get to the point where, okay, well, I can't look short or I can't structure risk short, even though I want to look short. I don't want to look long. Do I want to sit at this screen and wait another hour or two for something to set up? Maybe we hop over to NQ and start looking there.
Myself a little bit more our speed. Hey, what's up, Jay?
I'm curious about this gold reaction at 27.50 if we get there. We're trading 27.55 right now. Gold is down. What's the percentage gold is down on the day? Can't even find it. But watching this reaction at 27.50 in gold for a potential just reflexive bounce maybe to get in for a quick trade to the long side. Obviously, that would be a counter trend trade, so I'm not going to hold on to it for too long. But seeing a reaction at a major level may give an opportunity for a quick scalp. So just going to keep that up on the side. Gold down 1.6% right now.
Yes,
6%. NASDAQ down 2%, Jay. I think we're there right now. Last trade, 20,125. Hoag, we're targeting those 27. We're talking about the gold now, targeting 27.55 in the gold. Like Jay said, we're right there right now. Not 27.54.
Yeah. More of a visual target than an execution level. Naked points of control, they do sometimes create good opportunities for executions. But if I were short all the way down here, I definitely would have lightened up some at weekly kickoff low, 27.60, and a little bit more here at 27.55. This market is really just coming off that high. We remember yesterday, Andre, we put in a new all-time high after the regular trading hour session about 1 o'clock by 1 tick.
2801? What was it? 2801 quarter? Something like that. Yes, new all-time highs. We're down $50.
I know, right?
We're down $50. What a market. Shout out to all the gold traders out there. Who's trading gold? It seems like it's been a hell of a market, especially in the overnights. I know our good friend overseas, Aaron Luce, big gold trader. We'll be hearing from him in the next couple of weeks. Yes, I know gold's been all the rage lately. At the
NVIDIA is getting smushed.
Man, good job, Microsoft.
There we go. We got Dow Got Dow trading that 42,000 level, cracking below right now.
Zach.
And there we go. Got some volatility to the downside. Let's see what happens from here. Now the interesting point. We start to waterfall below this. We see sellers take this thing lower. Maybe down like, if I zoom out, this got some room to run looking left structure wise. Had some room to run, but yeah, all the way down over here off of like September 18th lows, down around like the 800 to 900 level. If we really started to continue this move.
Like Zach said,
heard Coach Jay talking about. Sorry, go ahead, Andre.
I was saying we did, like you said, we are starting to dip new lows here. New lows in the Dow, 41,982. NASDAQ and ES have not caught up. Now maybe Dow's leading the way now. This is very interesting.
In its own world, as usual, man.
Hey, better or worse, it was nice short. Yeah, moving stop to break even. We did have a poll question up here. How do you feel about moving stops to break even? 58% say let the position breathe. 21% say move it ASAP. Two different schools of thought. Moving to break even does obviously limit your risk. It's a risk-free trade. Does it cap your upside? I guess it's double-edged sword. Moving stop to break even. Hits it. You don't want it
to.
My
it's a mix, and I don't think there's one right way to do it. Right? I think everybody in the chat's right with that. I think for me, what I like to see is initially, I want to let give the trade room to breathe. Right? I put a stop loss that far away. If we wick above, we kind of push up on the next couple candles. I don't want to just smother it right away. Or if we move into, profit by 10 points, I don't want to choke up on it that quick. If we get a move where we come all the way back down near the lows after my entry, I'm 80, 90 points in profit. We find some support and then pull all the way back up. That's kind of a situation where I say, yeah, I'm going to choke up on it and just structure that risk, right? I find for me, if I have trades that move that far into profit, the ones that come all the way back to break even are typically the ones that come all the way back to stop loss. It's the stuff that if it's going a little bit in your favor, 2-3 minutes into the trade and you're going stop loss to break even right away, maybe you're not leaving enough that you should just let the market kind of move around and do its thing. So, but again, different for everybody. There's going to be a different school of thought and a way to do it. A lot of guys are just set it and forget it. Don't move the stop loss. Don't touch it. And, for your approach and your system, if that works, I think that's a solid way to do it. Kind of take yourself out of the equation. For me and what I see a lot of other guys do, a little bit discretionary with it based on what's printing that day, right? What's happening right in front of you right here, right now. Reducing risk to a level that makes sense. Stop loss to break even, stop loss in profit, I think can make sense within reason without getting too tight on it.
Like that. It feels heavy. It feels like the ES now wants to kind of follow suit. 57.69 last trade. Little day 57.67 in the orders. Who's going to move first? I'll tell you what's moving lower is gold. Hoag, we're saying we're down $50
Yes,
off of yesterday's high. All right, Jay, we're
time.
coming up to 27.50s here. What are you looking to see up to this level in gold, 27.50?
Coming down to it, just want to see what that selling pressure looks like. Again, Dre, I feel like I say it all the time, but if if they're that convinced to sell it, what do they do at 27.50 where there's a major level there? So looking to see what that order flow looks like. There's probably going to be a big spike of volume there, which sometimes will give us a bounce. If I did take a long here, I'd be looking for no more than 5 points on a gold trade. But looking for this major level to give at least some hesitation to sellers. That's all I'd be looking for. But again, would be a counter trend trade. Counter trend has been presenting about 8 points so far, so I'm not looking for much more than that. But not going to trade it until we react to 27.50.
27.50. Look at Topstep daily levels in gold. We're in between zone 3, working our way into zone 4. Zone 4 begins at 27.32. So we definitely got a fifth. What? Like $20 more to the downside here. We just exited in zone 3, 27.60 weekly kickoff high, like we were talking about earlier. Which seen as what? They're going to see what they're going to do at the 27.50 level that we're at right now.
having a little difficulty here. I apologize. I'll be with you in just a minute, Aaron.
57
Yeah, I
contracts
was
sitting
going to
at
comment on.
27.50. Go ahead, Zach.
Sorry, go ahead, Jay.
No,
I was
go
going
ahead.
to comment
Just
on
calling out the
something
order.
that I got you. That Coach Jay was talking about initial balance or opening range. I'm partnered with Edgeful. I know a lot of the Topstep guys use it, talk about it. Great if you want to pay attention to stats behind those opening range levels. 15-minute, 1 hour. The stat for the initial balance on YM is if we break this to the downside, 71, almost 72% of the time of the last 6 months, we're not coming all the way back up to break to the upside. So I do still like this thing short. It's kind of how I apply it to my trading. Gives me some bias, give me an understanding that we're more likely to just continue lower, or if we do pull back up, not come all the way back up and sweep the highs of this session. So I still like this thing short. I'm watching Bookmap as well. There's kind of levels above and below today. We got some orders at 950 below, and we had some come on the book back above price. Originally, where there were some on the sell side at 42.50. But we are headed lower in Dow here.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
We are, fellas. 20,100 incoming in the NASDAQ, 57.65 last trade in the ES. Keep an eye on the Dow. Dow did breach the 42,000 even level. Where do they want to take this? Again, we're watching. Also, keep an eye on gold, 27.49 last trade. Keep an eye on that 27.50 level. If you guys do see a trade, please jump in. With that being said, I'm going to throw it to my main man, Gabe. Gabe's got some announcements. What's up, Gabe?
What is going on? Good morning. Good morning. Real quick. So if you guys like what we're doing here or want to share some feedback with us, really, we'd love for you to hit up our Trustpilot. I'm going to drop that link in the chat right now. Leave us a review. MP and a lot of our team reads these on a daily basis. So we like to hear from, obviously, our community, our traders. I'm seeing how we can improve what we're doing really well. All of that. So if you have a moment and you haven't done so already, please definitely drop a review for us, and we greatly appreciate that. And also, Roast My Trades. That is today at 12 p.m. Jack and Ben are doing a special edition of Roast My Trades. Those submissions have already been reviewed, so thank you for those that participated and sent their report into us so that we could go ahead and look to see if there's a way for us to kind of throw some shade at you for what you might be doing wrong or what you can improve on. Obviously, we're doing it out of the goodness of our own heart. It could be some good comedy. Jack, he's always bringing the heat. So stay tuned to 12 o'clock for Shoulder Tap or the special edition of Roast My Trades. That's what I got for you guys, and back to you.
Thanks, Gabe. Thank you, Gabe. Just gonna show something here. There were some questions in the chat, and if you guys will give me a second here. If you gotta go on my charts, IB low in the S&P is 57, 67, 75, 75, 80. Oh, 57, 68. If we open this next 30-minute bar below that level, the IB low becomes resistance. That could give us an opportunity for a potential short if we do open below that level. If we open back above that level, that creates the failed downside auction, and the market could kind of recover back into and in through the value area from the session. So we've got about 10 minutes. I'll be watching that, and if we see anything good there that you guys like, Jay, Zach, well, maybe we can find something there. Now, a similar situation here in the NASDAQ as well. IB low, 20,119. We've left it behind. If we open below here, this becomes a resistance level. We may be able to find a decent opportunity to the short side all the way down here. I know it's hard to do that, right? Macho Man, it's hard to sell lower, but sometimes it's the right thing to do. So we're keeping an eye on this, and there may be an opportunity. And if you guys like it, we will be ready and waiting to take that in the house account. Anybody else seeing anything that they're seeing urgently in the market right now?
Not
Not urgently for me.
Nope.
Yeah.
20,080, 20. Hey, there's that level, Jay. Downside target 20,080.
Yeah.
To the tick, my friend.
Last week's low.
I just got long one gold. Again, this is a counter trend trade. my stop is already in the profit because I'm fighting the trend. But if this just wants to spike up real quick, that's a quick trade. I just quick $100 on that. Just quick reflexive bounce. Not looking for a whole lot. Yeah, just quick in and out. I don't trade like that too often, but sometimes when we get that reaction to a level, it presents a couple ticks. I heard someone talk about recently in a podcast, part of your trading should be scalping, right? Where looking for these huge moves all the time can get kind of exhausting. And sometimes you just need, hey, this is a quick opportunity, a layup, if you will. And that's what that one was. So quick in and out, back to flat on the day.
I like that. Yeah, you have to have like a pitcher. You got to have a fastball, you got to have a curveball, you got to have a changeup. You got to be able to trade all different types of ways depending on what the market is giving you.
Wasn't something you would have suggested for the house account, right? Did we lose Jay?
I think Jay's there.
No, I'm still here.
Bear's gone.
It was a 20-second trade at most, Hoag. And by the time we would have even said, hey, do we like it? I would have been thinking about getting out because it is counter trend, right? I don't want to hold on to something too long, being against the flow of the market.
Very good.
We'll sell it. Yes,
I like
just grinding over here. What's up, Zach?
I like that thought process, Jay. I think scalping can be a little bit difficult for certain guys, but I think having kind of as you progress a little bit, having more plays in your playbook, right? If you're sitting here, kind of like what I'm trying to do with NASDAQ, get a little bit more aggressive on certain times after my initial setups on Dow. Otherwise, maybe you are kind of stuck sitting watching the markets for 6 hours into the afternoon, looking for this big move that's really not going to come to play out. So if you have the time to trade, you're going to be on the charts. Maybe you do look for something where you kind of size down and you go for these shorter time frame, more aggressive moves. But yeah, I think that's kind of the progression, right? It's having more options, being able to be more flexible. Maybe it's across different markets. Maybe it's just different style wise and risk structure wise. But I like that. I absolutely like that.
Thanks, man.
For sure.
Hey, buyers are trying to give it an effort here. 20,090. Last trade in the NASDAQ. We bottomed out at 07s or 70s, if you will. $57.62.
How much more room do we think there is to the downside here?
How much more room, you say?
Yeah, I'm thinking what are downside targets here in the NASDAQ? We just did take out that last week's low. 20,000 isn't far off.
It's not, man. It's right there. It's right there.
We go and just test 20,000. The closer we get, does it become a magnet at this point? Hoag, like you were saying, on that bounce, do we just get in there?
For a long?
Like a one. No, on a short. If there's more room down, you were saying initial short. Balance lows. Yeah. It's a late short, but
it is. But as long as we got about 5 minutes to wait to see if we open this next 30-minute bar below the initial balance low, and that is the signal to look for a short using the IB low as your resistance area. Right now, it's looking like that's probably going to happen. We've got, we got a lot of space. We really want to see a pullback towards the IB low.
What's that price, Hoag?
To look for the opportunity to limit risk. So NASDAQ
119.
IB low 20,119.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like that one, guys.
Yeah,
I like that one.
Okay. Look at Dow. Dow just not relentless, pushing lower here. 41,950 now. We're well beneath the 42,000 level. Again, these guys are watching. Let's see what we get a reaction above or beneath 20,119 in the NASDAQ. Last trade 20,090. Yes, just kind of consolidating a little bit here. About a point off the lows. Last trade 57.61. Take a look at the tilts. You see a heavy tilt in NASDAQ earlier today, 75% long. Got smushed.
and they're almost there now, Andre. 68% long now.
68% long indeed. 70%. Yes.
70% long now.
Bottom pickers. Oh boy, be careful,
Bottom
fellas.
pickers.
Be careful, peeps.
Yeah, that tilt is fun to watch, man. It's
you
go ahead.
gotta
Jay.
you gotta know what to do with it though. Like, right, you see these heavy tilts, and then like on days like today when we just push lower, like Hoag was saying, you're gonna see these long bias tilts. And
Yep, 70, 80%. I think fade the tilt indicator isn't a bad play. Somebody's going to be right at some point, but it's kind of interesting. What I've seen watching it, I don't watch it all day, but what I've seen watching it is after like the first hour of the session, hour and a half, if we are trending strongly in one direction, it starts to get really heavy against that and kind of stays like heavy against that. So it's tough. And I think a lot of guys get chewed up trying to pick that bottom. Price starts to slow down, and then you just get that zombie grind that just keeps taking it lower and lower and lower. Now, I could see that here. I could get the play. Maybe it's heavy back to IV low, that type of deal. But it's tough to buy a market that's really, really weak selling off.
But that's what everybody does.
What do you?
Yeah, well, here we go. What's up, Bear? The Bear perked up when he heard 70% long here. The Bear perked up when he heard 70% long. That's a lost share said in the chat. As soon as Hoag said that there's a 68% long tilt, the Bear started laughing. LOL. What's up, Bear? What are you thinking over there?
Where do we sell it? No, I wanted to ask Zach, if you pay attention to the tilt, if you're already in a position and then you realize the tilt is heavy in your direction, right, where you're part of that heavy tilt, do you manage your position any differently from there?
It gets real spooky there, Jay. Real spooky. Again, I'm not applying it to my trading decisions, but I would be concerned, right? If I'm short and I start seeing an 85% short tilt in NASDAQ, let's say, that's concerning.
Yeah.
Because man, the couple of times that I have seen that, like, and you guys call it out every once in a while, I'm watching Topstep TV. Actually, often I'm watching Topstep TV, but I hear it, real heavy tilt, and then almost without fail, you get like at least some form of a reversal or pullback, right then and there. So it's if you were going to use it, I would be managing the position if you're getting that really, really strong tilt, while you're in.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on that. Everyone's flat. House account flat. Zach flat. Jay is flat as well. Keep an eye on this Dow. Dow leading the way to the downside right now. Dow pulling us all lower. Last trade, 41,935. We are well beneath those 42,000. But right now, one of the biggest things we got going on around here, we're moving people from XFAs to live. We got the call-up segment. Jack, who have we called up today?
Awesome.
We certainly are. Howdy again, everyone. I'm staring at Coach Ray still in the back of VMix. That is quite the outfit there. All right, here I am. Partners. Okay, here we go. Live call-ups. Let's guess how many people. Remember, we are 2 business days behind because that is the speed at which accounts are transferred and so forth. How many people do you think were called up on Tuesday? Over under.
What was the number the other day? Around 9.
7.
I do remember. 7. Yeah, I'll put the number at 9. 9.
Well,
Yeah.
guess what? It was 19.
Whoa!
I was going to say over. Hindsight capital. Dang it. 19. Wow, that's awesome.
You guys are killing me.
Awesome.
Because I had to make this graphic. All right, first let's see the certificate for our high starting balance here. Look at this. Josh and Bear.
That's a cool name.
Indiana starting balance $135,000.
What?
Wow.
5 XFAs transferred over. I had to go
Throw
to
numbers
risk.
there.
We're going to get to this list next of everyone we called up to live. But I had to check on the top 2 with risk to be like, is this an actuality? Did this really happen? Let's take a look at that board. Starting with the top 10.
135.
There he is. Not only 135, he took $104,000 in payouts from those XFAs, plus the payout at the live transfer.
Well done.
Wow.
The feeling we're going to see him on the board very soon. Once that gets sorted out, that's $240,000 or thereabouts. Vincent A, not far behind, leading the payouts, $140,000, starting the XFA with 72 grand. Other things to point out here, I mean, just big numbers all around. 36K for James G, starting with 45K in payouts. Vanda from the Dominican Republic, $50,000 between payouts and the starting account. Good job to everyone here, but since there's 19, you know that we have one more card here. And there's some fun ones here. we got some representation from some not companies, countries that we usually don't see here. I want to send a shout out to Sita K from Nepal.
That's cool.
High up there, $8,500 in payouts, transferring almost $5K to the live account. We also got traders from Morocco, Straya, and alike. So those are our 19 traders that were called up on Monday. Tomorrow we'll be back with the traders from Wednesday, but great job to everybody here. What do you say, Andre?
Real traders,
money,
real profits, real accounts, real executions. Only Topstep. Also, what happened to your real accent? Did you bail on your cowboy accent there?
Oh, I said it for one word. I didn't know I was doing one.
It just kind of came out. Felt natural.
Yeah. One word. No, I'm not going to stay in character for that. I'm a cowboy all the time, Andre. So there's your call-ups.
Right. Thank you, Jeff.
I'll be back later for roast my trades and so forth. Happy Halloween, everybody. I'll see you soon.
Yeehaw. All right, let's get
Real
get
pros
over here. 20,066 last trade. Nick, new lows, NASDAQ, new lows, ES, new lows, Dow. Bears are in control. We got a bear joining us right now on TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. Where do we sell? Hey, Zach, we were just talking about that long tilt. Hoag as well. Saw a long tilt trading around the 80s, 85s in the NASDAQ. Sure enough, they got smushed. Now we're trading in the 60s.
Real quick, Andre, I got a request for a y'all suck. So we'll do 2 more words. You ready? Y'all suck.
Wow. Giddy up. Man, fired up today. I love it. I love it. All right. He has targeting those 57, 50s. We're about $5 off of those. 5 points off of those, I should say. Like Zach, you just said it. Loading up longs, Hoag as well. Loading up longs. Saw about 70% long in the NASDAQ around the 80 level. Sure enough, we're down into the 50s.
There it is right there, man.
Yep.
Selling right back off, man. Looking weak. I'm telling you, that right around that 80 number, I'd say you find a good way to structure risk. That's not a bad indicator, right? Get away from that groupthink mind. You can watch it trend over and over and over. I wouldn't use it alone, but man, if you watch it enough, you see that what we just saw play out over and over and over. Real heavy long, right as we start to slow down off of a low on a super duper weak day. And then we go ahead and, we crack that low.
Run it right over them. So we did open below the IB lows there. Again, in the NASDAQ IB low, 20,119. IB low in the S&P is 5768. If we can find a pullback close to those levels, that gives us opportunity to look for a continuation for this market to move lower. It's already kind of doing that as we speak. So we'd have to bail into the low here, and I don't like doing that. Jay, how do you feel about bailing into the low here?
Yeah, I feel the same way. The way I would do it is just scale in similar to how I did with the micros, right? Where if we're getting short, we're taking one, where we can limit the risk. Where if we're, because trade location isn't great, we have the direction right, but location may not be ideal.
Right.
So trades smaller size. I do think 20,000 is a target.
It is.
But how much? Yeah.
Wow. All right. It's accelerating downside here. Dow is pushing now. We're into the 41,800 handle. Goodbye, 41,900. We are now into the 800s in the Dow. Looks like the ES is targeting is 5750s. Big level there. 575750. Last trade 5753. Of the three, NASDAQ is a bit stronger, is lagging, I would say, but Dow is just getting smoked right now, Zach.
Yep. That was the trade playing out, to the downside. Let me hop back over to my Dow chart. Actually threw a position tool. Oh man, yeah, we are just
look
absolutely headed to the downside. That's the trade, man. Headed all the way down to this next level. Again, gonna journal this one up. Management was just a little bit tight. I'll tell you. I'm handling this one the same pretty much every day. We come down after an entry, after I take a little bit of heat, and we crack a low, and I plan to hold on to this thing, and we start to pull back, 100 points off that low. I'm stop loss to break even. I think we're very likely to come back up, check these highs out, but not today, man. This thing was a waterfall to the downside. So all good. Don't come crying to Randy, Trader Man Savage.
Love that.
You guys just kind of wanted to ask, do you guys ever feel like you should have known something like this was going to happen today?
Yes. Yeah, I get that feeling all the time. And I'll tell you why, Hoag. From what I'm looking at, we had we can look at my charts real quick. We have the monthly VWAP, which is this green line on this daily chart here.
Mhm.
We were above it pretty much all month, and today's the last day of the month.
So just
So
the same thing.
whoever was in profits for the month, maybe if they're closing out their books for the month, maybe taking some profits, and that accelerating the sell side. But and that's kind of why I was short coming into this. Just it's good to have an idea. It's better to execute on it.
Mhm.
Happened last day of September too, I believe.
Yep.
Macho Man, how do you feel about that? Do you ever feel like something happens and you feel like, man, I really should have known? I mean, yeah, there's hindsight capital. We can all go back and find reasons to maybe see something like this happening. Do you ever feel like, I probably could have seen this coming?
Yeah, oftentimes, you kind of come back after a trading session, you look at the chart and you're seeing it from a fresh perspective, and you don't have money on the line, or you're not going to potentially have money on the line, and you're saying, man, look at pre-market, look at the higher time frame. This was an obvious play, to the downside or to the upside. So I do see that. I try not to rack my head on it too hard while I'm trading, right? Because you're just looking for that next opportunity. Try to keep kind of that even keel as you go. But yeah, I'm in the same boat as Jay almost every day. I get that feeling. Sometimes it's really strong where there's just an obvious move that plays out. Even worse if you kind of had the inclination, and just like Jay said, great to know about it.
Coming up to those 119s. Coming up to 119 in the NASDAQ. Do we still like to sell up there? 20,119 IB low, correct?
So
yep, that's right.
Okay, thank you. 20,119, Jay. Do we like
yeah,
do we like to sell?
We're gonna
sell
do
up there?
this. We're gonna do this. We're going to take a 3-lot. I just put an offer in. It just ran away from me. Some beast.
Let's trade in the
I'm
yes,
jumping
57.60. Sorry to jump in there, Zach. But I know
three.
we're keeping an eye on that 20,119 level. Hoag, talk to us.
We're short 3.
Price we get?
What price?
And as long as we stay below the IB low, we're going to see if we can't stay in this trade for a little while. We're short 3, 20,096 half. 20,096 half. We're going to put our risk up around 40.
Above the IB low, correct?
Yes. Yeah, and considerably above it, really. I mean,
Yep.
I could probably trim some of this down to 20.
I think we're seeing some buying coming in here. I don't know that I like this trade.
No,
you don't like it.
The risk is defined, so leave the trade on. But that is some of the highest volume that we've seen in that last 3-minute candle.
On the upside,
correct. Correct.
All right. Well, let's just kill it
in the last minute.
I can trim the well. I got
74% long. If you got 74% long tilt in the NASDAQ,
I got the risk pretty much as trimmed as I can.
Yeah, leave it, Hoag. The risk is defined. The risk is defined. Just trust the trade.
Yeah, we're trading the plan, right? We're talking about if we got to pull, if we got to back up to the 119s. Almost got up there. Got up to 117 in the orders.
Yeah, we didn't get very good trade location on that. It came off really quick off of there, which I like.
We're in it now.
Yep.
That's all that matters. We're in it now. Sticking to the plan. We got the risk defined. We're in it now. 74% long in the NASDAQ. Average price of those longs is 20,138. Ooh, they're feeling the heat right now.
74% long.
74% long. We saw this play. We were talking about this. Zach B, we were talking about this. Hoag, we were talking about this. We're watching the trend. We're getting with the trend in this trade. Yeah, the trade location wasn't ideal. Who cares? We're in. We're in.
Yep, I see. I see what Jay's talking about on volume. That's always a scary move for sure. I saw orders sitting right around that 95 level. Immediate crack above that when we got there on some serious volume, and we're trying to take it back down lower. But yeah, it's always a tough move to sell into heavy buying volume. But I still do like this play. I think that's a pretty clear spot to pull back from and reject. Starting to see that right now, as long as risk is defined. And again, maybe this is one of those ones where we, tighten up on risk. You guys look at trimming it when it makes sense.
Let's keep it on this tilt. 70% long still. 70% long. You see up to 74% long. House account short from 20,096 half. 096 half. Looking at the ES.
Boy.
I mean, if you look at those. All right, now we're in the 70s, guys.
Nice.
Yep.
Stick to the plan, stick to the plan.
Let's put in a new low.
We're a new low. We'll work it. We'll manage this trade. We'll actively manage this trade. Still got 60.
Honestly, the
still
next
60.
visual target I see in the NASDAQ is 5% off the all-time high, which is 19,935. Remember that level, Andre? 5% off the all-time high.
September or October? Was that this month or last month?
I can take a look.
No, sorry. No, we'll manage this trade. We can look at that later. That's not important right now. Right now, we got 20,070. 20,070 in the NASDAQ. House account short from 20,096 half. Tilt is lightening up a little bit. We just see 66. We was up to 74% long. We are now at 66% long. Yeah, we saw it. That was a textbook sell into that thing. So good job there.
I just covered it. I just covered it. I wanted to do one, and I just had a little bit of an error on that. Sorry about that.
That's okay. I was gonna say maybe cover one.
That's what I was trying to do.
Getting back. Yeah, are we okay getting back? I was gonna say getting back into one, but don't leave it. Just leave it. It's okay. Nice trade. We're up on the day.
Yep. End up in profit on that one? Or
oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Here we at
1,500, I think.
Nice.
Something like that.
Yeah, this doesn't look bad. Yes, see how this candle closes, but on the 5 and the 1, this doesn't look bad. Pretty harsh rejection after that pullback, looking like we want to come back down and test the low. We break it. I don't know where the case is for long here. Every time you guys are looking short on a trend day to the downside, it's shorting in the hole. Why are you selling the bottom? You never know it's the bottom, and you're going along with market structure and trend, right? If you get caught, selling the bottom or buying the top, in my humble opinion, that's it. It's okay. You're following trend, following market structure, clearly defined risk, waited for a pullback, right? Didn't actually just short the bottom. So I like the trade, man. I thought it was executed well.
Good.
I still pushing.
I just want to leave one on. Bless it.
Yeah. I think a scale out. If we didn't get rid of the whole thing, scale out towards the bottom. And then, holding for that break below would be a pretty solid play. But
once we're in the trade, I got to remember to trim my clip size.
Let's see if we get another shot here. So if we go bottom out here, consolidate, maybe we get a little bit of
another pullback.
I'll get a heavy tilt long. And we can just sell into it. That was a nice setup. It does look scary when it's coming. When we do see them buying it up in our face, but. You might just try to
scary trades are the best ones.
Man, IB low, it's such a great level if you're really directional and you open that next 30-minute bar below it. And IB low is such a good spot to look for a short. We really missed the best location on that, but I'm glad we got in and managed the risk.
All good. We're up. We're up now. Yeah, it's all good. We're up. Let's look for the next trade. 20,058. Last trade, low day 052. Jay's low. Jay, you still like looking targeting this 20,000 even level in the NASDAQ?
I don't see why not. It's the 50-day moving average. It's a major level, and maybe we push into it, and markets makers say, "Ha, tick or treat." You're not going to get 20,000, and we just pop back and go the other way. But it looks like a target at this point.
All right.
I'm trying to see where 3% down would put us on the NASDAQ. We're at 2.3% right now. 3% would put us.
Oh, what's up, Dakota?
Dakota says the market has a costume on as well. Maybe I should put mine back on.
Keep on this tilt here. 74% long in the gold. Gold trading 27.48. All right, it's feeling a little heavy here.
Pretty sure
3%.
890, 19,895. I think would put us at somewhere near 3%.
895. 895.
895.
19,895. Yep.
Let me make sure I measured that right.
I believe so. Someone in the chat here, right around 19,900. Moonhouse, thank you. So, yeah, we're right there.
Yep. Nice trade there, though. And I said it the last time I was on with you, Dre, but big offer just stepped in here. 58,
Yeah, it did. Filled.
137 just got filled.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Topstep X keeps up with this volatile market. It's nice and smooth. Not a glitch, not a hitch, no nothing, man. Just clean executions. What's up, Jay? You were gonna say?
For anyone in the chat, I think I said it the last time, but if you pay attention to what Andre says, my man knows what he's talking about. Shout out to you for calling out that initial balance low. We were at mid conversation, which happens, but when the market's doing something, it's good to just get back in and trade it.
Team
100%.
Yep.
Pay attention to
100%.
Andre.
I was yapping away. Yep.
Hey, we're all yapping away.
That happens. No, Hoag said it. Hoag said it. Listen, as soon as you guys see something, interrupt. Shout it out. That type of deal. If you guys are trying to get those trades together, that's what you have to do.
Yeah.
I
It
would've
really
been
ran
talking
up there
through
quickly.
Yeah.
It just
And didn't give
popped
a lot
right
of,
up there and
of
popped right
candles,
off.
right? Yep.
I agree, Dolby.
1 minute bar was 100 ticks
Kevin
down,
says
so.
in the chat, Topstep X is working great. I agree.
Yeah, I'm
Ooh,
good on
tilt.
Topstep X as well. I don't know if anybody was experiencing anything, but mine's running smooth.
Nothing. No. It's smooth sailing with this thing. It is thin right now, fellas. All right, we got a quick sports update. I think I know what you're going to talk about, Gabe, but I'll leave that to you because we're watching the same thing. Congratulations to a certain teams. Gabe, come on in.
Yeah, let's do it. So congrats to the World Series champions, the Los Angeles Dodgers, excuse me. The Dodgers upended the Yankees with an absolute historic comeback for their 8th World Series title. They were actually down going into the 5th inning by 5 runs and ended up putting up 5 runs of their own in the 5th and then went down again in the 6th and came back in the 8th inning with 2 more runs to take a 7-6 victory over the Yankees to take the World Series. In terms of who came out in the series MVP, we got Freddie Freeman. Over the course of the series, 4 homers, 6 hits, 12 RBIs, and 5 runs. But just absolutely stellar performance. And so shout out to the Dodgers. If you are a California resident and you are a fan of the Dodgers, maybe check out the parade. They'll have a parade coming in. I think there's some details kind of getting shared online about that. But tonight, we have the Houston Texans and the New York Jets for Thursday Night Football. Texans at the top of their division looking to maintain that first place. And the Jets are unfortunately at the bottom of their division. So that's they're just hoping to hang on for dear life at this point. But that's going to be at 7:15 Central. But that's what I got for you guys for a quick sports update. Back to you.
That victory parade in LA, there'll be like 8 people there. LA is not, I don't see them coming out to victory parades out there in LA. They got out the beach. They got better things to do than go to these parades. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But even when the Lakers were killing it with Kobe and Shaq, I mean, there's still just it's LA. But hey, congratulations to the Dodgers. Freddie Freeman on it.
Well, I guess you can bet against the Yankees.
This time, someone's in the chat. Once Judge dropped that fly ball, they were doomed. Jay, are you a Yankees fan? You do baseball?
I don't. I'm a New York native though, so always good to see New York teams win. The Liberty took care of us this year. We did get 1 championship in the WNBA, so we'll count that one. But yeah, that was a rough series.
It's down 5-0. Excuse me. 75% long in the ES, 73% long in the NASDAQ right now. 81%. We got some heavy tilts. 81% long in the
look at gold.
Yeah, 81% long there, and we got 74% long in the crude right now. We got some heavy long tilts. Everyone's trying to buy the bottoms right now. And Dow 63% long. Everyone's bottom picking right now. They finally get their way. Will the Bulls finally step in and say, all right, we're going higher?
Zach, Jay, do we look for an opportunity on a pullback for another short here somewhere?
I can take this one first and let you know that I don't love it from this point. I'm gonna go from Jay being more experienced and especially on
little
NASDAQ.
bottoming
But,
here.
yeah, a
Little
little bit of bottoming
reversal
now.
here?
It's not just that initial pullback. I would have liked to see this thing break the low and start to continue at very least. Kind of failed to do that. Coming back up. The way that I would be trading this is kind of just holding now. Wait for a little bit, see what happens. Do we crack this this IB low? What happens when we do? What does that volume look like? Again, decent short opportunity from up here, right? If you're going to look short on the day, and the thesis is we're headed down to that that next level down below. But that's my 2 cents on this one.
Okay. Jay,
Yeah,
your
I
thoughts?
would agree with Zach. That high volume candle that we talked about, the one where I was just like, I don't know if we want to get in short here. We held the lows of that candle. The lows, the daily low, we just tested down there. Didn't see that momentum continue. So yeah, at some point, there feels like there's a profit taking move coming from the shorts for the day. So I don't want to keep selling into that because at some point, I do think we get a bounce in this market.
Do we think that this is something we can take advantage of on the long side?
Well, we got 80% long, 81% long in the NASDAQ right now. Very, very heavy tilt. Average price 20,126. Still feeling the heat. 68% of those longs are positive in the money, though.
I'd like to see this. If we were going to look for a long Hoag, I'd like to see us trade above initial balance low, come back and hold it as a support, and then take a long from there. Yep. That gives me confirmation
that.
That's kind of what I'd be looking for as well. Again, on NASDAQ, I'm going to wait a little bit longer, wait for a little bit of structure. I don't want to be the bottom picker. I don't think you quite are at this point. Now you've waited for some bottoming, right? If you're buying all the way down on these types of moves, the first 1 minute or 5 minute green candle you see, that's a little bit tricky. We do have some structure forming, but what I'd like to see is crack back into IB low, a little bit of structure. Now, if you wait for that, you might not get the move if it just blasts off from right here. But I could still see this chop around a little bit, kind of pull back, wick above some highs, and then pull the pull the classic NASDAQ, take everybody out and both directions, and then just continue doing what it's doing. So again, there's always a more aggressive or more conservative, like the way you saw me trade Dow, right? Short right into buying pressure, right at a level that I was looking for. Not going to wait for any kind of confirmation. That sometimes can work. Different type of trade. So for this one, I'm that's what I'd be looking at. Same as Jay. Kind of wait to see a little bit more structure. Again, you risk, missing the move if it just happens to blast off right from here. But you get a little bit higher probability, maybe a little bit cleaner way to structure risk. You can scale in. That's another option, right? Kind of going in light. But yeah.
Cool. Great thoughts. Really like you guys.
You're not too bad yourself, Hoag.
I'm right back at you, man. I saw someone, a couple of guys say, and I see it often. Everybody talks themselves out of trades or stop overthinking. I think you're analyzing, right? And there's trades that get put on when the time is right, when your entry criteria is there, and then you're not talking yourself out of a trade, even if it does happen to play out in the direction you might be thinking. You're doing your analysis. You're doing your if-then types of statements. You're considering how you're going to structure risk. Where would the targets be? And for what you guys do with the house account, you got a lot of people on here trying to make that all happen. So it's a completely different dynamic and a bigger challenge.
Yep.
So, but in general, like right now, nobody's talking I'm not talking myself out of a trade. I just don't have a trade, right? We're down near the bottom. Yes, looking like maybe we're starting to bottom a little bit. Not as comfortable looking for a short to the downside on a pullback. Not looking to jump in right here, right now, long. Let's see what happens. And then, continue. Yes, you risk missing whatever the potential trade that you're thinking about might be. But, define whatever that is for, you guys in the chat individually. If it's really aggressive at a level, enter, no confirmation, go for that. Do your thing. If it's waiting for structure, wait for that structure. And if it blasts off in one direction without you, it's not a missed trade. You didn't have what you need to take the trade in the first place. That's the way that I look at it.
Well, Zach, you know, this it is kind of trying to trade by committee here. You know, a little bit. You know, trying to manage that is has been a challenge and continues to be a challenge. I'm kind of taking over that challenge, and I'm looking forward to it. But I really appreciate
Sure.
you guys and your thoughts and your ideas. And you know, we've put up a little bit of profit today for the house account, which is good. And
Yeah.
just really enjoy the conversation that we have and your thought processes. And I think, you know, with the kind of profile knowledge we all have, I think there's some really good agreement as to, you know, some of the better levels as the day goes on. So I appreciate you guys, man. This is a lot of fun.
Absolutely.
And
Appreciate being on.
Jay, you can wear that costume anytime. I think it's hilarious.
It fit the theme of the day. I didn't think it was going to work out that well, but
Could not have picked a better one for the day, Jay.
Right.
that scared the market straight to the bottom.
We should have just saw Jay's costume and hit sell.
Sell it right away. It's funny. I bought another bear costume, and it was this inflatable bear that ends up being like 7 feet tall. I think if it like to the top of the head, and it just was not going to work on the stream. So had to pivot real quick, find another bear, but stuck with the theme.
I love it.
Hmm?
All right, last trade 20,000. Oh, we got back up to the 112s. Almost got back up to those 119s, 120s.
Yep, and we almost got back to the IB low in the S&Ps as well, within 2 ticks of it before the sellers started to come back in. IB low is such a great spot.
Looking here at
Yeah,
ES.
Mr. Bear, can I
Go ahead, Zach. Macho
Sorry,
man.
can I ask
Trader
about
man.
the it's Trader Man. It's Randy Savage. Jay, I need to know, what are these bright green indicators on your chart, brother? We want to know how to bring the pain to NASDAQ here on Topstep TV. We got people in the chat that want to know about these indicators. You're an experienced trader. Fill us in, man. Give us this actionable trading information, brother.
Good job.
If we're talking about these green lines, each one of those green lines is an anchored VWAP from a different event, right? Some type of high volume event. This one here, and I'll change them up, but this one I'm making red is anchored VWAP from the New York Session Open. The one that I used to take a trade after that PMI number came out is this blue one here. And the reason I continue to use anchors as the day goes on, and then, you know, finding high volume events, because we can see if I'm relying on the New York Session VWAP for a trade, I may never get a pullback to it. So when we get higher volume to come in, I'm going to defer to that higher volume, and that gave me an opportunity to take this short. So I'm constantly adding these to my charts as the day goes on. I may add one to the low of day, which is this green line that we see right now, and we can see since we made that low of day, it's a flat line. We made that low of day on this high volume, which tells us range bound trade. So if we do want to take that short at the highs, there is no volume picking a direction right now. So it's a decent trade. Seeing this holding 50% of this high volume and this VWAP starting to trend above it has me hesitating on taking a short because there is, from the time we made this low, the momentum to the downside has stopped.
Nice. Thanks for the explanation. Yeah, I've
No problem.
played with anchored VWAPs quite a bit. Used to really like prior day NYSE open on ES, and then current NYSE open. And then similar to you, as the day goes on, if you get a low that really starts to get confirmed with some structure, throw in an anchored VWAP off that. Price stays above it, buyers in control, starts to crack down below it, you know, sellers stepping back in. It can be a nice entry tool. So yeah, I'm a fan of the anchored VWAP. I've paid attention to a lot of Brian Shannon stuff. I know Austin Silver's a big anchored VWAP guy as well.
Yeah, he's great.
But yeah, it's awesome.
Zach, if you want to be Randy Savage again next year for Halloween, I'll be Hulk Hoagland.
Hey.
Oh man, we'll have some serious beef. Hey. I love that.
We'll do a cage match.
Oh yeah. The World Wrestling Federation. Never seen anything like Randy Savage and Hulk Hogan going head to head.
was watching that Vince McMahon documentary.
Gotta have fun, guys.
Wild, man. Hell of the sell when I love it. All right, let's go around the markets. We're watching crude pushing up here. New highs just put in at $69.76. Last trade, we're about 8 cents off of those. 69.65 last trade there. Look at the tilt here on the NASDAQ. Again, gold kind of finding a bit of a base here. 48, I should say. Bottomed out at 27.41. Yes, and NASDAQ kind of just consolidating. Found our little bit of a range here, Dolby. Shout out Dolby. Again, but some people might be thinking, did the Euro close happen? No, not this week. Euro close is in 1 hour, not 10:30 Central. It's 11:30 Central, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Let's see if we chop around here. 57.59 last trade. What's up, Dolby? Taking a look around. Yeah,
I saw a couple people in the chat. Sorry, a couple people in the chat asking about that anchored VWAP. Jay, how to anchor? You're just using the anchored VWAP drawing tool, right?
Yep. Yeah, that's it. Just the anchored VWAP drawing tool. On the drawing panel, 5 down, you have forecasting and measurement tools. Click on the right arrow, and anchored VWAP's about halfway down that menu.
There it is, guys.
All right. Sell off here in the ES. We'll see if they want to extend the range lower, or if we're just going to just be range bound for the time being. Again, we got 75% long in the gold. Last trade 27.47. We did see some long tilts in ES and NQ. Around 80% in the NQ. Heavy longs. Above the 100 level in the NASDAQ.
The bottom. I don't know.
People,
man, above that 20,000, man. I mean, I know everybody's got their eyes on it, and then like Jay mentioned, you know, a Halloween tick or treat, and it just turns before it hits it. But it's spooky looking long above there, man. That's my Halloween comment on this.
Yes, it is. I think all the longs are definitely looking over their shoulder, saying, "Oh shoot, 20,000s are right there." And they're going to try to preempt perhaps getting long down there. But I think like Jay was kind of saying, you know, we're so close. When I give it the old college try, as MP would say. All right, tilts are starting to flatten out here. Although we got crudes, 80% long. Average price of those longs in the crude. Shout out to all the crude traders today. Pretty tame market today. $69.43. So they're about 23 cents in the money there. We're just kind of consolidating right now. We did have a big sell-off. Had the soft Microsoft guidance yesterday. And then Chicago PMI came in much worse than expected and just really kind of accelerated the move. And then we had end of the month, like Jay was saying, end of the month, Jay. Damn it. Like Hoag saying, should we have seen this coming? Yeah. I don't know if you could have said we could have seen this coming, but it definitely should have been thought in the back of your mind. End of month, profit taking. We got a couple reasons as to why we should sell off, take some profits, and I think it's kind of all lined up. The stars aligned for the sell-off. Here we are. So now everyone's kind of just looking around inside. Who's the bear? They want to know. Lee in the chat wants to know, who's the bear? Who is the bear? How'd you do that,
my name is
by the way?
Frank.
How'd you
My
do
name
that?
is Frank.
That's cool.
It's a software called Animaze. And Animaze. There's a couple of different ones. What was I trying to use? Snap Camera. So I tried out Snap Camera, Animaze, and went with Animaze.
Very cool.
It's so good how it moves and like the mouth and like face moves around as
I had to take my glasses off. Look at that. Yeah. It's trippy, man.
I
It's
hopped
so
in the
trippy.
green room and
Yeah,
I'm
me
like,
too.
I can't tell if that's just like some kind of AI thing they did or if
Me
it's
too,
actually
Sam.
someone behind that.
I'm thinking to myself, like, that's a hell of a costume. I hope you didn't spend too much on that thing. I'm like, that's like
Oh,
really
man,
good.
Free 99.
Oh, the best price. All right.
That's awesome.
Look here.
Awesome.
ES ladder. It's pretty thin. ES ladder, very, very thin. Not seeing any big orders upside or downside. Of course, Jay's better at hunting those and spotting those out than I am. So, Jay, if you do see anything, holler. You see that 200 line in the NASDAQ.
113 bid at 60 in the NASDAQ.
60. Yep. Just like I said.
Looking at that as well.
Gotcha. Could be a downside target. 20,060.
Looks like there's some light stuff on the book that's not the algos, right around 50s and then 40s. So it's it'll be interesting.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
They pulled
off.
that
I think
order.
that 60
On?
got pulled. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, they
Yeah,
pulled
it's
it.
off.
Should be interesting to see if they want to come up to the market. See if they show their face again here. Crude, if you're a trend trader in the crude, look at the 5-minute here. This could be the pullback you'd like to get in long. Say, oh, I can't get in long. Market's running away from me. Could be that pullback to indeed get long. All right, we got about 20 minutes left here in fast markets on this Halloween Thursday, Topstep TV. One more time. Hey, 127,000 subscribers. We did it. Thank you, everybody. Please click like, please click subscribe. There you go. And click notify. I gotta start working that in. Click notify. Click that alarm bell too. I should have started saying that about 100,000 subscribers ago.
Can we poll the chat and see how many people were actually in this short? Who took advantage of it, or who may have been trying to buy this market?
Well, okay. Well, hold on now. Hold on, Frank the Bear. What do you want the poll to say? We got two things there.
If you were trading equities today, were you short or long? There we go.
Yeah. Long or short?
The poll was multiple choice.
It can be if you want.
Yeah.
Hold on, let's see. I got poll. Thank you, Robert. Coach Robert behind the scenes. There we go. Both. You know, chat will let you know too. You go, Andrew, too. Pass 150K today. Good job. Who was short or long in equities or flat? I like this poll. Let's see what they say. So far, so good. People got with the trend. Kiwis asked us every Halloween.
Winning in a
round.
Sorry, go ahead, Andre.
No, I said Kiwis in the chat says every Halloween does the market go down? You'd have to go back and look at that. I don't know. I don't think the market cares that it's Halloween, but hey, could be wrong. What's up, Zach?
I was going to be who's winning in a head-to-head cage match, Frank the Bear or
the Trader Man,
Randy Savage.
Yeah, and up here at the end.
It's a good one.
57.57 last trade in the S&Ps. 20,006.6, 065s. You did say, all right, we're going to give a test into the 50s here.
Yeah, we got orders back on at that 60, by the way, guys.
Is that true? Thank you, Zach. Nice catch.
That's what I'm looking at here.
Yep. 80 there now.
Yep.
80 there. Yep. Anything down to 20,000 level, it doesn't go that deep just yet.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see it on Bookmap.
Down there.
About 118.
118?
118. Yeah. That's what it's looking like.
Dude, I love this find. You guys see this headline? We talked about in the news yesterday. Russia fines Google $20 decillion.
That's a number?
It's a number, man. It's like it's a
real number.
Jack, I don't even know how many zeros it is. It's a number it's the biggest number ever. But Russia fined Google that much money. It's incredible.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Just a reminder, we do have Amazon, Intel, and Apple after the bell. How many iPhones? Decillion. Thank you for helping me pronounce that. Decillion. I've never heard that number before. Alex in the chat has 32 zeros. 20 with 32 zeros after that. Google, you're in trouble. You better pay up. Don't come crying to Russia if they turn you off. 20,000. Here we go.
I could live on that.
Man, you know what we could buy with that amount of money, Hoag? We could buy like all of Google. All right, who is long or who is short or long in equities on the way down? 51% short, 28% long, 20% flat.
Nice.
Smack Holding says, would you still trade? Yeah, just corner the market on everything. 20 decillion, yeah. I own it all.
We know from the Series 7 that speculators have position limits to keep them from cornering the markets.
Yes, they do. There's other markets that they can get out of. Yes, there is.
Would you trade if you had, let's say you were a billionaire? Would you trade futures daily or do more investing type stuff?
That's a good question. Probably a little bit of both. I don't know. This trading stuff is fun. it's
I was
amazing.
thinking the same thing.
Yeah, this trading shit's fun, Hoag. I love this shit.
Yeah,
All
it
right,
is.
let's see if we
It
can
ain't
push
easy,
lower.
but it's fun.
It ain't easy, but it's fun, man. You get to hang out. We get to hang out with all our buddies on here and just trade and yuck it up, man. It's as close as we get to the pits, Hoag. So yeah.
Heck yeah.
All right, let's see if we want to take one push lower here. Are we going to get the 20,000s in the NASDAQ? Were we up in the 20,700s yesterday? We were up in the 20,700s yesterday. The NASDAQ,
Yeah.
we were
788 was the high yesterday.
788. We were almost,
Man.
we were 700 points lower. That's why I love this trading stuff, man. You just never know what's going to happen next. Yesterday, it looks like, are we going to hit 21,000s? All the bears were trying to rub it in the face of, all the bulls were trying to rub it in the face of the bears saying, I thought we weren't going to hit 21,000s. Now the bears are like, we're not. Now we're going to 20,000. Just incredible stuff. In 24 hours, man. It's nothing like it. All right, see if we're going to push new lows here in the NASDAQ.
They brought the bear out of hibernation, Dre.
Shit, look, he showed up on screen on TopstepTV. There he is, man.
Jay, right at like 10 minutes in about 10 minutes, take the costume off. Let's see if we can bring in a big rally.
I think it's coming at some point. I think it's coming at some point today. Maybe a quick flush below 20,000s, and then we get a bounce. What are we at right now? Almost 2.5%, trading through 50s here. New lows.
Yep.
I'm just cracking up watching your face, right? in that bear costume is hilarious.
Both of you guys, man. You guys showed out today. Good stuff. Yabbersmack Holdings in the chest is I do think 20K is the spot. Everyone's just kind of looking around. Who's going to go first? Who's going to go first? Who's going to sell into this? Who's going to sell the lows? Reach the inevitable.
I've always been really good at selling the lows.
We got our shot right now if we want to do it. We want to do it.
We got NASDAQ long 62% in the tilt. 60% long in the S&Ps.
That number was like 70, 75. I'd say just sell into these suckers.
Just hit it.
Yeah, just smush them. Watch them puke, right? That's an old pit play. What's the pit? Or we're locals, right? Hoag, you'd walk into the pit. We're locals. Locals are long. What's the price? We're along the lows. We can't go higher.
Yep.
What would people do? You guys be looking to see
even people
flinches first.
Even people off the floor would they'd send a runner in and they'd ask a broker, hey, is the pit long or short?
Yep. Exactly. So
yeah, pit's short. You just get a couple of buy orders come in.
Mm-hmm. Watch the market pop. We got Hoop. Shout out to Hoop. We got 500 here on the 57.55. I don't see it, Hoop.
Did we do the big board already?
Not yet. I think there's some issues rolling up. We will indeed, though.
Oh, okay. My bad.
No, it's all. Hey, you're good, man. We'll get that going. Everyone wants to see the big board. What
Just looking to see if there's any iceberging going on down here anywhere.
We took a peek below and came right back in.
Yeah, we did, man. It's a tug of war. The shorts are like, oh.
Yeah. This is the spot, man.
This is interesting, man. Everyone's very nervous. Everything's very jittery. It's very flinchy, as I'd say. The longs have been burned.
Scared. They're spooked out right now, Andre. But I can see I can see Jay's the speculation there that we take a peek down, quick trip right down to that at 20,000, and then see some buyers step in and bring this thing back in. I just don't know if we're gonna do it, man. It's kind of like one of those odd things. I don't know how you quantify it. I don't know how you back test it. When there's a really, really clear thing that almost should happen and everyone's looking at it to happen, like it doesn't happen. It gets you close, it feeds you right there, and then it doesn't happen. So there's always that in the back of my mind type of deal. But
yeah, I mean, basically the longs have been getting smoked all the way down. And now the shorts are trying to, whoever's shorts, like, everyone's very impatient right now. Those that are short are impatient. We got 70% long on the NASDAQ. So you see what simulated all the sim traders here at
An
Topstep.
iceberg alert here.
Yeah, what we got, Hoag? Nice call. Your Spidey
5760 in the S&P is about 3,300 on buy iceberg orders. Probably somebody who was short. I don't see anybody trying to barrel into longs down here, or are they? But yeah, there's a pretty substantial iceberg buy order. 5760 in the S&Ps, 6,800 traded there, 3,300 of them on the bid. Market order sellers into stronger buyers.
Basically trying to put in
Not
a floor
seeing
here. But
anywhere else though.
You think they're covering down here, Hoag, and they just don't want to spook the market?
I would think that would probably be the right idea, because yesterday we had an additional 54,000 contracts added yesterday during the session. Let me get the actual here so we know exactly what we're talking about.
This is good stuff, folks. Hoag. This is good stuff right here, folks.
Well, that's wrong. So the estimated was 54,000 additional added contracts yesterday in the S&Ps. The final 1,800.
Whoops.
How are they that off? How are they that off? I don't understand how that happens.
It's all electronic now.
Well, yeah, but you've got all of those positions that are, basically held by the clearinghouse, right? The clearinghouse should have an idea of how many contracts there are. I don't know why it takes so long and why I've never seen it that off. Never seen it that far off. If we did add 54,000 contracts yesterday to the short side, I could see somebody taking some of those positions off. But now we've got the actual, and it was way off. Only 1,800 additional contracts added yesterday. Very strange. Very strange.
Yeah, they wanted to go. They wanted to push it lower there. They wanted to.
Yeah.
Sellers are trying, man.
Yeah, they are.
40. It looks like it wants to go.
It's teetering right here. Yeah.
This is your sell the breakout play if anybody in chat is looking for that one.
Risk would be above 86.
Smash them right
now. It's
now.
kind of expensive. 40 points of risk about.
What about, selling into the low here? Could you use a time stop? If it doesn't go our way right away, do you just get out?
I think you could, Hoag.
Oh, we're going to 20,000. We're 40 points away from 20,000. If we don't get there,
right? We've seen them do it before.
For what? Just
where
pump the brakes?
Like the obvious level, and you get 12 points away from it, and a 500-point rally to the upside.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, everything's happened once before. Of course. Yes. There's got to be stops there. There's got to be stops beneath 20,000. There's got to be some stops down there.
It's just big fat round number, right?
Yeah, 75% long on the gold, 77% long on the crude. 20,039 last trade. What we do it here in fast markets? Just rip the Band-Aid off.
Wow, time has really flown.
These markets are cooking today, man. It's been a good one.
Time flies when we're having fun.
I love this stuff, man. This is good stuff.
Where was that short that we did take? That winning trade that we did take? What price was that?
We were looking to
97?
Right.
Yeah, right there.
96?
Yeah, 90.
96 half.
Nice.
Yep.
All right, here we go.
Man, dude, really came off that IB low really fast.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Just push it. Just go to the 20,000. Go to your home. Go to your home.
Go to your home. It's
You're
your
too
home.
good for your home. You're too good for your home. Come on. 20,041 less. Come on.
Dakota said, "Are we going to get a circuit breaker for Halloween? That'd be pretty crazy."
Scary.
Yeah.
All right, let's Dolby time. What's up? Oh, that's not Dolby time. That is not Dolby at all. Sorry for even saying that. What am I talking about? My bad. Let's bring them in. We'll keep an eye on this NASDAQ. NASDAQ's going to go down to 20,000. Can we just get to 20,000 here fast, Marcus? Otherwise, we'll do it in power players. Anyways, let's go to Dolby time. We got a little jab. Not Dolby time. Who is that? Brody? Brody. Who we got there? Bring them in. There you are. Brody.
Oh,
Brody,
hold on. Oh, hold on. No. My Starlink got blocked on my PJ over here. Sorry for the confusion. So, also, sorry about your 401k. Yeah, we're doing some work on that in the back end. I'm sure everything will be just fine. Once our firm gets positioned properly, everything will be good. But apparently some of these retailer traders out here are doing decent. Got some jab here. Got to make sure this thing is up. Got the graphic. Oh, boom, there we go. Oh, we got a bunch of them. All right, Maureen Shaw, short, made 800, locked it up. Love seeing it. Floppy also locked it up, but missed the sell-off. That's okay, not a big deal. Geo trades just past $750,000 with you guys. I'm assuming you passed 150K accounts. Congratulations. I hate weeks. Let's see, not me, LOL. Thursdays killed me every week, so I took a small 1,500 per account win and called it. Sounds like another lockout there. God, people are locking it up left and right. Locked in 1950 today, going short. Past 150K today, going short without oversizing. 2 from Maureen Shaw. And then Bobby's World, past the XFA, will be on live with you guys the 14th. So Bobby, come on down. Looking forward to seeing you. Hopefully you still have that live account by the time we see you. That is jab. Randy Savage looking good. Scary Bear, you're looking good too. That's all I got.
What's the mute fee for Brody? It can't be $5.
Oh no,
it scales
more like
with
5
your
million, right?
with your salary. Yeah, so about 5 million.
There we go.
Yeah,
Put that to a
numbers
good cause.
that you guys can't even count to. That is correct.
Decillion, 20 decillion, like the Russians. Well, thank you, Brody. Hopefully, we'll see more of you later. Brody on his PJ joining us for jab. With that, without further ado, let's go to JD with the big board.
Hey, here it is. We got anybody do a drum roll today?
Ooh. Here we go.
All right, here we go.
The big board.
There it is, the big board. Not a whole lot of movement. One big shaker. Well, let's start at the top. We got Rafa still being pretty quiet. No trading from Rafa in a couple weeks now, but he's still hanging on to that number one spot. Live account balance was a little low at last check, but he's hanging on to it, not trading in it right now. Probably thinking about what his next move is going to be, but still number one. Mr. Dakota, second place, 273, 269. Nice account balance for Dakota. The move of the day yesterday came from Duong, though, in third place. Made a big move yesterday. He's trading 5 XFAs, put up a total profit of $153,770 yesterday trading the NASDAQ. $153,000.
What?
That's a big day. I don't care who
How
you
short
are,
and
right?
held it.
Yeah.
On top of
short
that,
those 700s.
Jeez.
Man.
On top of that, he's
Wow.
taken more than $53,000 in payouts this month. So
Sir.
Duong's doing it right. I've actually got a Gabe, I sent you an image of Duong's rank history. Any chance we could pull that up real quick?
Let's see this. Moving on up. Where's he? Rank
Yeah, I got you,
history.
JD. Let's do that real
Cool,
fast
cool.
here. I've got the Duong rank history graphic.
There it is. Started back in early September in 243rd place. Went through some drawdown at the beginning of this month. And look at that steady climb up on the leaderboard. All the way up into 3rd place. He was in 23rd place yesterday. Last week he was in 37th place. So slow and steady move the last couple weeks after a couple big moves. And yesterday, a huge move for Duong. No other real big movers. We got Nick for a tick still in 10th place. Nadav moved from 15th to 11th. PW made a couple moves. Made a couple grand yesterday. Moved up 2 notches on the board. I've actually got PW's rank history too, if you want to take a look at that real quick.
Moving on up.
This is some solid trading. Up and to the
Good
right,
job.
you know. That's
Good
what you want to see out
job.
of a good trader. Went through a little bit of
Absolutely.
drawdown. What was the date on that? Yeah, went through a little bit of drawdown late last month, and then just a steady climb up the leaderboard. Dude called a shot, and he nailed it, you know.
Hey, Bruce style.
Credit where credit's due. He did it.
Indeed.
Good trading.
But yeah, that's it. Everyone else on the board, we got Chang down there in 41st place, or 20th place, moved up from 41st. That was our next biggest mover on the board. Get your cameras ready. Take your screenshots. That's your big board for today. We got to get out of here. We only got a minute left.
Thank you, JD. The big board. Great job, JD. All right. We got power players coming up next. But before we get there, Fast Markets has come to a conclusion for now. But before we get out of here, we always like to do appreciations, right? What are you thankful for today? What are you appreciative for on this Halloween? And we're seeing these markets move to the downside here. It's been a lot of fun trading this up. But before we get started with the people on air here, I want to go to the chat. Chat. What are you appreciative for today on this Halloween Thursday? Let's go on. Just want money in the shows. No. All right, cool. All right, I'll throw it to the goon. What are you, a goblin? A goon? What are you there, Mr. Hoag? Hoag, what are you appreciative for on this Thursday?
As always, my God, my family, my country, and today I am thankful for the IB low.
Hell yeah, Hoag. Hell yes. Well said. All right, Trader Man, Macho Man, Randy Savage, what are you appreciative for on this Halloween Thursday?
Andre, let me tell you, man. Let me tell you right here, man, what I'm appreciative for. I'm appreciative for Topstep, the best in the biz, having the best in the biz, trading live, real traders, real P&Ls. No, it's been awesome. Also, super appreciative of my wife. She got me this costume. Shout out, wife. Love you. Thank you. Otherwise, I'd be on here with something ridiculous, a stop loss or something taped to my head. So.
Well, you nailed it. You absolutely nailed it. And the one that's got us all scratching our heads and getting so much attention, Frank the Bear, a.k.a. Coach J. Coach J, what are you appreciative for on this Halloween Thursday? Look at that.
I'm appreciative of picnic baskets, honey, and the sell button. We came into the day talking about where do we sell it. We took advantage of it and made some money on the day. So thank you. And Andre, appreciate you driving the show every day. You do a hell of a job. I don't think we say that enough, but good stuff.
Heck yeah.
Sure. Appreciate you,
Awesome.
Andre.
Thank you guys. And I'm appreciative for, we could like to have a lot of fun. We're just hanging out here trading these markets. This is pretty much as cool as it gets. I can't believe we get to do this with everyone, all 5,000 of us watching day in and day out. TopstepTV. But on the other side of this, we've got a new trader joining us for the very first time. We got Andrew T in the house. I do believe I saw him in the green room. 69.5% winning trade percentage trading the ES. Power players coming up next. Happy Halloween, everybody. Let's go.
What's up, Topstep TV? It's James Harden, and I'm here at the Chicago Botanic Gardens for their Night of 1,000 Jack-O-Lanterns. Let's take a look at the spooky grounds and see what we can find.
Yes. Welcome everybody to Power Players. We've got a Viking in the house making his first appearance on TopstepTV. Andrew T. We got JD in the house as well. Andrew T. Welcome to TopstepTV. You are now a Power Player. How's it going?
Good. It's going good. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. JD, how's it going today?
Awesome. Fresh off a Series 3 victory. Still shaking from it. No, not really. But yeah, I'm glad to get that over with. It's in the books. You can count it. Looking at the markets now, we got a little action happening in the tilt. We got 86% long in crude oil right now, 74% long in the ES. The NASDAQ was up to 77% just a few minutes ago. It's pairing off now. It backed down to 68%. We're getting some action today.
We are. Yes, we are. We're seeing some buyers clipping in here in 57.62 last price in the ES. Andrew, question I'd like to ask everybody when they come at Topstep, how did you find Topstep and how did Topstep find you?
So I was researching prop firms to start trading with, and I came across a few YouTube videos, and they recommended Topstep, so I decided to give it a look. And what really drew me in was the education and the one-on-one coaching and the Discord community. And so once I started trading and I did some one-on-one coaching, I was pretty hooked and sold. So I've been doing it for about a year now. But yeah, that's pretty much how it went. For the first year of trading, it was tough, just like any other trader. Was struggling, needed to find some traction and without losing a lot of money. And but yeah, so I found Topstep, and ever since I've been very happy with the community, with the program, with the combines. But yeah, that's pretty much how I found it.
Good stuff. Well,
hey, real
JD,
quick, guys. I misspoke a minute ago. Veranormal called it out in the chat. I said crude was 86% long, but it is, in fact, gold that is 86% long the tilt. Thank you for correcting me. I apologize for misspeaking. Just want to clear that
some
up.
Heavy longs here. Heavy longs on the tilt.
87% long gold now. Yeah.
87% long gold.
It's Topstep.
Are you kidding me?
It's me, Peter Tuckman. Andre. Tuckman.
Are you outside my house?
Andre, listen, Topstep TV.
1 minute.
It's Peter Tuckman here, Wall Street Global Trading Academy. I was so excited. I had to come down and meet Andre, my favorite TV personality. I'd left the keys with David Green. I said, Wall Street Global Trading Academy is yours. And what I did is I hopped in my Nissan Rogue and I drove all the way down to Andre's house here in Chicago. Andre, he's coming out here soon, folks. Watch this, folks. He's coming. How you doing? How we doing today, eh?
Doing good. How you doing?
Oh, we're doing good. Oh, here he comes. Here
Does
comes
Peter
the
Tuckman
man
really
now.
drive a Nissan Rogue?
The man, the myth, the legend. Who let you in? Who let me in? Where'd you go? Outside my house. Andre. Tuckman. Andre. This guy. Tuckman. Andre. Tuckman. We're here. Who let you in my house? What are we going to do today, Tuckman? Listen, Andre, I've got a special treat for you and all the chat watching on Topstep TV. In my Nissan Rogue, I brought a pumpkin. And this pumpkin, we're going to carve it. I'm going to give you a design, Andre. And at 1 o'clock in Trade with Topstep featuring Deanna and Coach Jay, we're going to have you carve that pumpkin. And chat, you're going to vote if Andre succeeds or fails. So stick around, 1 p.m., Trade with Topstep, trade with Wall Street Global Trading Academy, and most importantly, trade with Topstep. Back to you, Andre!
Whoa, Tuckman's in the house.
At least he didn't say anything too crazy,
Awesome.
you know?
Yeah.
Do you think Tuckman really drives a Nissan Rogue? I don't know.
Absolutely.
All right, Andrew, it's me and you for a couple minutes. What are we looking at in the markets right now? You got anything going on?
Yeah, I'm looking at a reversal right now. I'm looking at least a retest of initial balance low. The 15-minute chart is giving me a buy signal. There's a pretty strong hammer at the low. And
you're looking at the ES? 15, is that correct?
Yeah, ES. Yep. This the minis.
Yep, got it.
Yeah, and looking at the 100 tick chart as well, and I'm seeing a inverse head and shoulders. Head the head is around 750. And I'm in a position currently at 5762. Got a stop of 5759, and then take profit of 5768. Just one contract.
Can you repeat that for me one time? My charts stopped sharing all of a sudden. So,
Oh, it's all good.
Yeah, please
so
repeat
my
that
entry is
order.
at 5762 is my entry. Stop loss is 5759, and my take profit's 5768. Just a quick scalp.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to get my charts reshared right now. Give me 1 second.
Of course.
I want to piggyback you on this trade, too.
Yeah.
For the people in the back, Andrew is in the market.
Looking like it might be successful on this one. We'll see. Anything can happen. Sellers could decide they want to rip things lower. Hopefully not.
Real quick for Gabe and the production side, when I log into my video, it's bringing me up as Hoag. Did these links change at all the last couple days?
Nope.
We'll figure it out, though. I got you.
Okay.
I am sharing, and it says I'm under
Got
Hoag.
it. I see you.
Cool. And it booted me again. Sorry, folks. Give us just a second to straighten this out.
We'll just keep Andrew's charts on the screen for now, just since he's in a trade.
Cool. I'm going to try one more time. I'm using my assigned video link. It's still coming up as Hoag.
All right, let me get back in there. Send me the link you're using, JD.
1 second.
See, Andrew, this is the real fun of trading.
This,
Yes, it is.
This is how the magic happens, right?
That's right.
Slacking it to you right now, Jack.
Somebody got the ice cream truck rolling by their house?
I had an alarm set for 11:20 for some reason. All right, we're in the market.
Dog.
She gets a treat at 11 o'clock. That's already happened.
Lucky girl.
Getting close to that profit target, 57.68. Long the ES right now. How many contracts you put on?
Just
what kind
one.
of size? Just one?
Just one.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm in a 50K combine, so try to give myself some wiggle room if I'm having a bad day.
Very good.
Yeah, some days, depends on my mood, I'll put on 2 contracts. Rarely I do 3. I have before, but I do prefer 2 contracts. Makes it a little bit more fun.
Will you ever take one off? Leave a runner?
Usually I don't know. I just just close it out at 2. I usually go for a 2 to 1 at a minimum. Some days I do quick scalps here and there, depending on the context, if it's a balanced day or range bound day. But if I can catch a pretty big reversal, I'll let it run as far as I can. I know if pass a combine, you can't have more than 50% of one trade. You need to split it up. So 1,500 is where I try to stop. I've gone over that. The biggest trade I've made is about 2,000 with 2 contracts. It was about I think it was like 40 points total. But yeah, it was I think it was like a few weeks ago when there was a lot of selling. I think I forgot what had happened. There was a lot of volatility. It might have been in September. But yeah, that was a crazy week.
Mm-hmm.
I'm expecting to see some more volatility going into the election and the uncertainty of recession and what's
There's
the Fed
definitely a
going
lot
to
of
do.
uncertainty out there. Let's talk a little more
Yeah.
about that week you were talking about back in September. Was that a good week for you? Did you say?
Yeah,
Or was that
actually,
a
I if when there's volatility, I trade way better. If
yeah?
there's if the market's moving sideways, I get chewed up, spit out, chewed up again. You know, like it's when all right, just hit my take profit on that
Beautiful.
plus 300. Yeah.
Nice
Um,
trade. Up
thank you.
300 in the 50K combine for the people in the back putting up positions. Yeah, so you would you say you're more of a breakout trader?
Yeah, I would
Obviously, you
say
said you don't like
yeah,
doing ranges,
breakout
so
trader. Yeah, catching pullbacks is
mhm,
definitely something I like to do. Range bound trading is just difficult for me. I don't know
mhm.
why. I just can't I in the moment I can't wrap my head around it, but hindsight, I'm looking back, I'm like, wow, that's it's pretty obvious. You see support and resistance, just set a limit
It's
order
only
there
yeah,
and it's yeah.
it's only obvious
So
after the fact, hindsight capital. It's not a joke. It's a real thing.
yeah,
But
no, it's really easy to get caught up in the hindsight bias conundrum where you're just you look back, you're like, oh, I could have done this and that, and then you think to yourself like, well, next time that happens, I'm going to be prepared, and then when it
mhm,
happens, you do the exact same thing.
mhm.
Um, so
It's
requires a lot of work outside of trading to overcome those
it's good that you know
silly
what your
mistakes.
strengths are though. So you're not twisting yourself up trying to trade ranges when
Oh, I still twist
you're still
myself
learning
up,
how to trade range.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's repetition for me. It's just experiencing different market conditions and yeah, just doing the work outside of trading really.
Mhm.
Writing in my journal, reviewing my trades,
Do you
things like
journal every
that.
day? Are you keeping it
Yeah, I
consistent?
journal. Yeah, I mean, I kind of in the mornings right before because I'm on the Pacific time zone, so it's about like 5:36. I'm writing in my journal, trying to
Very
I
good.
don't know, just let things out. Doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't have to be trading related. Um, yeah, I have like a morning
Oh,
routine. Um, yeah, journaling is part of that. Reviewing my trades,
Very
taking
cool.
screenshots,
What time do you
writing them down.
typically what time do you typically end your trading day? If you're starting that early, uh,
My alarm goes off at like 4:15, 4:15, and then
trade the
lately, the
morning
past
session?
few weeks, sometimes if there's some volatility, if there's a big number that comes out, then I'll trade
Do you
it.
have a day job that
Uh,
you go to? Do you close it down,
uh,
do a little
yeah, usually
reflection, then go to work?
I did have a day job, and then recently, just my wife's a speech therapist, and she has her own clinic, and so
Mhm.
I'm working with her now, running billing and handling insurance claims.
Oh,
But
that's cool.
prior to that, yeah, so before that, I was working as a software engineer at like a little boutique studio close
Okay,
by, and
okay.
I would have to shut. It was kind of nice because I'd have to go in around 9, and so I had a good few hours, 2 hours of trading each morning, which was good because I didn't over trade because
Mhm.
it's really easy to keep trading on a bad day. Um,
That's the
uh,
easiest time to keep trading. When you're down and,
oh yeah,
you're having a hard time getting away, that's when accounts
no,
get blown up for sure.
revenge
what's up,
trading is a
fellas?
real problem. What's up,
Andre, what's up? Andre, we got a tech
Ah,
guy here. Andrew's tech guy today.
yo, he's
tech
your tech
guy?
guy? All right, sweet. I love tech bros. Good to have you. Well, speaking of tech, NASDAQ's starting to see some sellers. Sorry about that.
Uh,
Tuckman came out unannounced at my front door. I don't know. I thought he lived in New York. Apparently, he showed up at my front door. Don't ask me. I didn't see this coming whatsoever. Who knew Tuckman knew where I lived? But yet here we are. So, wow. All right. When I left, we saw 81% long bias in the gold. JD, we're up to 88% long bias in the gold right now.
We sure are. Look at that.
Starting to
Andrew
see
put
some
on a
sellers
winner.
coming here.
Andrew just pulled $300 out of the S&P. He was long at 57.62, got out at 57.68. I don't think he ever took any
Boy.
heat on it. Maybe just a tick or two heat on that trade. Excellent, excellent
yeah,
entry. Nice exit.
Very nice. Look at that.
thank you.
You can make profits going counter trend. You just gotta be in and out quickly. No, it's not going to necessarily be the home run trade, right? Right there, Andrew. But yes, absolutely nice trade there.
Yes.
Looks
You still like
if
it
you
on
want
the
to go
long side?
counter trend, you want to be quick, unless it's
Yeah.
pretty obvious that it's gonna continue.
See money, take money. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Are you still like the long side right now, or are we setting up for
Maybe. Yeah. If
more
we're gonna
rotation
keep
lower?
generating higher lows, then yeah. If we go back into initial balance and find balance within it, possibly we could see more to the upside, but I don't see that happening. I think it's pretty evident that sellers are in control of today so far.
Mm. Hey,
Yeah,
real quick in the chat.
Go ahead.
Oh, people calling out London close in 2 minutes. Isn't London
Oh,
close at
thank
10:30
you.
Central Time?
JD, they moved the clocks this week, a week before we do in the
that's
States.
right.
Yeah, I know.
Gotcha, gotcha.
It's that weird 1 week period where it's now 11:30 Central Time as opposed to 10:30 Central. I think next week we'll be back on 10:30 Central Time for a London or European close.
Very good. Thank you for the update. Appreciate it.
Yeah, adjusting there as well. All right, well, we didn't quite get to 20,000s in the NASDAQ just yet. We were talking about this in fast markets. Jay's like, sometimes we'll preempt it and we'll never quite get there. We'll stay like a couple points above the 20,000 big fat round number. Lo and behold, that's exactly where we're at, 20,023 last trade, or low of the day in the NASDAQ. Still a little shook about Peter Tuchman coming to my front door unannounced.
Is he still there?
Here we
What's
are.
he doing there?
I don't know. He's harassing me, man. He's harassing me. That's all the cops here. Just
Training
order sandwich. Reading your fridge. Yeah.
Yeah, probably changing the channels on my remote control with the remote control. Just he's got his feet kicked up on the ottoman, just making himself at home, I believe, up there in
love it
in the TV room. But all right, let's get right into it. So I'm keeping an eye on this gold. This gold tilt has definitely got my attention, guys. But Andrew, it's your
87%.
87%. You're an ES trader, Andrew. How has it been going? Just catch me up to speed. Have you traded yet today? Besides
yes, I've traded. I've put on 3 or 4 trades total. 2 losers, 1 winner, and 2 losers, 2 winners. And so I'm up 6 points on the day.
Right. JD, any trades, any levels catching your eyes there, JD?
Not yet. I honestly, I took some time away from the markets the last couple days, and really this morning was the first time I looked at a chart all week. Yeah, I mentioned before, I had the Series 3 test scheduled yesterday, so I spent Monday and Tuesday just kind of hitting the books and preparing for that. Just crammed it, yeah. And
relied on
so I was away from the markets.
That helps as well.
25 years. 1999 I started in this business.
There you go.
So
that helps as well.
How'd you get started, JD?
My father was a commodity futures trader, broker, option specialist, futures and option specialist. He got me my first job. I did my undergrad at UIC here in Chicago, University of Illinois, Chicago. Cool. And he got me a summer job as a runner on the floor, the grain room at the Chicago Board of Trade.
Yep.
And a couple years later, I was with a bond trading group trading treasuries and treasury spreads.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's how I got my start.
And you haven't looked back?
Say again?
Haven't looked back since starting?
Have I looked back? I did leave for like 2 years back in during the credit crisis. Our group took a hit during like 2008, 2009, never really recovered. So the trading group I was with dissolved in 2012. I went back to school for I got like half of a master's done in applied technology, web application development. I was going to be you're a software engineer, yeah. So I went to I learned how to code, basically. Isn't a joke?
Learn?
Go learn how to code.
Let's get to know JD a little bit more. I like this. Power players. Let's get to know JD.
I can hand code in PHP, but
you.
I don't know what I'm typing most of the time. No, yeah.
Neither do I. I just ask ChatGPT.
I can I have useless skills when it comes to coding. I can hand code HTML, CSS, Java, JavaScript.
That's not
but,
useless. That's all
there's
very
no
useful.
there's no reason to hand code it anymore. You know, like you said, ChatGPT, just tell it what you want, and no point in hand coding anymore.
I
But
would
that's
be
what I did
lying
for a
if I
couple
didn't
years
use
after
it.
that.
I said I didn't use it. That's very cool. Nice.
And then yeah, came back for full circle almost 8 years ago. Got back into the trading realm. I was working on a website for a guy that sent out a financial newsletter, and he had a small semi trading group type of outfit. And it went from me being a developer back into a trader at that group. And then I found Topstep about 5 years ago, and here I am.
Here we are. It's all come full circle. The market sucked you back in, JD. There you go. I bet you guys didn't think you're going to get a little get to know JD session here on Power Players. We got to know a little bit more about JD. I am keeping an eye on the 70-year, 69, 70% long tilt on NASDAQ right now. Last trade 20,075. JD, you got the keys to the house, right?
I got the keys to the house. House is open. I'm looking at gold right now, but I will switch it.
Short this NASDAQ.
Yeah, short's looking a little nice right now.
Yeah, it is, man. Every time that tilt gets heavy long, let's just sell into it. That's just been kind of the trend today. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's kind of what the thought process is. Again, IB high. I'm sorry, IB low 20,119. You can go to could have gone to the well a couple times on that trade, getting short up against those 119s in the NASDAQ. We were able to do that in the house account earlier today. So we do get a pop there. All right, we're going to sell off here 20,072. We got nothing. Nothing.
Are we liking a short right here? I really like a short right here.
I do. Yeah. What do you see there, Andrew? I can't be.
I went in. I went in, guys. Tell me to get
All
in.
right. What price did we get, JD?
Not in yet. Do we have?
Oh, we're not in. Not in. Gotcha.
We got the thumbs up.
Late. Looks good to me. As long as we got our wrist defined, it looks good to me.
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
I tilt
a
peeled
little
off.
deep. I'm looking at like a 121 stop. If we get a little pop here, turn this into a nice cheap trade.
20,072 last trade. Tilt did pair off a little bit. 63% long now in the NASDAQ. Anti-up ace says LOL has just entered a long. Hey, just like Andrew did. Andrew took a long, was able to profit in a downtrending market. You can make money both ways in these markets. It's about managing your risk and knowing your outs. Always know your outs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Keep
We do
risk
run into
tight.
a lot of people. We run into a lot of people that say they only like to trade one side of the market. Do you think you're setting yourself back by only trading one side? Do you think you're missing out on opportunities by having that kind of bias?
I think so.
Yeah.
But I mean, if it works for you, who am I to say otherwise?
Yeah, whatever. Exactly. What works for you works for you.
Personally, for me, I'd like to trade both sides. I think shorts. I like shorts because sometimes the moves are so snappy and quick, whereas longs they could kind of it's like the staircase up, and then shorts or selling's the elevator down.
Mm-hmm.
Elevator down, yeah. It's nice just to be able to close your eyes and sell and just watch it just push lower. That Chicago PMI really got the party started. I guess actually what really got the party started was yesterday. The Microsoft earnings guidance came out a little soft. And so that kind of got it was month end, like Coach Jay was saying, in fast markets, perhaps some profit taking. We saw at the end of September, we saw some serious profit taking as well. Then Chicago PMI just put the pedal to the floor there. And it was just look out below from there. Again, NASDAQ, we topped out around 788, I want to say. We're down about 700 points in 24 hours. The beauty of this stuff. You never know what's going to happen from one day to the next.
Yeah. It happened so fast and overnight.
Sure did, Andrew. Wild, man.
I'm seeing a double distribution in the ES on the market profile. And what that's telling me is that price is going to bounce between the high and the lows. And maybe we get range extension. So a long could be another opportunity here if we continue to make higher highs. But I would like to sell. I would want to sell if price did come up to 5,780 in ES or a little below that, like 5,778. Somewhere around there would be a good selling location.
15 points away from that. Yeah.
Yeah, about
You don't like a long going into it though.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely long going into it. But as far as kind of going with the breakout, it seems could be a safer trade. Longs are a little sketchy, I guess, right now in the sense that there could be another wave of selling. It's another pop, another. So
we're right back to your original entry.
Yeah.
This is a cheap trade setting up here. If you were going to take it from the long side, risk is real tight. Almost the same exact trade as you had. 62s with a 59 stop. Yeah.
Could be an opportunity.
House count's loaded.
All right, locked and loaded. Here we go, last.
What are you thinking?
I think we should go for it.
All right.
I think so too.
Bid.
Let's give it a minute. Give it a minute.
Give it a minute. Yep.
Yeah, give it a minute. Let's see if there's sellers push it lower, and if not,
what are we working a bid in the S&Ps here, JD, or NASDAQ?
Looking at the ES right now. S&Ps.
Yes. Spoos. I never hear them called spoos anymore, JD.
No, that was a that's gone away, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It still slips for me every once in a while.
I have a great story about that, but let's get this trade on first.
What's up, Jack? That's what brings you in, the word spoos, huh? I like that.
I have trauma from it.
Oh, really?
Spoos?
Ooh.
For those that are wondering what we're talking about, whatever reason they did, or maybe they used to call the S&Ps the spoos. The ES, they call them the spoos. Buy me a spoo. So it does slip floor term. There you go, Hoop.
Interesting. Why do they call it that?
Because it sounds cool.
SPU? I always thought it was because of SPU, like SEP. I don't know. Yeah, it sounds cool. I don't know. Hoop, Hoop will know. Hoop, why they call it spoos? Spoos is the big September contract. That's what I thought, J-Fan. The September contract. Spooky the Ghost. There you go. Well done, Coach Hoop. Train the spoos. All right, working a bid, JD. What price are we working?
Working nothing so far. Working nothing.
Working nothing.
I always thought they called it spoos because when you write it out, SP 500, it looks like spoo.
Interesting. Yeah.
Is there another reason for that?
We're making up a lot of reasons why. I like all these reasons. I thought it was SPU, SP 500. I like that. All right, take a look at the tilt here. See that gold. Keep an eye on that gold tilt. 78% along still. Last trade, 27.50. I know that was a price of interest for Jay this morning, 27.50s. We did bottom out at 27.41. All right, Jack. We're working nothing right now. No trade on. I got to hear, what is this trauma you speak of with the spook?
Put this trade on, JD, if it happens. Don't ask about it. Just do it if it feels right. I don't want to interfere with this, but here's my spoo story. I think I've mentioned here before, when I graduated college and went into trading for a firm, I had no trading experience whatsoever. It was just about a week of training, and then I was working overnight managing bond positions. And the most senior person there would be whoever was 6 months behind you in the program, or maybe a year. And that's how you learn. And traders would call in at all hours of the night being, what's my position at? Stuff like that.
Yep.
And my direct boss, who maybe we'll get on here sometime because he's a good time, Charlie. Had a few old fashions or something, and I got a call at like, I don't know, midnight, 1 in the morning, something like that. And he just asked me, "Where are spoos at?" And I said, "What are you? I have no idea what that is." He's like, "Answer me. Where are spoos at?" And I don't know what a spoo is. You don't. There's more F words in here than I'm gonna say right now. It was basically like, "What are you like?" R word, you don't know what an effing spoo is, and I still didn't. No one there knew. And this went on to like a minute beratement, and then finally he's like, "Where's the S&P 500 at?" I'm like, "Well, Jesus Christ, man,
Go
just
long.
say that. Go long, let's do it. Go long,
long.
spoos. Where the spoos at?"
Are you telling me what are we doing?
I'm saying going long on ES.
You
All
are?
right, I'm joining bid.
Yeah.
All right, working spoos, working 1.
Working 63 bid for 3. I'm not going to chase
3.
it.
3
Not gonna
spoos for
chase
Nelly.
Nelly. Shout out Nelly.
I wasn't sure if that was part of the story there, Andrew. Buy him.
Could have
Buy
been.
the spoof.
Where the spoos at?
The guy sounded like a legend, though.
Yeah, let's get him on here,
great.
Jack.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely get him on.
I have a few
Look at
guys
my
I'd
old
love to
boss
get on
in
here.
Yeah, they're a hoot, those guys. Was he an old floor trader, Jack? And then he went to the screens?
Yeah, he went Florida screens, but he wasn't that. I mean, he was probably like late 30s at the time, which at the time I thought was old, but now I'm that age.
Is it not old anymore?
That's funny.
No.
No, it's not.
It's not. You're in your prime. In
Right.
your prime, indeed. All right. House account working 3 bid on 3. 63 bid on 3. Look at the Dow, just kind of gradually, just a little V shape. Grind
This gets
higher
too far
here.
away. This gets too far away. I'm going to pull the bid. I'm not going to. If it goes 3 points away from our bid, I'm going to pull it. I don't think I'm going to like it after a pullback.
Got it.
Yeah, pulling the
Looking
bid.
promising. All right.
Working nothing. Did you get in this trade, Andrew?
I didn't.
Get him?
I was kind of in the same boat as you, where I was chasing it, and I didn't want to chase it.
Yeah.
Andrew, did we discuss what your costume is? Did we discuss that yet?
Not yet. No, we have not.
What are we?
I'm a
What are
Viking.
we?
I'm a Viking. I'm a Viking.
To the untrained eye, you look like a Viking. In the green room, I asked you if you're a Viking. You said no, which had us very, very. What'd you say in the green room? No, I'm not a Viking. What'd you say? Am I a Minnesota Viking? What happened?
I'm from
there?
Valhalla.
Why'd you do that? Why'd you do that? I like you.
What was
Andrew.
that?
Yeah, who did that?
What are you talking about?
There we go.
You do
There we
that.
go.
I like you.
I am a Viking from Valhalla. I come here to redeem myself. My account has gone down to $1 trillion. I must recover it all by end of day.
By end of day.
Not bad. All right, well, let's get to work. Let's get to work. How many spoons are we going to have to buy here in order to recover that?
How many spoos do you need? How many S&P
buy 'em all.
points? Hey, Jack, our math guy, how many S&P points is $1 trillion? What do we have to make here?
Hey, Jack, our math guy.
I think you'd need to make like 20 billion spoos.
20 billion?
A lot.
All right.
That's nothing.
20 billion spoons. All right, well, let's get to work. We have about
Everyone start
about
clicking.
4
Here we
hours
go.
left. We got less than 4 hours to get those $20 billion back. Let's go. Right now, Andrew. We're flat.
I got
it. Yeah.
I'm passing my combine today.
How far are you?
I got about 2,400 left.
2,400 to go?
Yeah. Hit my daily loss limit on Monday, and then I made it all back on Tuesday. And then yesterday I went up 600.
That's a 50K,
Today I'm
you
up
said?
300. Yeah, 50K.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah.
Markets are just kind of trading sideways now. Here we go. NASDAQ, long tilt, growing again, up to 72% in the NASDAQ.
It is lunchtime.
Gold tilt is not moving at all. Still sitting there.
Legend. Yes, it is. NASDAQ average price
Gold is not doing anything.
20,124. Gold is not doing anything. Gold's just kind of flatlining, which is big party the last couple of weeks has been gold. Up and away, new all-time highs for seems like the last couple of weeks. Nice pullback today, about 50, hell, $60 to lows. Topped out around 28, just above 2,800 bucks. Low of the day today, 27.41. So about $60 pullback for those that, hey, you say I can't get long, can't get in. Here's your pullback if you want it.
We got a trader
Up
on the
there.
big board. This was probably talked about earlier in the week, but Faye on the leaderboard or the big board,
Yep.
9th place, trading nothing but gold, $140,000. Trading nothing but gold. Big shout out to Faye there.
Do we have any silver
Only
traders?
Not in the top 25, but we do have silver traders. Yeah.
Okay. What about cattle?
Actually,
We got any cattle traders?
Nick
We
for a
do. We had a
tick won
competition.
yeah,
We actually
Stetson.
did. Yeah, we gave them a cowboy hat if they want it. Actually,
You want a Stetson?
we sent out a couple cowboy hats. Yeah, Jack had one on today.
Where's Jack?
May have one on in the next segment. Who
You
mentioned
can say.
Carvana? Carvana, by the
Shoulder.
way, once again, is trading $255. Less than 2 years ago, it was trading under $5.
I remember I saw Peloton's up 30% today too, or something like that. What is going on?
Has anybody ever used Carvana? Is it
I have not. I've
reliable?
seen it.
No. Just curious.
Seems reliable. I don't know. You press a button, your car comes.
Andrew, you kinda crack-
And you get a
crack me up,
car,
man.
and you get a car.
Yeah, you press a button, your car shows up at your door.
Yeah.
I need a car.
There we go. We got some Carvanas. Got some Carvana fans in the chat.
Call them the Caravan. Yeah.
Carvana, hello. Oh boy. There's James. JD, I got my car from Carvana. There you go, James, one of our own.
Ah, all right.
Do they give
My
you
wife's
money?
really been-
Elon's Musk. He
My
cracks
wife's
me
really
up.
been putting the screws to me to get a new car for like the last 6 months.
What are we looking at, JD?
I
S-
just
wants
did.
SUV, sedan, coupe. What are we looking at here?
She wants the Highlander, Toyota Highlander hybrid.
Good car.
Yeah.
Tough to find.
car.
I looked at it, but the Sienna I got is like the sexiest minivan you can get. I'm gonna take a picture.
I love minivans. I'm a total minivan guy. I'm not afraid to admit it. I would drive. I
got
have no
rims?
kids, but I would still drive a minivan.
See, Andrew, where'd you come from? I like you.
Andrew,
You crack me up, man.
The rims aren't big, but the car, yeah, that's kind of what it looks like. It's like a
That's
murdered
awesome.
out Sienna. It's got like the black rims, black. I'm all
Tinted
in on it.
windows.
Great. Yeah.
Nice. Toyota's a good car. I have a Toyota.
Well, we did pull that bid, fellas. We got about 6-7 minutes left here on Power Players. Andrew, I think you're dry humor. You crack me up. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, good stuff, Andrew. Good stuff.
Again, sorry about Tuckman interrupting there. Do you watch Topstep TV, Andrew?
Yes, I watch Topstep TV.
Good.
Pretty much every day.
Ask it, Andre. I know you want to.
Who's your favorite person on Topstep TV?
Oh, here we go. Hoag.
There you go, Hoag.
There you go.
There you
Love
go.
the goat.
I like it.
Hoag's got good humor.
Yes, he does.
Well, Copeland.
Got the dad jokes for days.
Funny story. We were at our offsite, team building outing up in Wisconsin back in September. My old man had to pick us up there and take us straight to the airport. Blah blah blah. So he came to pick us up. I go, "What's up, Dad? Good to see you, man." He goes, "His first thing, words out of his mouth is Hoag here. I want to meet him." Yo, I'm your son. I'm your son, Dad. Don't you want to see me? First question is Hoag here. I'd like to meet him.
Is Hoag
Yeah,
here?
right this way. I go right this way, Dad. You got to meet Hoag. Is also his favorite as well.
That's awesome.
I have his own son. Yes, is Hoag
Yeah.
here?
I mean, Hoag has that effect on people.
I agree. Thanks, Dad. I love you too. Anyways, last
Your dad
trade,
watching?
20.
Shout out to Dad.
Dad does watch, actually. Dad watches a lot. He met Dolby too.
Oh, nice.
Just his son. Look at Look at the Dow. Came right back to VWAP. Bottomed out. 41,873. Just grinded higher. Look at that V shape. Look at the 5-minute. Right back to 42,083. VWAP 42,087.
Yeah, things are slowing down in ES. Kind of moving sideways now.
Yeah, it's really flattened out. Volume's dropping off. No volatility.
Yeah, volume is dropping off. This is where I get chewed up. So it's best for me to stay back.
Yep. Even if we bought those 63s, we'd just be hanging out here, Jay. Be like, oh, now what?
Yep.
Just stop moving.
Right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got the 72% long tilt in the NASDAQ. You know, I don't know, watch the tilt now for the last year or so. You're watching the 72% just hang out long. The longer we can't go higher, I think it would make those longs get a little jittery, right?
Mm-hmm.
Shorter, face them a little bit. The longer that tilt stays 72%, and the longer we don't go higher, the higher the likelihood that they're going to puke and they're going to get antsy.
Yes.
Yeah. Got a nice, there's a decent 15-minute bear flag in the ES right now.
In what market there, JD? My bad.
I'm looking at the ES right now.
Yeah. Yep. Spooze.
From now on, it's spooge.
Oh, there we go.
Oh boy. Hello, it's Halloween, everybody.
Careful.
There we go.
Sorry. Did not.
Okay. It's okay. I don't think anyone's watching or anything. No one's listening.
Everyone gets one.
Everyone gets
one. Anyways, that's 20,093. So we butt up against these 100s. Again, IB low 20,119. IB low. We'll be able to take some shorts up there. Look at the 5-minute. We do like JD said. We are seeing a bit of a bear flag. JD, can we go to your chart really quick if you're sharing? Show people what a bear flag is. People are like, what the hell is he talking about? Bear flag.
There's a bear flag right there.
G.
So we
got. Looking at. Why is it a bear flag? It doesn't look like a flag to me. It looks like an upside down flag to me.
So the characteristics of a classic bear flag pattern are the flagpole, which we have here, this nice move down, followed by a retracement higher. These can happen on any time frame, on any chart. But what we're looking for is just a minor pullback before a continuation lower. So once we break below this lower trend line, I would expect to see another move lower. But right now, we're just kind of hovering inside of this little channel, kind of drifting sideways. I'm looking at a 15-minute chart right now. Scale back to a 5-minute. Expand it just a little bit.
Yeah.
Typically, so yeah.
JD, when you see a bear flag, what is the thought as to what might happen next? In terms of what kind of trade would you take when you do identify a bear flag? What would be the thought process as a trader?
I would either fade the upper trend line for a cheap trade or play the breakout to the downside. But I would be looking for short opportunities either way. Yeah.
Yep. Short. So when you do identify that pattern, it does be a profitable strategy. Take the short when you see a bear flag. I mean, obviously, it's not 100%. Obviously, news, market generated information can come. Market generated information can come in and obviously change all of that. But yeah, oftentimes you will see a short be a profitable trade. We are coming up to the upper range of the sideways trade right now. Well, that being said, we are coming up on time for we got shoulder tap coming up. I think trades are getting roasted. I think everyone's getting roasted today, Jack. If I remember correctly, yeah. Oh boy.
Oh, this is going to be good. I can't wait to see this.
They are going to get roasted. Good luck to you. You guys volunteered to do it, so no holds barred here. Jack's going to Sheriff Jack, I should say.
Don't go crying to Muhammad if Jack tears you apart. Yeah,
he's coming. He's coming with a vengeance as well. Andrew, I'd like to say thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for playing along and being silly with us. We did have Tuckman interrupt us. I do believe Tuckman is still in my house. Heard some heavy footsteps. I believe Tuckman is still in my house. I hear those footsteps right, and I hear the dog barking. So Tuckman must be in the house still. Anyways, Andrew, thank you so much for joining us. We got Roast My Trades coming up next. This is TopstepTV. Happy Halloween, everybody. Let's go.
All right, there was some overhead supply at 10s that they just swiped out. This is good. This is good. 13s are trading.
Here it comes.
Can we
Here it
get
comes.
14s are on the docket. There
we
goes
go.
15s.
Oh, get him.
And it's still
Yes. Hell yeah. Hell yes.
Woo!
We did it. We did it.
Hell yes.
Winner.
No, this one is fast.
he's
This one is
passed.
fast.
Oh, he's
Oh,
Yeah,
let's
this
go.
one is fast.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to this very special Halloween edition of Shoulder Tap / Roast My Trades today. I am Jack, joined by Ben, who is not on his home turf, but is still here nonetheless. Ben, what's up?
I'm doing well, Jack. Howdy, I should say. You look like you're out west, digging the outfit. Yeah, I've been looking forward to this all week. We've got to roast my trades. We haven't done one in a while, and it's always a good time. And I can't think of a better day to do it than Halloween. So we'll jump into some roasts in short order. Want to give a couple of updates and shout outs. It's also on top of being Halloween, the end of the month. So we've got some end of month updates, and I want to talk about the live trader P&Ls, Jack. I have been swamped today, busy with all sorts of different things. I really haven't seen a whole lot of the action in live markets. Been watching the live boards and how our traders are doing, but recently saw a couple people say that I believe there's a sell-off going on, and it sure looks like people caught the right side of it. Obviously, in any trade, there's going to be winners and losers, but quite a few of our live funded traders were able to capitalize on that today. Some pretty big P&Ls. We will give a quick rundown here. House account up 1,300 today, which is nice to see. Rips was up earlier on, ended up taking the DLL. Deanna up $700. Currently, Dakota up a nice 8,100 on the day. Nick for a tick down $430. Han is up $10,000. Antoine, daily loss limit currently, and then Sadara's up 1,500. Diana, right around break even, up 300, and two big ones. Kai Chun up just shy of $18,000, $17,995 to be exact, and then Darcy is up $12,000 herself. So there's a couple of traders who rode out the move and are profiting handsomely. So more than anything, we want to see those individuals lock up profits. You know, if you clear that $10,000 intraday benchmark, you got to make sure you walk away with at a minimum $6,000 or $7,000. You can't be giving up greater than what was your loss limit at the start of the day. That's irresponsible trading and not profit taking. It won't get you success long term. So happy to see some of those, and big day from Dakota as well, since he's returned from his wisdom tooth fiasco that he had.
Yeah.
So
We'll
that's
show that video
that's what we've got. I didn't even know there was a video. I will absolutely dig that up and watch. The couple of shout outs I have to give, feel compelled to, I should say, two really, really fantastic monthly performances. And I think it's important to talk about the monthly rather than just a single trade or a single day or even a week. You know, so often it feels like, Jack, we talked about this earlier in the week, that our traders don't necessarily look past, you know, the single day's performance, or even more rare, the single week's performance. Looking at your performance over a month or a quarter will give you a really good idea of where you're at, how you are actually managing your account. And two people I want to highlight that have done an exceptional job of that in the month of October. One we've talked about ad nauseum, and that's Faye. For those of you who aren't aware, Faye is one of our live funded traders. She's trading a 50K live account, trading the gold contract GC, and has profited after a heat check into the end of the month. Jack, she hit the daily loss limit. This is today, second day in the row. But that is a small blemish on what has otherwise been fantastic trading. Has profited roughly $45,000 for the month of October and took a $23,000 payout a couple of days ago. So cannot praise her enough. It's now in the past, and we have to plan out how we're going to advance and get better and replicate that kind of success going forward. But I know Faye's on the big board. She's on the tip of our tongues a lot, and deservedly so. She's had a great month. The other person should be pretty familiar as well to our viewers. Deanna deserves a big time shout out. She has done an excellent job of managing her account as much as trading well. She's trading very hot right now. She's had a pretty lengthy win streak and has, in the month of October, I believe it's doubled or nearly doubled her account balance. She had an account balance that had gotten down, a ways off of the highs, but has really recovered. It's all about what you're doing in the here and now and how you're advancing. And this month and the past 2 weeks in particular, Deanna has been incredibly impressive in her steady, consistent trading. So just wanted to give her a shout out as well. Happy to see her trading really well in the live account.
Sick stuff there. Hey, D's in the check. Congrats, D. Clawing back. I have a couple of
Nice work,
housekeeping
D.
things before we get to the cards here. First, it is Halloween. We've had a big sell-off today following the numbers this morning. Interesting, because I'm always looking through bonds. The divergence here where the 10-year spiked above 4.3% today, but now is retraced all the way back down to 4.276%, retracing pretty much the whole move since the morning. What have stocks done? They've been down and stayed mostly down. This is something that is interesting to me. One of those maybe going to change. We'll see when I get trading later today. Second, people are asking what your costume is, Ben. Of course, Ben is a guy at a farmer's market, right? That's what you're going for?
Yeah. That's kind of how I live every day, actually, as a guy at a farmer's market. But yeah, I'll go with that for the costume. Best I could do was orange today. I got a nice orange flannel on, and it is awfully scary. I'm in Houston. I'm at my future in-laws' house, which is plenty spooky for me. So I will keep moving from there. Are you ready to do some roasting, Jack? We can pull these trading cards up and get
Let's
to it.
pull up the card, and because it's Halloween too, you mentioned we might take a look at the spookiest account I know of at Topstep.
Yeah, I think we should probably talk about that. Buried the lead, I guess, to a degree. We get asked with incredible frequency about Susan's trading in her account. Susan has hit the daily loss limit today. Unfortunately, not a big deviation from what she's been doing for some time now. But Susan keeps swinging. We'll keep talking about it and continue to try and support her and get her on the right track. We want to see her take a payout. I fear what the chat would look like the day Susan takes another big payout, but we're looking forward to it, and hopefully we get there sooner rather than later. So
National holiday at Topstep. We'll all a day of remembrance. Okay, well, with that, let's dive into these cards that you have so nicely provided for us today and see some real not good trading.
Yeah. So to kick things off, just a quick preface. All of these traders and trading cards that we're going to talk about here are volunteers. We put out the notice, hey, we'll roast you if you're willing. And they have willingly submitted their trade reports and user profiles for us to poke fun at. So I think that says a lot about these individuals. They can take a joke, and ultimately we're going to try and give them something to improve upon going forward. So with that disclaimer, let's pull up the first card. We've got Joseph up first, trading not too far from my home base, trading with us out of Frisco. Joseph's in a 50K trading combine. That was the account that we are highlighting. As with many of these roasts, they're in several other accounts, too many to talk about all at once. But trading the NASDAQ, which is our most popular product, obviously. Jack, I was looking through this trading card and noticed that he lost pretty big on the first day, almost the daily loss limit, and then the trading volume tripled the following day. Trying to chase those losses is not going to work. I've seen it too many times, and that's a pretty obvious and classic case of it. Really just been losing the entire time. The P&L high across any day was $45. That was the best we were able to pull out. And on the third and faithful day, he took this account out back behind the barn and put a bullet in its head. He, funny enough, was trading micros throughout this process. And then on the last day, when there was the smallest account balance left, he just went ahead and went straight to the E-mini NASDAQ to take him out. So I would say slow down a little bit and find some edge before you jump back in. This is a pretty fast and furious max loss limit on this trading combine. Jack, I'll hand it over to you.
We call this card, we have a name for it in the risk. This is the Iowa football box score, the old 3 days and out. If Mick were here, you know what he would say. He would say, Joseph C. has been a busy boy. And boy, has he. In a 50K account, right, that's what we're looking at here, he managed to trade 336 contracts in the MNQ on the first day, 550 contracts on the second day, and then just 2 on the third day. And since it's Halloween, I'm going to point out the similarities between Joseph's trade report and the novella of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. All right. They both chronicle the tragic story of a man consumed by impulsive demons. But the main difference is that Mr. Hyde theoretically has a medical degree to fall back on, while I'm not sure if Joseph can wear non-Velcro shoes. Joseph, get yourself a fidget spinner or something you can play with that isn't the effing MNQ ladder. Just do anything else. That's what I got for Joseph for now, for our Halloween roast.
Yeah, slow down, Joseph. We'll move on to the next one here. Next up, we've got Travis. Travis is trading with us. Has not even made it a full year in the program. Been with us since March of 2024, and trading in a 150K trading combine. It looks like we've still got the card for Joseph up. Can we transition to Travis, please?
1 second.
Find Travis. This is like a Jackson Pollock we're looking at next.
Got it.
Yeah. I think this one can be categorized as really struggling to keep your head above water. If that zero line, infinity above it is profits and infinity below it is losses, we can't go much further than right dab smack at $0 up or down. He's trading micros exclusively, which on principle I like, but if you're not using that in a way to, scale in, there's not a tremendous amount of benefit given the amount he is trading. I think he could save himself on commissions and lose just as often with trading the E-mini versions. Micros don't reverse losses for you. They really don't even slow them down when you're trading at this volume and trade size. He is also losing very steadily and consistently in the practice account, and not even seeing those to completion, either the max loss limit or some profits, kind of just trading in it, resetting, but taking losses along the way. I think group coaching would be a great place for Travis if I could plug the group coaching segments that we do. There's a lot of resources at TopStep to step in and work with you, try to sharpen your trading skills. Do that before we go back to the purchase journey would be my recommendation. Jack, what do you have here?
Yeah, you made up a good point. When we talk about trading micros and how we like that usually means under 10. It's not like let's trade 30, 40 micros. And that's some really like galaxy brain thinking there. So I'm calling like Travis S. some nickname ideas: Ant-Man, Mr. CME Commissions Worldwide, or I've settled on Travi Micros. This is another one of our savants trading micros at 20 a clip in a 150K combine. The last day in his account was a thing of beauty. Travi Micros somehow lost 150% of the DLL while trading, as I mentioned, only micros. And I was wondering how the hell he did that. So I went back and looked at that day, and the only thing I can come up with is that he got murder housed by existing home sales. Travis, your trades are like a group of teenagers in a slasher film. You split them up for no reason, F around, then get gruesomely decapitated by something everyone saw coming. At least in the movies, one character survives, but no, you had to kill each and every one of those 158 micros you traded on the 23rd, all for losses. Even Thanos thinks you're an asshole. You're roasted, Travis. Chin up, Travi Micros. Better things coming.
Well done. Yeah. The amount of, I was reminded, Jack, I can't recall the trader's name, but that individual who was essentially market making the MNQ in the sim environment was something like 30,000 MNQ contracts in a day.
That guy was trading 5% of the daily volume in MNQ. 30,000 a day.
Spectacular.
That was special. I love that.
Yeah, if you want to end up on Roast My Trades the next time we do this, that's pretty much a guaranteed way to do so. Don't recommend doing that. We want our traders to succeed. But yeah, let's move on to our third trading card. We've got Lila up. All right, so Lila's trading card, 50K trading combine as well. Started with us very recently, only 2 months ago. Trading gold and the NASDAQ, the E-mini and the micro versions of those markets. And this one was interesting. It's not nearly as bad as what we normally see for the submissions for Roast My Trades. I think she's in a pretty good spot to pull this account up into positive territory. But we started out losing 5 days in a row. What I liked was that the losses were slowing. She lost 350, then 150, then 110, then 100, and then $90, and then made all of that back on a single day's trade. So I don't really know what to expect to happen next here, Jack. I couldn't tell you what the following day's P&L is going to be. I will only say that based on the account history thus far and the volume of accounts, it probably won't be good unless Lila is developed some significant discipline between the start of this account and today. Copy trading is a real thing and something I would advise in this case. Lila has multiple accounts open with multiple start dates and multiple different account balances. There's absolutely no reason to be trading several different accounts like that one at a time. That is really unnecessary and making things harder. What is already a hard practice much harder for yourself. So for God's sake, use a trade copier and plan some good trades and then take those going forward. That's what I've got here, Jack. Take it away.
Yeah, there's a few things here I just want to start out with. First, this is like the most boring card I've ever seen submitted for Roast My Trade. The only thing worse is there's sometimes people that submit like good cards and it's like, ooh, roast me. It's like, shut up. I will go after you personally if you do that, but not Lila. Second are the people that always say, oh, these roasts are from ChatGPT. Absolutely not. Like ChatGPT roast would just be like a bunch of bullshit about like, oh, maybe you should drink some more coffee, then you'll be alert enough to trade the futures market correctly. This is a roast because it makes it seem like they are not alert. No, that's not what's happening. This is straight off the dome, guys. Straight off the dome. I have some notes here. As mentioned, boring card, but I'm going to do the best I can with this. You ready? All right. It's Halloween.
Let's do it.
They're coming to get you, Lila. That is correct. This card is pretty much a beat-for-beat retelling of George Romero's zombie classic, Night of the Living Dead. I have never seen someone chased by the max loss limit so methodically. All right, let's go through her 5 days of losers here. She started out, she lost 386 the first day. She lost 170 the second day. She lost 102 the third day. She lost 155 the fourth day. She lost 106 the fifth day. And then she made that money, but this is a roast, so I don't give a hoot about that last day there. We're just going to go with this for now. Lila is not trading so much as she is scrambling through a graveyard, tripping over rocks and prolonging the inevitable here. She's already been bit. She can feel herself resetting, and she's telling everyone else she's okay, even though she's sweating profusely and lusting after their brains. It's over, Lila. Put down this account and don't make Ben do it for you after a super emotional dialogue or something like that, or monologue. It's not fair to make him live with that. You are not going to pass. It's over. You've been eaten. Do the right thing and put it out of its misery. That's what I got for Lila for now.
Yeah, it's a real mystery. Probably would have moved on from this card had it not been for the account history and the general nature of the trajectory of the account balance. It's who knows? We'll have to check back in and see what the end result was for Lila. I can imagine I probably know, but yeah, we'll leave it there for now. That's what we got for Roast My Trades today, Jack. Any parting words or any thoughts for this Halloween?
I don't know, Ben. You got any Halloween plans? Are you going trick-or-treating with the in-laws?
We're doing what we do every year, which is scare the children in the street and give out lots of candy. So it's somewhat of a tradition here, and nice suburban neighborhood in the Houston suburbs. So yeah, there'll be lots of kids, I assume, as long as it's not pouring rain, and we're gonna have a little fun and give out a bunch of candy. So that's my plan this evening.
I got 3 bags of assorted Costco candy ready to dispense at the door. We'll be going trick-or-treating this night as soon as we get off here. Not too late to buy some candy, folks out there. You still got a little bit of time before the little ones get done with school. So happy Halloween to everyone. We're going to take a quick break right here and roll into some group coaching on this Top Step Halloween special. Ben, thank you for joining. All right.
Thank you. Happy Halloween.
All right, guys. That was fun. I wish all the traders we roasted the best. I don't, what do you say? Don't hate the player, hate the game. I love you guys. We'll see you in a few minutes with some group coaching with JD and Robert. See you after the break.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. We are back. It is that time of day, everyone's favorite time of day. It is group coaching time. This is the time of day where we take your questions and you from the chat, yes, you, and we answer them live here on Topstep TV. I'm JD behind the screen. You're looking at Coach Gold, Robert the Goldman. He's going to be answering most of your questions. We have the form pinned at the top of the chat. If you haven't submitted a question yet, go ahead and do that. We do have quite a few actually already, so maybe don't do that. Probably won't get to it. But Coach Robert, what's happening? What's up with the outfit?
Yeah,
Tell us
well, you know
everything.
what? Gold making all-time highs. It just keeps going up and up, and we have group coaching going on here. And with Halloween, and we get these costumes happening, I had this stupid, I guess maybe wild idea that we're not going to have a Goldman Sachs intern help with group coaching. We're going to have the Goldman Sucks from Topstep help with group coaching. We got everything going on. I got my bees. We got our thing. We got our cape and everything else, and we're just going to have a grand old time. And we'll lose the hat probably in about 45 more seconds. But hey, it's fun. This is what we have. And as a celebration, I'm going to have a bite out of my little chocolate. I will zoom in on this for a moment. This is a Fort Knox milk chocolate, the $1 million bar, JD. And maybe one of these days we can talk to Mr. MP and have some type of gold trading competition, and maybe the winner of it will get a gold bar sent directly to them, get one of them gold bullions, and it won't be $1 million worth, but whatever spot price is at that time. I want to just float the idea out there, and we'll go from that. So what do you say we get into
you
some
just
group
threw it
coaching
down.
and see if this gold man sucks can take care of things?
I'm not sure if we open a can of worms or not, but the idea of sending out gold bars just came up. We're not guaranteeing anybody's getting a gold bar, but we'll talk behind the scenes about it. When I first saw you, Coach Robert, it reminded me of who's the wrestler? The American Dream? Dusty Rhodes. You remember that guy? Anyone? I don't know why that popped in my head.
Yeah,
gold member. Justin's in there. I love gold. All right. Here we go. We got the jokes out of the way. Now let's get to some questions.
Absolutely.
T Swizzy, first question. Question number the first. How are you guys finding initial balance levels? Well, the initial balance, if you go by the textbook, is the very first hour of trading. So in Central Time Zone, which we talk mostly in here on Topstep TV, your initial balance will be the range from 8:30 a.m. Central Time to 9:30 a.m. Central Time. That is your initial balance. That's how we find it. There's really nothing to find. It's just the high and low in the first hour of trading. Coach Robert, what would you like to add to this question? Do you have you really don't have any trading strategies around initial balance or anything like that, do you? But is it something you keep in mind throughout the day?
Yeah, not necessarily the initial balance. It is very, just because it's something that I don't typically use, JD, and I'm the odd one out over here. But it is very important. We want to make sure we give everybody the best knowledge possible. That yes, the initial balance is the first hour of the U.S. Open, and as you said, Central Time, 8:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. The best way to mark it off is just to go to a 30-minute or 1 hour chart. And when that candle closes on a 1 hour or the 230 minutes, just mark the high and the low with a horizontal line, and you have the initial balance right there that you can reference. Now, there are a couple other strategies around it where if you have the ranging initial balance and you have VWAP going up and it's in the middle and then it takes off and breaks out, it's a pretty good indication that it may be a continuation day to the upside. Guaranteed? Hell no. But initial balance, yeah, it's important. It's like, I figure it's the opening range of the first hour, and probably a little easier way to look at it. But I do believe, even though I'm a shorter term scalper. However, bias out of the way, it is an important piece of information to have, and definitely something that you would want to take a look at.
Perfect. Thank you, Coach Goldman. Here's another one specifically for you, Coach Robert, from Bat. Bat says, Robert, do you find it easier to trade using Unirenko bars as opposed to regular Japanese candlesticks, and why? Well, we all know. Well, we don't. I guess we don't all know. There are some new viewers here, but What's your take on using price charts versus time charts, Coach Robert?
Yeah, it's a good question. Thank you, Bat, and we want to definitely make sure that we cover everything. I just think, my opinion, my trading, that the market is about price action. So yes, we can look at time charts, but my question I always ask is, do we win or lose based on time or based on price? And to me, that answer means price. And it's just a little bit clearer to me when I can see the actual price action happening within the market itself, not necessarily what happened there. Now, we just talked about the initial balance being the first hour. Yes, that would be a not time-based thing, but time of the market. So there's a different scenario there. Not what happened in the last minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, but what happened in that hour of the initial balance, what happened in the opening range. That's more of a time of the market, the sliding scale. Now, specifically for the Renko, and there's several types. You have Renko, you have Unirenko, you have Ninja Renko, and these are free that you can get off the net. And on NinjaTrader, Ninja Renko is a pretty good one. So what they do is it just takes time out of the picture. So let's say you have a Renko bar at, let's just say 10 points arbitrarily. Well, that Renko bar it's not going to plot close until 10 points of movement has happened. So let's say there are 2 in a row. We have 10 points, and that Renko comes up, and then it plots another one. It's going to push up higher, make another block above that. So you have 10 points and 10 points. The second one isn't going to close until you have 10 points of movement. Now with Renko, they need to flip. You need to go twice as far for them to reverse. So follow me on this. We have 4 bars in a row, 4 Renko candles in a row, 10, 20, 30, 40. In order for a down bar to happen, we need to have it recover the first 10 points and then another 10 points before it changes color and flips direction. That's pretty good indication that a potential trend may have reversed. So I like those better. Now, what I'll do is say, plot out your strategy on your regular chart. Whatever time you're using, whatever style you're using, whatever ticks you're using, doesn't matter. Plot it out. Give yourself 5 trades in hindsight that you won, that it'll win, and then 5 that you lost, okay, following your strategy. And then go, hey, what does this look like on a Renko chart? And then see if it makes any sense to you. See if it shows a little bit more. You can have 5 Renko candles in a row, just like 5 range bars in a row, like 5 tick candles in a row. Those 5 candles could be 30 seconds or 30 minutes. And you could have 15 minutes of the first 5, 2 minutes for the next 5, 45 minutes for the next 5. What does that mean? It just means that the market volatility slowed down and it wasn't flying up and down as far, as fast. Did it matter if it was doing it for a minute or 2? I don't know. We get paid off of price movement, price action. Not necessarily, well, wait a second, this stayed in this range for this much amount of time. Okay, that's good. But what mattered? Did it go over or under that range? And I think, personally, for me, it is easier to see using the Renko, and specifically for myself using the range bars, because the difference on those two is the range bar will plot every 10 points. And if you have a reversal, 10 points will reverse it. Renko will plot every 10 points, but you need to recover 10 and then an additional 10 before you see that reversal. So if you're a breakout trader, take a look at range bars. If you're a reversal trader, take a look at Renko, because they're going to show you a little bit better. If you're a trend trader, take a look at the Heiken Ashi style. Those are going to hold on to the trend. It takes some of that noise out. They are time-based, but it takes some of the noise out because it adjusts and it takes some of that whippiness out of it, where the Heiken Ashi has to go pretty good in the opposite direction over a period of time before they're going to switch on you, switch direction and switch color on you or for you. So I know this might have been a long-winded answer, Bat, but I wanted to cover those other types of candles also. And I am getting hot as hell on this thing, JD. We're not wearing this for the next segment.
You're getting a lot of comments in the chat too. Efren in the chat says, what exactly is price action? Efren, I hope you were listening, because we just described what price action is. Crepe City Pancake Town had a comment about your costume. I got a comment about that name, Crepe City Pancake Town. Isn't that, you could almost directly relate that to Austin Powers Gold member, right? Smoking a pancake, piping a crepe, bonging a brunch. All right, nice name, Crepe City Pancake Town. Love it. All right,
way to go.
Happy Halloween, everyone. Happy Halloween.
I know, this is good. Hey, you know what, JD? Let's make sure we're 100% clear that we're not giving a gold bar away. I would make sure we're clear of that. It's just a thought that I had with this little gold thing here, and we'll talk about it and we'll go there. But yeah, there's nothing happening. There's no competition, nothing. Something I was thinking about, something that I wanted to throw out there. And now that it's out there, we'll have a discussion around it. So let's just be absolutely clear on that.
People, there are no gold bar giveaways today. There are 0 gold bar giveaways on Topstep TV.
We are definitely not putting a secret code in the scrollers that gives the geolocation of where the gold bars are buried.
It just reminded me of a gold trader from the Mercantile Exchange a long time ago who wasted his entire fortune searching for the lost treasure of Genghis Khan. I don't know if you guys have ever heard this story. He was
I'll share the article in the chat. It's pretty amazing.
Famous gold trader named Maury Kravitz, the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, largest gold trader in the history of the planet, maybe one of the biggest traders ever to live. Squandered hundreds of millions of dollars trying to find the lost treasure of Genghis Khan. Did not find it. All right, let's move on. Alisher says, hey, Coach Robert, when it comes to developing consistency in day trading futures, what mindset shifts or habits do you think make the biggest difference between a beginner and a profitable trader? It's all about experience, right? Knowledge and maturity come with experience. But what's your take on it, Coach Robert?
That's exactly it, JD. Thanks for the question, Alisher. It's time. It's time in the market. It's screen time. It's placing those trades. You have a practice account. If you're not ready for your combine, you want to test things out. Not a lot of prop firms actually give you the practice account. Topstep does. When you're ready for it, you jump into the combine, see if it works. But take your time on it. No need to rush into it. It's going to be screen time in knowledge because it's honestly it's not really going to happen overnight. What I will say to help with the consistency is take a look at a certain market and see if it fits you like right out of the gate. Okay, you may jump into a trade. Let's say, okay, I'll tell you right now. Okay, Alisher, next week I want you to trade corn. Okay, you may know within the first hour or two that this is not for me. I don't like the way it moves. I don't get this. Great, you just rule that out. I'm a big proponent of not trying to be like find what works. I like ruling out what doesn't work, and it gives you a smaller pile to work with what's left, if that makes sense. So give it a shot, take a look at it, see what fits your personality, and then all it is repetition, the same thing, rinse, repeat over a period of time, and that's the only real way you're going to find out what is going to work for you, what speaks to you, what gravitates to you, and what you're going to be highly beneficial on. From that point on, it's just the same thing over and over, rinse, repeat. I'm going to say 3 words, 3-bar reversal, right? How many times have you heard that? How many traders on TopstepTV? 3-bar reversal. Great, let's hammer it in. Give it a shot. Maybe you want 5. Maybe you need a bigger pivot. Maybe you need a bigger pivot and you want to use a different type of bar, a Renko, for example, that shows you those pivots a little bit easier, a little bit more clear. But over time, that's going to get your consistency. That's going to help you with those little wins. It's going to help you with your mindset and on the positive side, and just don't beat yourself up over this. It does take time. Hang in there. Stick around. Watch TopstepTV. Go with the coaches, hit Discord up, have conversations, and find something that just works for you. You'll know. You'll feel it. You'll get in that groove. Trust me, you will. You'll find it because you'll be like, if you are struggling and you are fighting, Hoag says all the time, don't fight the market. Why do we want to fight it? Eddie says the same thing. He says, hey, if you're missing something, it's not right. Get that bus coming along, you miss it, it's not going. There's no one coming around. So take your time with it. Once you find something that simply literally feels comfortable, that really speaks to you, now focus in on it, hone in, rinse, repeat, screen time, and I promise you will get there one day. Just don't get discouraged and keep, trading is hard. It is. Trading is not easy, but just don't make it any harder than it has to be. So find something that works for you and keep doing it. It's the only way you'll figure it out. The same thing over and over again, and then you'll find that this one thing happens to me all the time. For me, it was trading the open. The second thing was trading around point of control. I just kept doing it over and over, and I'd look back at my trades. I'm like, dang it, this thing was crisscrossing the point of control. I was getting chewed up. That became a rule. It's not what worked. It's I ruled out what didn't work, and that was one thing that didn't work. So wish you the best, Alistair, and thanks for the question.
Awesome. Thank you, Coach Robert. Hey, checking out on the chat, big shout out to Six. That is the username Six, S-I-X. Not the number 6, the word 6. Made $1,600 trading copper on his first trade. 6, tell us more. Are you in a trading combine? You in a XFA? You in a live account? What are you doing? Was it your first copper trade or your first trade in general? Tell us more. We want to hear it. This is what we're here for. All right. Thank you for that answer, Coach Robert. Next up, we got Ace. Love a guy named Ace. Can you explain the tilt numbers and what they mean? Long, short, I get, but the percentage, positive and negative, are confusing. Let's take a look at those tilt numbers. The tilt is the aggregate position of all sim traders at Topstep. This is not traders worldwide, just traders at Topstep. And it's an exclusive product of Topstep X. If you want live tilt data, you need to be on the Topstep X platform. You see the tilt data scrolling across the top of your screen right now, but it is delayed. You see it right now. Tilt data delayed 15 minutes. Real-time tilt is available only on Topstep X. But Coach Robert, tell us about the tilt.
Yeah, it's a great explanation, JD. And it is the only place you can find it, and it just does not include live traders. It includes everything else. It doesn't include the live, as you said. The tilt, it just gives you a directional bias of what is happening with all the traders inside of Topstep, again, other than the live. And the question, I want to make sure, was saying that they get the long and the short side, but then there's a amount, percent positive and negative. That's the number of traders. So if we take a look at NQ right now, I brought it larger up on my screen. We have NQ. There are currently 58% long. All the traders that are currently in an active position on NASDAQ right now, there are 58% of them are in a long position. Okay. Now, how many are positive? 37% are positive, which means if you take a look at it, there's almost 60% of traders are long, and then 30% or almost 40% are positive, which means the higher percentage are negative. Now, why would that be? If 60% are long and you're looking at NQ right now and the market is going down, guess what? There's not as many positive P&Ls, open P&Ls in the longs in NQ. So it's not really it's too bad confusing. Just take it for what it is. 60% of traders are long, 40% right now are positive, which means 60% are in the negative. Makes sense. The majority are long, but the market's going down. Makes total sense.
Perfect. Thank you, Coach Robert. All right. We got time for a couple more questions, I think, don't we? Let me get back to you there. I'm also working the production box, so.
Yeah, we're good.
Coach Robert is back up. All right. Joe wants to know, what are some good tips and strategies for growing a new XFA? Well, whatever strategies you use to get to the XFA, you should continue using when you're in the XFA. As Hoag would say, dance with the one who brought you, right? But I know there's mentality shifts going from a trading combine to an XFA when you have actual skin in the game. I'm not saying you don't have skin in the game trading in a trading combine, but once you start getting eligible for a payout, things do shift a little bit. At the same time, you had a strategy that got you through the trading combine and put you in that XFA account to begin with. So my thoughts on that would be not to stray from that. Don't fix what isn't broken, if that makes sense. But Coach Robert, what's your take on it?
Same thing there, JD. Some good tips and strategies for growing a new XFA. JD, you're exactly right. Hoag's exactly right. What got you there? Okay. One thing you have to be cautious of and be considerate of and be mindful of is that when you get to XFA, we have the scaling plans. You're going to have to back it down a little bit. So whenever I'm working with traders, I always suggest trade your combine as if you're trading your XFA. Because if you find something that works for you and you have these orders and maybe you're in a 50K and you throw on 5 at a time, take off 5 at a time, take off 5. Maybe you add up to 5 and then take them off on 5, scaling in and out. But you can't do that when you first start the XFA. Later on you can. So my suggestion is start with the 2. Look at the XFA rules. I shouldn't say rules. It's just the only rule to lose the account is to hit your loss limit. So look at the parameters of the XFA. Start with your scaling plan. Build your account, add more contracts, build your account, add more contracts. Do that in the combine also so you're ready for it. We always like to reference sport analogies, so I'm not going to practice how to bunt in baseball really well and then take a swing at a home run up at the home plate. It's not going to do that, or vice versa. Okay. So, you're a quarterback, you're going to throw the ball, not necessarily practice all your time kicking it. So we want to practice and trade the combine as if we were trading XFA, and we can just carry that process right through, no problem. Just continue with the same thing. The second one down there, JD, but Sean also asked us, says, how do you keep it longer for 7 days? No disrespect there, Sean, but I don't think that's the right question. How do you keep it longer? I think just how do you maintain consistency? If you have an XFA, you've already proven yourself in the combine. And if you have it for that long, you've obviously not just blown out in a day. So that means stay consistent. Continue with your trading, doing exactly what you're doing to get there. And don't worry about how long am I going to keep this. You can have 5 XFAs, right? You can have them. Have as many combines as you want. Have them wait in the wings. Build those combines up. Make somebody build those XFAs up. Take a payout. Move them into live once you get called over. Bring the next combine up to the next level into an XFA. Copy trade them if you like to copy trade. That's everybody's own choice on that. But don't worry about saying, how do I keep it longer? How do I make the most? Those are tough questions. The questions I really like to hear are, how can I manage my risk for the longevity of my account and maintain that consistently over time? That to me is the best question. You hear it all the time. Risk management, risk management, risk management. What's the catchphrase? Always trade for tomorrow. And watch those big giant wild swings. Really take a look at these. You're seeing the large P&Ls and the top leaderboards. Yeah, those are real. Those are great. They're excellent traders. But it's also the smaller amount of traders. You see the top ones, those great traders are always up top, like Dakota and stuff. They're always up there. So maintain the consistency. Don't try to focus on passing a. How do I pass the combine? I get that question a lot too. How can I pass this? Well, trade good. That's a real simple answer. You want to pass the combine? Trade well. How do I keep my FXA longer? Continue to trade well. It's kind of a variable answer, but that really is the answer all around. How do you pass a combine? Trade well over time. How do you maintain excess space for a long period? Trade well over time. How do I build my account to a live? Trade well over time. How do we get the best payouts? Trade well over time. It's all the same answer. So let's make sure we're asking the right questions to get the right answers that are going to mostly benefit us.
I know that YOLO mentality runs rampant around here, but yeah, if you're really looking to find long-term profitability trading in the futures markets, you need a certain amount of discipline, and pulling the trigger and hoping for the best is not the way to do it. So I hope you all listen to what Coach Robert just said, because it was gold. Coach Goldman giving us gold, feeding us gold. All right, we got time for one more question.
All right, J.
John S. wants to know, hey, Coach, I've been smashing my practice account, but keep losing on my combines. Any tips on how one can focus on the process more than their P&L? Scaling plan on micros and price points on account where you would increase this. I don't know. Maybe we should skip the question. It's a little confusing. But I see where you're getting at, John, and Coach Robert just described it, how to maintain an account and keep that account balance growing while you're adding more accounts to it and eventually getting to a live funded account, which is the goal of everybody here at Topstep. We want you all trading in the live markets. We don't want anybody on sim forever. Sim is not realistic. We want everybody trading in a live account. We want you taking profits and transferring balances to the live funded account. Here's one that is right up your alley, Coach Robert. Annie Up Ace. That's our second ace today. Annie Up Ace wants to know, what are the advantages of using a tick chart versus a time chart? This is right in your wheelhouse. Let's hear it.
Yeah, no problem. I love to cover this one. I'll wrap it up pretty quick so we can go back and cover some of this in the previous question a few questions ago from was it another ace? From Alisha. Okay, there we go. So the tick chart, you're looking at it right now. This is a 500 tick. I'm gonna expand it out just so we can see it really large like this. Okay, so we're seeing every one of these candles or bars, I guess it's a candle. This is what happened when the market moved 500 ticks. Okay, so ticks come up, ticks come down. So let's say those 500 ticks happened in a 5-point range. Well, it goes up a tick, that's 2, down a tick, that's 3. But now you're only up 1. And then you go down 2 more ticks. Now you're 5, but now you're only down 2. So that's what's going to happen. If you have a lot of ticks coming through, a lot of price action, wiggling fast up and down like this, you can have a very small candle. It just, what does that mean? It means price, a whole bunch of information in trades happen within that very, very small amount of time frame. If the next candle that you have is really big, well, that's your 500 ticks right there, the new data coming through. Now, I like these for the fact that they're not based on time either. You can select 3 candles, and if there's 5 minutes between them, price traded in that range for 5 minutes. If I had a 1-minute candle, it might have been up, down, up, down, up, down. If the next candles were 7, 10, 15 in a row, and it took 5 minutes, well, you know, price came through very rapidly. The market pushed up and down, a lot of orders, a lot of trade facilitation, which is the market's job, is to facilitate trades. And it processed those super, super fast. So there's a lot of volatility. It doesn't necessarily mean it went up and down volatile, but I do like tick charts as well. Personal preference, range bars first, Renko second, tick charts as well are down there on third before I get into all the time stuff. Again, those are time candles, not time of day. You do need to take time of date into consideration. I just think, honestly, JD, they just show the market cleaner, in my opinion. They just show it cleaner, and we should try that sometime and take it. And let's we got to close up the thing, but if we just take the time chart, I might make a I'm going to take one section from this drop off there. I just highlighted this one drop. I'm going to click off over to a 1-minute chart. We can see what happened. You can see this market flowed right here. What happened in a 5-minute chart? This is all we see. This small amount, 1, 2, 3, 4, this small 5, 6 candles, just a half an hour time frame. To me, it really didn't tell me too much. Like, what happened? Great, the market dropped down 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. But when I look at a tick chart, let's go to 100 ticks. I see what happened within that 5 minutes, or that 30 minutes, excuse me. Instead of a 5 minute, 5 minute, 5 minute, 5 minute, I can see exactly what happened within that candle, within that time frame, the exact price movement of the market, and there's your 500 tick. And if these have range bars, honestly, they're even clearer than that. Let me throw one more thing out there, JD, is I did about a 45-minute video, and it's on NinjaTrader, is building the 3-bar reversal on range bars as an automated trading system, start to finish. Video is set. It went over to creative. It should be coming out very soon. We just went through the last finishing touches of it. So keep an eye on that. We will let everybody know. And you can see I go over how range bars are, what they look like, the differences. And then we built that automated 3-bar reversal trading from scratch. It's free. It's available. And the whole video with me yapping away still only took 45 minutes. If you know Ninja a little bit, you can build these things in about 15, 20 minutes. So keep your eye out for that as well. This was a great session. I am summing this stuff off. I'm not going to sit here for another hour, and I am going to take a bite out of my Fort Knox $1 million bar here at the next segment.
I love gold. All right, folks, that's it for now. We got another segment coming up next. What is coming up next? Oh, we've got Trade with Topstep coming up next. Sorry, it took me a second to find it. We got Deanna, star of the London Open, Monday through Thursday, 3:30 a.m. to whenever she finishes. Coming off a nice day in the live fun at account. Coach Jay is going to join us too. Captain of the Lunatics, Coach Jay. Everybody loves Coach Jay. He was on Fast Markets this morning, coming back for a little bit today, trying to bounce back from a little bit of a minor losing streak. We're not going to call it losing streak, minor losing streak. But Coach Jay is going to be here, and we're going to take a short break. Coach Robert, thank you so much. We all love the costume. Coach Robert and I are both going to be on the next session also, so stick around. More tradertainment coming your way. TopstepTV, let's go. on YouTube. But we'll come back. We'll check back in on Tuckman in a minute. Coach Robert, what's happening?
What the heck? What was going on back there? We will jump back into that, JD. What is going on? I am hot as hell in this thing over here. Welcome back, JD. Congratulations again on the Series 3 for those that are just joining us and did not know. It is a beast to take. So congratulations. We have the bear up there. It says Coach J, but I think it's Frank. We got Frank the bear, and of course we have I don't know. It says Deanna Angelo. So what a day we have here. Sometimes we get it's not even a Friday like this. So man, welcome everybody. We are here. Oh goodness. What do we do?
Happy Halloween,
Hey, everyone.
folks. Here we go.
Happy Halloween, eh? Cousin It in the house.
Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween it is. Well, we definitely want to put the markets first, and all this gold stuff is because we got the gold and we're making new highs, and it's kind of like we all had the same kind of idea of what's going on here. There's a chart, so of course, first and foremost, we will be jumping into any markets. We have house account keys, so if anybody sees something, definitely feel free. We will put that trade on, and we will back it as usual because the markets were always first. But here we have our little costumes going on here. And JD, if you're ready with taking over just for me for 1 second, I have to really take this off because we wear headphones. Otherwise, we get a bunch of echo. I'd like to take this off with my headphones on, and I'll be right back with you guys.
We got a costume change coming up. Go do it, Coach Robert. We got this covered. My favorite part about the Addams Family was Cousin Ed's car. He had the coolest car in that entire movie. I don't know what it is.
I know. It was awesome.
I would never fit in that.
It was
I'm
one of
6'4". Yeah, I'm 6'4".
Oh, wow.
I weigh 260 pounds. I would never fit in that car, but
I can fit anywhere. I'm 5'1". I'm like a mini human. So yeah, just give me a tiny little toy car. That'll be all right.
I would like that style. If it was bigger, I would drive it. No doubt.
Yeah.
Coach Jay, the bear. What's happening?
What's going on, JD? Not much. Looking
Anything
at these
new
markets.
from yeah. What's new from this morning? You making anything back?
No, still a little bit down on the day. I think we still see 20,000s in the NASDAQ. We may see it during this segment. There was this high volume candle that we talked about during fast markets, and we're starting to use the low of it as a resistance. The low of that candle being 20,054. So if we get a push here, we could see those 20,000s that we were looking for pretty soon.
Very nice. Very nice. Gabe, if you switch over to my charts, during power players this morning, with Andrew on, we drew out this bear flag in the ES, and it's playing out nicely. Perfect little breakout to the downside in the ES. Breakout price right around 57.62. Decent little trade. So I'm in agreement on your downside bias right there. Steve, what are you looking at right now?
What am I looking at? I have no idea.
Can't see anything.
All right, so I did a little gap fill in crude oil today. That was one of the trades that I took on my live account, and then I did a long platinum as well. I did some other trades in my XFA on copper, but yeah. So basically, I was looking at this value high on crude oil, which was at 68.96. Now we did have a test of that earlier. And it seems that we have actually moved away from it. So unfortunately, that's gone. Like the trade location is not there anymore. Gold jumped off a cliff today. So that was interesting. And it did so after hitting, what was it, 28.01. We did have a distribution on, I think it was a daily chart. Hold on. What am I doing?
Checking on the tilt. While you look for that, checking on the tilt.
Yeah.
The gold tilt has not changed in a couple of hours. Still 77% long gold tilt. Crude oil currently at 83% long on the tilt. These are some pretty bullish signals. We'll see how they play out. Oh, let me.
Yeah. So we had a bit of a consolidation on a 4-hour chart, and then it went into this liquidation period liquidation phase, if you will. Now, yesterday I had some calls resistance up at 2800s, and that's kind of exactly where it stopped. I was stalking a short in platinum earlier today when I was on the London session with Coach Ray. Unfortunately, I had to step away, and I totally missed the platinum trade, but it was kind of following what gold was doing, so that was pretty interesting to me. But yeah, it's okay. I mean, we kind of stopped at some interesting levels here. So maybe a bit of a recovery for tomorrow. For tonight, I don't think I can see anything super high probability, especially considering that we've technically closed COMEX. So maybe we can move on to equities at some point, because I know you guys love to trade equities. So
We love trading equities. That's yeah,
yes,
the bread and butter around here,
yeah.
right? We're getting some short
Yeah.
signals in the equities right now. But real quick,
Still,
Coach Robert is
yeah.
back, and I think Peter Tuchman might be coming back in a minute too.
I
Yeah,
am
Doorbell.
back, and Peter is back too. We can go ahead and production push it over. Let's roll
Peter,
it
is
again.
that you? There he is.
Sorry about it, guys. Live TV, anything can happen. What I said earlier was it's me, Peter Tuchman, here with Andre from TopstepTV. And what we are doing right now, if you missed it earlier and you missed it when we were muted, is that Andre is going to carve this design onto that pumpkin. And if he can do it flawlessly before the end of Trade with Topstep, then he'll get to place a trade during Power Hour. But chat, it's up to you to decide if Andre passes or fails. We'll put a poll in the chat at the end. And remember, if you think he passed, Andre gets to place a trade. And if he didn't do a good job, well, Andre, better luck next time. Anyway, back to you, Robert, JD, Jay, and Deanna.
Hey Tuchman, are you a pumpkin seed roaster? Is that on your agenda today? What are you doing with all those
I roast
pumpkin seeds?
every day. That's what we do in New York, babe.
Thank you, sir. Always appreciate your commentary. Golden. All right. Let's get back to the markets. So I'm looking at gold right now. The tilt is still 76% long, and I see sell signals all over the place in that market. I'm not just going to jump in on it, but it looks weak to me. Anybody else seeing anything similar? Yeah.
Let's see. Right now, I don't know how much movement we will get from gold. I mean, yeah, it looks weak. I would say that established a range after the big dive. But yeah, it's
Yeah,
not
that's
exactly
something,
enticing
Deanna,
me.
Yep. I'm going to listen to you or anybody else that's going to trade gold, because anybody that's seen me on here before, I think if I have won a trade in gold, it was only one trade in gold. I am absolutely horrible at trading gold. So, yeah, not a lot of comments. I can look at the technicals and see where levels are, look at point of control and see how the volume profile, and look at the price action. Don't take my word for it. Unless you fade me, everybody in the world can have the right. If I'm going to say something, just yeah, it's almost no guarantees, but that's pretty close to one. Go opposite Coach Robert, taking a trade in gold. That's almost surefire. How about the bear over there?
Yeah, bear.
In gold, what I'm seeing right now, if we look at gold, so technically we had the floor close in gold, which was 12:30 Central Time. So I framed out that range, and the low of the range 27.48, high of the range 27.53. And if we attach a VWAP to it, it's pretty much a flat line. So if I was going to trade gold looking for a short, would we want to do it up near 53, 54, or maybe a long off of 48? But not, like Dee said, not a whole lot of room left, I don't think, in a move in gold. Maybe we see some volume come in during Power Hour, but not seeing too much opportunity right now.
In equities, I don't have any levels, guys. They're all gone.
They're all gone.
They're gone.
I guess we could just sell it going into the close. What do you think?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
We tapped a new low in the ES, broke out of that bear flag, tapped a new low, trading back above this previous low. Still not inside initial balance though. No failed auctions, which means which leads me to believe that there's some weakness here and might see some profitability on the short side.
I mean, the only thing that might happen, I don't know what's going on with Delta, so I'm just going to bring that up in Bookmap and have a look at it. If we have like a big negative Delta, there could be a short squeeze into power hour.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. D. What is it? What does Delta look like right now?
I don't think it's I don't think it's that great. If it was very negative, they seem to have shaved off a lot of it. Maybe if we can check with Hoag, I saw him in chat because he's the volume delta specialist.
He's got ES Delta negative 2600.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm seeing here as well. It's not conducive to a short squeeze. So yeah, more shorts. Maybe if we get a bit of a rally. I can see a supply up at 57.63 on ES.
That's a move. Yeah.
Yeah, but with the way it's been moving today, I wouldn't be surprised if it gets there in one go.
Interesting.
We have the Algo Bros in the house.
Algo Bros in the house.
Yeah.
Tell us everything, Algo Bros.
This is when you shut it off.
JD, if you were going too short gold, where would your stop be on that?
If I was going to short gold, I'm on the ES right now. Let me go back to gold.
Oh, my bad.
Let me go over to a 15-minute chart. So this chart almost looks identical to the S&P chart I was just showing. But yeah, nice little bear flag right here. I mean, you have short opportunities right now with a stop above this midpoint range. Or if you want to wait for a little pop back up to weekly kickoff high, that's an excellent short opportunity with minimal risk. That's what you would call a cheap trade right there, shorting at weekly kickoff high. I don't think we're going to get back up there. This gold tilt's been long all day long, and it's not moving.
And nothing.
It's starting to pair off a little bit now. It went from 78 to 72% long, and I think if we break out below this lower trend line, we'd see some decent movement.
That's interesting. I'm about bouncing around a little bit here, see if we can find something looking at it. JD, we had that trader for the first time in chat during the group coaching. They said first time they traded HG, right? So I just pulled that up. I want to take a look at it, which is copper. For those that don't know, HG is copper. I did pull that up just for something different to look at while we're watching the paint dry and the rest of them. Look how this holds certain levels. They're very, very interesting. Some of these, I don't want to say alternate instruments. Let's say outside the norm instruments. We have a few wicks on the left hand. So I'm going to highlight this whole thing. A few wicks on the left hand side. This is actually on October 21st and 22nd. I'm going to extend that all the way across the screen. Now, we only had one push up, and this was on October 29th, so 2 days ago. Once it pushed higher, looks like it pushed higher to the point of about a third or so of the entire market movement consistently over time, but then came right back down once it broke through these levels again, and that's 4.3980 to 4.4060. They said, 4 decimal places on copper. But I really wanted to highlight and put one more line on this chart also, just while we're looking at other stuff right here. All right, and that line is 4.3820. Look how it pretty much respects that. So again, these aren't guarantees, but when you look at other instruments that are not like NQ or YM, and they do tend to hold particular price point levels. They're just more solid when it comes to it's like, oh, we're back down here again. No, we still don't like it. Oh, we're back up here again. No, we still don't like it. And this is over time. I mean, we're looking at 8-9 days here, where you can pretty much you just eyeball these things. Now I have not crystal clear. I have not traded copper, but you know what?
I have.
That doesn't seem like it's too bad. You have, yeah. Maybe you definitely spilled the beans and put some education on that for all of us. Because look, my whole point there, Deanna, was like it just seems to respect these things, like oil respects levels more than NQ does, and we know this. The bonds they respect levels more than gold does, for example. So I'm gonna kick it over to you and get your thoughts since you have traded it before. Just something I was clicking around and noticed that I wanted to shout out that trader from earlier.
Yeah,
I just want to say
absolutely. I saw him.
That's a beautiful looking chart for a range trader right there. If you're waiting for those equities or those inventory squeezes and then trading back inside the range, that's a perfect chart for a studied range trader right there. That's bread and butter. That's pure money.
I agree. If you look at it on the daily, you will see something similar as well. Because I think we're in accumulation phase right now. This has been going on for quite a while now. But basically, this can't stay forever because copper does trend. It's just that I think they're waiting for elections. Copper can be connected to the economy. So this is probably the reason why it kind of stopped moving. However, intraday, once it decides on the movement, it is beautiful. It moves very nicely on most days. So if you want to trade something that is not super slow, such as corn, or something that is not crazy and insane like NQ, maybe look at copper. We have micro copper now in Topstep as well, which is awesome. But I really like copper because you can get these really nice trades either up to VWAP or from VWAP, even without looking at anything else. It just tends to respect levels a lot more than some of the other slightly crazier products that we've seen before. So for me today, I have a level. It would be nice, yeah. I have a level in copper at 435. Now, the problem with copper is that it closes even earlier than gold. Pretty much most of the volume dies out. What's the time now? So, yeah, so about an hour and a half, that's when the official sort of exchange close was. So just be aware of that if you're looking for trades later on in the session on copper, you might be watching paint dry for quite a long time. So to me, copper is more like something to look at for the overlap during the London and USA session. It behaves and trends very well. And then all the way up to New York lunchtime. And then just, whatever you've done with it, that is it. Don't expect anything else. So that's just my 2 cents on how I've been trading it and how I view it. But it's beautiful. Yeah.
Very good. Seeing a pop in gold right now. The tilt is now increased to 81%. We're seeing a nice little rally, 27.54, 27.55 last trade, right to the mid range of. Let me expand this a bit so everybody can see it. Drew a little bull flag here or bear flag here. Hitting that mid range bar right now, passing through
Crude
it.
just took off.
Approaching weekly kickoff.
Crude is up $1 in the last 30 seconds.
84% longer crude.
I had a trade on in XFA. Totally forgot about. Yeah. So
I'm glad we didn't short when we were talking about it.
No, I was long. I was long crude.
You were long crude.
So,
sorry.
Yeah.
I'm still talking about gold. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I was long crude. Totally forgot that I had it on. And it hit my personal daily profit target and liquidated the position. So.
Perfect.
Yeah. Hey.
Isn't it great when that happens?
Yeah.
Oops. See you later.
Yeah, I just
That
heard something.
looks like
and I was
a reaction to
"What's
news.
that?"
Yeah. Does somebody have their eye on the news? Headlines coming out?
It's not news. It's NYMEX close. I don't think it's news. This is what happens on some days into the close. You get this like crazy rally. Oh no, you're right. It is Iran preparing major retaliatory strike from Iraq within days. So that's what's driving it. So you're right, Jay.
Interesting.
Okay then. Happy accident there.
Gold still popping. What a move.
Okay. Where's that weekly
80
kickoff?
Weekly kickoff high is at 2760.
2760. Okay, book that.
We're getting there. Tilt is now at 85% long in gold. Keeps increasing. Been long all day. Longs are starting to get paid now.
It's 85% long in gold, and the number of traders is 69%, and those trades are actually 72% are profitable. 85% long in gold, 72% are in profit, in the money. Their average price is $27.56.
Thank you, Coach Robert. Yeah, just looking at that. Yeah. Gold longs are getting paid. It's about time. They've been hanging in there all day. They took the heat. Got to risk it for the biscuit,
So
right?
I just want to point out something. Somebody says, Mal Trader says, lol D, fantastic luck today. So I just want to point out it's not luck. It was an actual trade that I was stalking earlier. And then I think I left it on when I went to do the costume and totally forgot about it. So, it's not like, oh yeah, I just randomly put on a trade and it worked out. No, it was a planned out thing. It totally slipped my mind. So yeah.
Happy accidents. We like to hear those. Jay, do you have anything going on? I'm sorry, Frank.
No. I was, like I said, I was looking for a buy potentially in gold. Didn't get down to my target for an entry, 27.48. But outside of that, the move is already kind of going. Not going to chase this, especially if it looks like a news reaction. A lot of times we see this exact move and then a retracement of it. How sustainable is that volume? If we do get a pullback to somewhere near 27.50s, I may look to enter along there.
Very good. Very good.
All right. I
still have my gold chart up. Still inside that bear flag that I drew. But yeah, we're approaching the upper channel line right now. Opportunity for a nice cheap short coming in. But I don't know. Looks pretty strong still.
NASDAQ may do lows on the day, 20,009 quarter.
Okay.
I'm going to be watching the weekly kickoff high, and then also these little ribbons for weakness once we do get there. But apart from that and higher up, overnight VWAP, I don't have any other levels in gold. I mean, to me, overnight VWAP would be even better because it's located inside the single prints. If I look at the 30-minute chart. And if I mark off, so let me just see where the initial balance was. I can't wait until we get the TPOs into Topstep. So it was this one, I believe. This one.
Jay, comment in the chat. Can you change from a bear to a bull?
I can't. The costume stays on. Until we hit 20,000, the costume stays on.
20,000 is the number. Mark it down, everyone.
20,000 what?
In the NASDAQ.
All right, guys. I know the markets are moving, but we got another check-in coming in a second. I don't know if Tuckman's still around. I could see Andre in the green room, still working on that pumpkin. I think he might have nailed it.
Right. I'm hot. I'm gonna take off that before I cook.
More costume changes. Here we go. It's Halloween.
I know. Oh, Deanna, camera's on. Your camera's on, Deanna. Your camera's on. Hold on.
Whoops! Oh no!
Hello.
Oh, there he was. We just saw Tuckman for a second. Is he coming in? We got a doorbell.
We're back, baby. Never left. We're not going anywhere. New York mentality. Andre, have you finished your pumpkin?
Pumpkin is finished, Peter.
Oh, pumpkin is finished, Peter. My favorite words I love to hear whispered in my ear at night. All right, let's turn it around.
All right, everybody, I need your honest opinion. If you guys like it, might be able to put a trade on while driving Power Hour. If not, more shame on me. Now for the big unveil, Peter. I want your thoughts first. What do you think?
All right.
Oh, he nailed it.
He killed that, yeah.
Teeth are good. The eyes phenomenal. The nose a little wonky, but still good. What's wrong with his tooth here?
Oh, God. You're not supposed to see that. You're not supposed to see that.
Oh, the tooth fairies are coming.
It's a Dakota pumpkin.
Those triangles are crooked.
Where are we buying? So, I now pass it to you. The chat. Put a poll up. Who's ever on the poll? I don't know who it is. I'm not looking at our internal documents, but whoever's on the polls, put up a chat, a poll. Did Andre pass the pumpkin carving challenge? Does Andre get to place a trade during Power Hour? Only you can decide. Back to you, JD.
The people want to know, Andre, are you Jake or Elwood Blues today?
Jake.
Jake. All right. You got the hand tattoo?
No, I don't. Well, I didn't know that I didn't know I was going to be carving a pumpkin until about 2 days ago, so no, it was going to get away. Please vote, guys. I'll see you guys in Power Hour after this.
Andre, I'm not going to lie to you. Andre, you could have smashed that pumpkin and the chat was going to vote yes on that poll.
Ooh. That might be a Power
All right,
Hour
we're getting
thing.
some weakness. We're getting some weakness in gold here.
Yep, I'm watching it.
Did we want to jump in? Try a little trade?
Ooh, interesting. Let me scale down a bit. I'm looking at a 15-minute chart right now. I'm going to go down to a 5.
I'm on 100 tick, just looking for the weakness, and it's happening right now. We're
It's
below
happening,
the localized POC. So if we're gonna do this, we need
This
to go
is the
now.
trade, huh?
Otherwise,
All right.
that's it. We never got to weekly kickoff, but it looks like the news is.
We're about to
bringing it
cross
down.
we're going to cross the center line of this channel that I drew. Our risk would be just above this previous high at 27.58.
It's quite a lot, so we need to size down.
Go 2 or 3?
Let's go 2, and then if we get a bit of a pullback, maybe we can add another one.
All right. Short 2 at
How are you guys feeling about that?
490.
Yeah, how are you feeling
Shorter
about that
pair.
resistance? Excuse me, that support. 2753 or 54. 2754 itself at 39. Deanna, what's the support look like for you?
Yeah, so I have another sort of, whether this is a VWAP or somewhere down, and usually with these types of sort of mean reversions late in the day, that tends to be the stopping point. I would say that this is an area rife for a stop hunt, if they're going to do it. But yeah, we should have a pretty clean run if we manage to get some momentum below this 2754 area, as you pointed out, Robert.
Excellent. DI minus is dropping down, which means that we have the shorts and the sellers are taking over, at least at this point, and ADX is curled up, which means they're taking over with gusto, as I like to say. So we'll wait it out and see what it looks like.
Yep. House account currently short 2 gold at 27.54.90 for those in the back. House account short.
What's the target on this? The bottom of that channel?
For me, I would say 27.51, 52, maybe. So
I would
basically
cover
this
one.
little demand area.
Yeah. I don't know. This might be a play. Might not be, but I would cover one at the bottom,
Yeah.
at the lower channel line, and then
Okay.
keep a runner.
Okay. Yeah.
Stop just above this high at 27.58.
Yep. Good stop.
Well, that's amazing. I agree with that, JD, because I disagree with that. So you're right. I'm telling you, watch how it plays out.
What are you saying, Robert? Are we on the wrong side of this?
What is that fifth thing that you have to plead?
Say it again. Say it again.
So I don't know. So all right. So my thoughts on it, and 2754 is looking like a decent support level. And since we have dropped so much, way up from 2784, we've gone down so far. I'm thinking this potentially was just a grab up the top. And we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I marked it on my chart. 2754 is that potential support level, and then the potential target of 2752. Again, I am horrible at trading gold, so that's probably what's going to happen. It's going to go right to it.
Yep, I am not a seasoned gold trader either. I'm just looking at charts. I love looking at charts, and you can apply technical analysis to pretty much any chart.
Everything, yeah. So one thing I'm watching here is if you look on my screen, there's this ribbon that is comprised of 3 9 EMAs. As long as we're sort of inside that, we should be okay. If we start popping above it, that's when we need to bail early. Because that will be a signal that longs have stepped back in, and we are just on the wrong side of it.
What price is that again?
So right now it's 2756 ballpark. So that would be my invalidation point. If buyers just furiously step in, then we need to bail well before the stop loss, because that's our disaster stop. We never want that to be hit.
Yep. So currently working to stop it.
Go ahead, GD.
Currently working a buy stop 2758 half, 2758.50. But I'll have my finger on the trigger when we get to 2756 for discretionary out.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's what I was just going to confirm. 2756, meaning so I can put on my chart so I can keep an eye on it as well. Not bad. DI minus is still up. ADX is still strong. We'll see what goes on. Someone mentioned, and while you get that chart up, you don't need to go to mine. Keep an eye on that trade. I am going to take a look at NQ. Somebody asked about it in the chat. I'm going to take a quick bounce over there, see if actually anything is happening on there.
We can't please them all, Robert. If we're trading NQ, they want to see gold. When we're trading gold, they want to see the NQ.
A lot of chat happening right now in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, and Jay is the bear, and no one wants the bull, so I don't know. How much longer we get in this session anyway? I'm just kidding.
Joe Fusco in the chat. And NQ screwed me again. I got nobody named Joe Fusco. I don't think you're him though. You would have said something by now. Shared an office with a Joe Fusco for a couple of years.
NQ is still hovering. The 20,000 gets to 10 to 50, so we're
all right.
We're in a 40 point.
Buyers are pushing, guys. Let's kill it.
Kill it.
Mm-hmm.
Join in bid. I'm
this
joining
is not
bid.
what we. This is not what we wanted to see.
Working 55.70s bid. I might just go to the market.
Yeah, it's watching crude oil as well.
Moved it up. Yep. All right, we're out. 55.80.
Nice. Okay. Yeah.
Lost $186. 186 loss.
Not too bad. Make sure you flatten all the positions up there. It's not bad because we do have the Fort Knox $1 million bank chocolate bar. I still have to put in here. So.
We are not giving away.
We get $1 million. No, it's a candy.
We said this in the last segment. We are not
JD,
giving away.
You have a resting order out there.
Oh.
Canceling all.
Oh, we do. Yeah.
We are not giving away gold bars today, everybody. Tell your friends, TopstepTV is not giving away gold bars today. Make sure everybody knows.
What have you done, Robert?
Opening that can of worms earlier.
I know.
No, yeah. I never said we were doing it. I never said, I know things came around. I said, wouldn't it be kind of cool if we had a competition that did that? And everybody's like, when do we have it? I'm like, no, we're not. Are we getting two?
Yeah.
No, we're not. Well, how about like, stop. We're not doing it. We're not doing it.
People hear what they want to hear.
Last time I think out loud. Woo.
You see Dolby's comment.
As someone goes, get into Costco. Perfect. No. What happened?
Yeah, I see it.
Oh, Dolby, I'm doing that right now. Hang on.
Smoke. Hit the smoke.
Yeah.
Oh, good call, Robert. Got us out of a losing trade at good price. Nice job, Deanna and Robert. Good calls.
Yeah, it's just active trade management. You know, you're supposed to have a disaster stop for a reason, and you're not supposed to let it like get hit every single time. If you can find reasons to bail and why a trade would be a little bit riskier, but you still want to try a cheap trade, that's the way to do it. You know, you try it, it goes against you, you kill it for a small loss, move on.
Exactly. 100% agree. I am a huge fan of just making sure, first of all, stop is there always, no questions asked, it's always on the chart, 100%. Because you never know what's going to happen. I've lost power, lost connection, whatever. It's there, at least at the very least, it's there. And if it gets jumped or stopped, you know, or not placed, whatever, at least you have it in a log somewhere that says, no, it was here. So always. However, that said, Deanna, I am straight up with you. We know where the validation point was. We had it at 2756.0. That was our validation point. But our stop was way further behind. It doesn't mean we're doing a reverse 5 million to 1 risk reward ratio. It just means, no, we have a stop there just in case, but we're going to watch this and we'll say, yeah, the stop is up here for protection, but if we do go up and the buyers step in, we're just going to close a trade out. That's exactly what happened. So that's trade management 101.
Yep.
How's the bear doing? Too much honey? Are you hibernating over there with all that sugar rush and the
No,
insulin spike?
I'm seeing. I'm looking at what a potential target to the upside might be in gold, and I'm looking at 2770s if some buyers really do step in here. I didn't take the long that I was. Yeah, I didn't take the long that I was talking about. You guys were in that short in the house account, but the
Oh no, did we take you out of a trade? Did we talk you out
No,
of a
no,
trade?
no, not at all, not at all, not at all. I can still click the buttons over here. But the high of the close that we were talking about, right? That 2753 area, we came back and used it as a support with some buying volume coming in, and then we held that candle as well. If we get a close above 56 here on this 5-minute candle, and some buyers stepping in, you know, we may run out of time. What's the likelihood that we get, you know, some real follow through volume in gold right now? But before the equities close, if we get some covering of shorts, I'm looking at 2765 potentially as a target, if not 2770.
Yeah, I can get behind that because now that we've tried a short, which was kind of a cheap option, and we see the headline risk is still pushing this up. Yeah, I can get behind the opposite hypo as an option too.
Nice. We got a power hour
This
trade
is
setup coming here, guys.
Yeah, yeah. And the thing with gold and power hour, if there's something happening with the Middle East and headline risk in general, it will move. It will keep moving. I don't know who's trading it, but it will keep moving.
We got a minute and a half till the close of this 5-minute bar, Jay. If we close above 56, that was your number, 56?
Yeah, close above 56. The stop would go below 50. Looks like it's doing it now. And I'm just looking from a technical perspective, have to keep all of context there. Again, what is the likelihood that we get that volume? But if we do, I'm seeing some room to the upside here.
Yep.
Hey,
We saw volume
Jay,
really
comment.
fall off the cliff there. Go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, Jay, comment on that long. Could you tell me what you're seeing? I don't have that access that you're using that if you're using Quantar right now, but 2758.5. What does that look like? I see a low volume area on volume profile for the session, but I do see a potential like stoppage right there if we go through that. So what does it look like that you see 2758.5 on your Quantower?
Let me pull up Quantower. I have it closed.
I'm sorry. I thought you had it. Okay.
Costume uses a ton of resources, so I closed Quantower so I wouldn't freeze. But let me pull up Quantower because that's more important than this costume.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm just curious as what it shows there as well.
All right, we got 3 minutes left, guys. Still looking at gold. Tilt, 85% long in gold. Tilt, long in gold has not budged at all. It hasn't gone below 70%. in the last 2 hours, 3 hours.
Mm-hmm. And that's a good thing.
By the way, I
more
just
than half
added
are
up.
positive. Go ahead, and Deanna, please.
I see that I have my XFA P&L there, but that's just one. We have some others. They're all in profit nicely. So plus the live, so that adds up to about 3.8K. So yeah.
Great trading, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've got my brain back finally.
Interesting enough,
Took a while.
Shubham in the chat wants to know if we should start grading ourselves, grading our trading performance today.
Yes, I think that's actually a great idea, and I think we should be grading our mental side too.
Let's get a poll up in the chat if we can. If anybody's listening back there, let's get a poll. What would you grade yourself on your trading performance today?
Great poll.
Yeah, start with D. Why don't we do it on air as well?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've been trading really well recently, and that's all down to just me working with my own mental triggers. I do use Jared Tendler's template for it. I actually showed it. I actually showed it earlier in London session. So if you guys want to rewatch that, Coach Ray, Coach Ray was with me. Actually, it was David Lee Roth because he came in costume. So he had a visit. So yeah, that's helped me tremendously. Like, I know myself really well, and I can still kind of slip off my A game, definitely. But one thing that I found extremely helpful is to keep track of what exactly causes me to go on tilt or make bad decisions, and then you just put it in a scoring card, right? Is it your A game, B game, C game? We've had Jared Tendler on here many times before, and he always mentions that. That's been by far the most helpful thing for me. And I've worked with psychologists, with therapists throughout my 17 years of doing this. And, because I know myself already, I was able to pinpoint very quickly where the issue was. But I was kind of not willing to do that for some reason earlier in the year, because I was like, I don't need to do that after 17 years. Yes, you do, D. Get off your high horse. And here we are. So some humility, just knowing that you're human and that's okay sometimes. But just make sure you track those behaviors so that you can get ahead of them. So that's my take on that.
Very good. Thank you. Jay, real quick, we got to wrap this up. I didn't take any trades or anything today. We were working on a lot behind the scenes, so I have to bow out of that particular thing. But Jay, what do you think?
I'll give myself a D. I think I read the markets really well, came in with this bear costume, called out a short in the NASDAQ pretty much on the open, and didn't take advantage of most of that move. And I think on days when we call it out really well, we have to trade it really well. Right? We get paid to execute and not to call out trades. So I'm going to give myself a D for today.
All right,
honest
finally,
assessment.
JD, and then we'll kick it out.
You got to respect an honest assessment, made one trade in the live account down just about $200, a little less than $200. I appreciate you guys for helping us manage that trade, keeping those losses minimal. Coach Dave, we got a nice trade set up for Power Hour coming up here. We're above that 256 going into Power Hour. Could be a strong buy signal. We are just below weekly kickoff high, 2760 in gold. As far as my trade performance today, I call it like I see it. I don't know. I'd probably give myself a C or a D today.
Only made that one house count grade.
Did I actually give myself a grade? I did not. I give myself, let's say, a B+.
Well, there you have it. B+ from the other side of the pond, as we like to say. Gold still tilt 83% long. Average price 2758.1. 62% currently in the positive. So Jay, looks like everybody's on board with your long. Let's see how this stuff goes out. Let's kick it over to Power Hour, handing the keys over to Andre here in a few minutes. It'll be in just a few minutes. Dobie, Francis Green back again.
Nice.
Yep. And well, I thought I saw him, but we'll have to kind of wait. I think so. Anyway, you'll see. Anyway, Francis Green's in the house, and then Hoag. Hoag's joining us as well. Stay tuned. Thank you all very much. We had a wonderful day today. A lot of stuff going on. A lot of fun things happening. And we are not sending out gold bars. So there you go. One more time.
Sorry, there's a very, very funny comment.
Yeah,
It's a very funny comment by A. So we got a B for D and D for J. Let's
saw
leave it at that.
That's a good one.
And lights, camera, action. See you soon.
All right, it's time for Power Hour here on Halloween. We've got other ghosts and goblins here. Thanks for joining us. We've got Dolby Time, and Francis Green got dressed up for us today. That's what you look great, man. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Yep, good to see you. Well, I thought I'd make an effort. The wife said, "Let me do your makeup." So there's only certain times in life I'll let her do my makeup. So today will be one of them.
Well, you look great. Thanks for dressing up with us. And Andre's going to be back with us in just a few minutes. It looks like you all voted for him to be able to take a trade. We'll see if we can get him into something good here. Anybody have a trade on right now? Francis, you got anything on?
No, I was in that gold that they were talking about with D and Robert, but I kind of closed it because I don't really trade gold. But I did like the structure of the break and definitely on the 100-tick chart. But at the moment, no. The way NQ has been today, it's not good for me as a reversal trader. So I would like a little bit of reversal, but today is not the day to be trying to reverse. So just on the sidelines at the moment. I did get a trade earlier today on a reversal this morning in the London session, which was good, just on obviously one of our combines. But since then, nothing at the moment.
And it's been, you mean it was a pretty good trade, huh? $2,100, something like that?
Yeah, 21, which is good. It was in the London session. We took out the Asia low, the overnight, and then we had a nice free candle reversal with a squeeze to the New York Open, and then we had that big dump after. So we caught the move back up to the 400s. Yeah.
Nice. Well, we are seeing equities coming off these lows pretty substantially here. I'll be watching the IB low in the S&P, which is 57.68. We'll be watching the IB low in the NASDAQ possibly for an opportunity up around 20,119. Dolby, what are you seeing here? Anything you like?
Yes, actually, Hoag. If you go to a 4-hour chart on the NASDAQ, I think we could be witnessing a very, very big megaphone formation. We've made higher highs and we've also made lower lows. If we do believe in that, then we would be looking long in the NASDAQ for potentially a very, very large risk-reward trade. It'd easily be 100 points if we do think NASDAQ can handle a rally. Maybe 20,400s. That would be the midway point of the 4-hour range. I don't know if that is possible, but I'm intrigued by this megaphone formation. Very intrigued.
It's always been the one that kind of chewed me up a little bit, but it looks really good on that 4-hour chart. Where do we get in, and what's our risk?
Well, I mean,
we are bouncing from Sorry, Dolby. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Just for a 4-hour trade, you'd want a lot of room. So you'd probably want to do 1 or 2 contracts, and then the stop would have to be under 20,000.
Below the low.
Yeah, so you're looking at 70 points of risk. I mean, it'd be huge, but you're looking for 100 or 200 points. It's a very interesting formation, and if indices can bounce, it could be worth it.
Do we try and wait for a pullback to get into something like this?
Oh, I mean, what do you think, Francis? What kind of pullback would you look for in NASDAQ if you were trying to get long?
Well, first of all, where we found support, which is a prior weekly from a while back now, that 20.025 is a weekly level, and we found support over the last hour or so at that level. But what I don't like is all day we've tried to break any type of structure, and we've just not been able to do that bar in the London session this morning. So these highs around about this 20,100, where we keep rejecting from, I wouldn't really want to long below that because of today's action. But that means that you're going to have a big risk. So you would have to probably get above the 100, then look for a retest of the 100 and try and get some sort of risk there. But if we came back down to the 20.050, maybe that would be, it's a risky an entry. But for me, there's no entry for me at the moment until I get above the 20,100 because of that rejection. My only concern.
Seeing the anchored view app from the 9:30 number this morning, or 8:45 number this morning, I should say, is coming in right there at that 20,100. A little confluence there for us. See if we can get a little bit of a pullback. And you were talking about 20,500 for a possible long entry, right?
2050. 20,050, you mean, Hoag?
Yeah, I'm sorry, 20,050. Sometimes my brain
Yeah,
just doesn't
that
work
zone.
around numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just where
Gotta
we've
take
just
this.
broken out on the 15-minute chart. We've just broken out of that zone. This candle, this 15-minute candle, has been the shift candle out of that tight consolidation for the last hour. So if I was going to go for it, it would be a retest of, you know, this type of zone here. If this second red here, maybe something that is in the way, but it's still a 50-point move. So we could get at least a 50-point move into that 2100. So that would be something that I would, if I was looking to long here, something like that would be my initial trade. And then if we broke above that, then, you know, we could go like Dolby saying, we could go very, very high.
Got it. So Dolby, with your current risk down below the current session low, down around 20,000, to be honest, right? We're looking at about 50 points of risk. Do we do a 1 lot or a 2 lot on this opportunity if we're going to take this long at 20,050?
Can't hear Dolby. Dolby, can't hear you.
You with us?
Yeah, sorry. The Starlink in my private jet got cut off again.
Yeah, it's $5.
Yeah, right. I'll my intern take care of it. If we're looking at the like stair-stepping pattern on the 1 minute, I mean, you could kind of justify trades at like 60, 65, or even 50s if we're like hoping that maintains and we continue this, you know, uptrend within a downtrend. I don't know. It'd be a shame if NASDAQ ended up running away from us and we sat on our hands, not participating in what could be a very, very strong rally. I think the risk reward is worth it to try with at least a 1 lot if we can get around 60s or maybe even 70s. It's just, I don't like shorting indices, Hoag. And this megaphone is very intriguing. It's a very, very intriguing pattern that we have.
So we did just take this 5-minute bar down to the 50 session moving average on the 5-minute chart, which is 20,064. Do you like that for an entry?
54s?
Yeah, 64s.
I would try 64s. I'd probably bid 60s and 50s with the 2 lot and see if we could get like an average of 55 and then maybe have a stop at like 30. So we're kind of cutting our risk a little bit and anticipating that we don't get down to 20,000 at all and we do take a rally. But, you know, when NASDAQ rallies, it makes it very, very difficult to get in without just hitting the market button.
Yeah.
All right. So,
I mean, if you are going to get in, this is on the 100 tick chart, we have broken, retested. You can see here on the 100 tick chart, we're doing, you know, the stairs up like Dolby was talking on the 1 minute. We've broken this high and then we found support at that high, and that's that 63 to 64 zone.
Yeah, that's the stair step. Yep, exactly.
So,
and that's the thing. Like, this ladder does not seem particularly bearish right now at all.
Yes.
It's just I think way easier to the upside than it is to the downside.
Okay, so 60s and 50s. Already. I'm going to put bids in there.
And then if we don't get that filled, then we're probably going to have to look what France was talking about is, can we get to 20,100 and then, can we reestablish a new stair step between, let's say, 80 and 90 for another long? But NASDAQ does not make it easy to get to play catch up with. It's going to run. It's going to run fast.
Oh, it tries to keep you out.
It tries to keep you out. It really forces you to just hit that market button, and then you have to think about risk later, which is unfortunate, but that's kind of how this market plays. So if you're going to trade NASDAQ, then you have to know the personalities of the NASDAQ. And look, now we're already up 20, 25 points just talking about getting long. And this is when sweat beads start dropping. Because did we miss it? It's like, I don't think we have. I think there's still a lot more room here. I think shorts are probably going to end up covering, if I had to guess. Just depends, right? So do we like it now where we could set a stop below 60? Buy 80s instead of stop below, so now you're risking 20 points, but it's up to
Well, I think we're getting to the
something
point where
else.
we're either going to see this thing run or we're not.
Mm-hmm. We got 45 minutes left. MOC is in 35 minutes. Any delta, Hoag, that could be changing things around for us?
Basically, just flat in the NASDAQ, minus 140. S&P is not minus 1,000. So no help from Delta
Nothing.
here this afternoon.
Yeah, that's nothing.
Yep.
That's okay, though. Oh, man, it's tricky trying to find that pullback. Like where can we get a pullback from? We might get a little bit of a rejection off of 20,080 just because it was a previous like 1 minute kind of high. So that might give us some opportunity. Maybe 70s or 65s would be good for a bid because that would maintain the higher lows that we've been making on the 1 minute.
Mm-hmm.
And that could give us an opportunity. And that'd be about halfway of that 1 minute range. Would be about somewhere between, actually higher than I thought, between 75 and say like 65. If we're doing the stair step idea. You know me, Hoag. More size the better. Not shy to put on a trade.
No, that's a good thing. Let's see if we can get
Don't
this
know till you
pullback.
bet.
Pardon?
Said you don't know till you bet.
Yeah.
Reminiscences of a stock operator.
This mask.
What level did you say, Dolby? Sorry.
Go ahead. I had to take the
We're
mask
between,
off.
like,
Go ahead.
60 and 75 in NQ, so 20,060s or 20,070s, 75s. We're kind of just maintaining the stair step, right?
Yeah.
But
We just tapped into that 75 again.
I feel like we should just throw one lot in and just manage it, and then we can just average up if we need to. I don't know if NASDAQ is going to give us time.
I mean, it does seem to be growing some legs here, doesn't it?
It really does. And the pullbacks have been very, very small.
I feel like we're chasing, but that's what it does.
Yeah.
It always makes you feel like you're chasing.
But this is why I think some traders have a really hard time with like aggressively trending markets, is because you kind of have to throw out your rule book and just buy it. And that's the plan. And like, maybe you just so happen to catch the exact reversal and you lose, but most of the time, if it's in a strong uptrend, the answer is just to buy it. And that's all you can do.
Yeah.
And that is the strategy, and it doesn't have to be complicated.
Yeah. That's why I don't I can't get into trend. I can't get into trend.
Yeah.
All right.
Hello.
Andre is back.
I am back.
Andre gets the next trade.
Oof. Just jumping onto a moving train here. Hello, everybody. Sorry I'm late. Bit of a wardrobe malfunction. Full disclosure, I got some pumpkin goop in my eye. I felt clean up and tried flushing it out, and it got all over the suit. So in a panic, I just threw on a shirt and these goofy glasses. But anyways, let's get right into it. What's up, fellas? Francis, looking amazing, by the way. Brody, good to see you.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Oh, man. All right. All right. So we were talking about
Here's
longs. 30 points later.
Right into it.
Sometimes just buying it and then asking questions later is the way to go. NASDAQ makes it very hard to get long. It's trending aggressively.
All right. What are we looking at here, fellas? I heard I'm allowed to take
longs. We're talking longs.
Question is now, do you go long now? 88. There's another pivot on the 100 tick chart. But your risk, it's where you're going to put the risk, Hoag. That's the issue.
That's the question, right?
And that's why it's so hard to
On the
trade
long side,
aggressively
that's the
trending
tough one.
markets.
Yeah.
And that's why it's so hard, because it's hard to define.
Right, here
We've got bids in down below, Andre.
Cool.
It doesn't look like we're going to get them. I'm going to go ahead and cancel them right now. We can always replace them.
All right.
I think we just slam one. I think we just slam one and then just do a wide stop. And if we need to average
All right, we
down or
slammed in.
average up. All right, cool.
Dolby, we slammed into one.
All right.
Right.
Okay. Let's see.
Long.
There's a
20,000,
decent orders at
90,
100.
75.
20,100. There's a few contracts, decent amount. So we could grab
70
that.
up there. Yep.
What's our entry?
20,000, 90, 75. 90 in the orders.
Oh, nice.
Where's the stops, Hoag?
Yeah, see,
They tight.
Doesn't matter. It's going up. Who cares what it stops at? It's just going
Up
straight
on
up.
Tuesday. I like
You
that.
don't need stops if you're always right.
I don't need stop. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
beauty.
that's the way to trade. That's the way to trade.
I'm going to put in just a kind of a catastrophic stop here down
Yeah, that's all you need.
72, 73.
Crude go.
Yeah. If we can get through these
You got to get through this
100s.
VWAP.
Yeah, if we
Get
can
through
get
this
through
VWAP.
these 100s, 110, 115s, then we could have a right charge. Yeah.
Okay. See, tilt's heavy long right now. Anything on Delta, guys, that we're looking at here?
Nothing.
Nothing.
We were
All
just
right.
talking about that. Negative 170 in the NASDAQ. Right now, positive 500 in the S&Ps. No help there.
Nope. Okay.
Sometimes it's good. Sometimes not so much.
What's the stop? 72s?
Right now, yeah, that's where it is.
All right, cool. Yeah, I mean,
your
this
IB
is a
low,
cool trade.
which has been resistant all day. We got to get through that.
Yes, it has. It's 119s, Hoag.
119, and yes, NASDAQ. Look at him. Look at the big memory on Andre.
Ah, yeah, when it works, you remember, right?
Yeah, momentum's been good so far. It's if what are you guys looking at the 110s to 120s where there might be some resistance.
Yeah. Yeah.
The next question is do we try to add on a pullback? You know, if NASDAQ does decide to pull back 15, 20 points, is that an opportunity to add in and maybe get our average down a little bit while also sizing up? I mean, I think 75s would be interesting. 76s.
You want my opinion?
Sure. Yeah, of course.
I don't like adding.
Okay.
I don't like adding because we just rejected right below the IB low in the S&Ps. We haven't even been able to get back to the IB low in the NASDAQ. Until we take that out, I still feel like this thing is a short. And I've been wrong before. Trust me.
NASDAQ? Or all indices?
Those 119s.
Just the S&P and the NASDAQ. IB low has been resistant all day. If that gives away, then we add.
I like that, Hoag.
Nice. Okay, let's see what it plays out. Dre, we were talking about megaphone. That's kind of the idea.
Gotcha.
Along here in NASDAQ is that there's a 4-hour megaphone pattern.
Okay.
So
oh boy,
this might be able to rally quite a bit.
Let's do it. Do we remind them that we have Amazon, Intel, Apple earnings after the bell?
Mm-hmm.
We do hashtag Power Hour, upper left-hand corner of the screen. I'm sure we did all that stuff.
Not yet, Dre.
Oh,
no,
we do Adobe.
Focusing on trying to get into this trade.
I like it. Screw that. Let's trade. Never got down to the 20,000s, I see. Almost.
Nope.
Close.
It's a strong level where we bounce. 20,025 is a strong weekly level. So it could be a very good support.
It could be a little
I missed it. What's up with that spike in crude? Is there some news?
Oh, yeah. Iran
Middle
is
East?
preparing a major retaliatory strike from Iraq within days on Israel.
Wow.
Yep. That would do it.
Yep.
A headline-driven market.
Gotta get through these 119s. NASDAQ.
That's a big one.
Got to get above this zone here. For any bulls to be getting happy.
We've got the anchored VWAP from the 845 Chicago PMI, kind of capping off price action for almost for the rest of the day. Last time we were up there, it was about noon, and we rejected there. We're back there. We're rejecting again, possibly, and that's pretty close to that IB high. IB low. Man, oh man.
Interesting. Who's short in the chat? There must be many people who are short. Anybody short in the chat from this 100 zone on NQ?
Did reject right off of it. I do see
We're
we're
long
once.
75% in the tilt.
Huh? What from what price? 125. I've
Mm.
seen 125s.
125s. Yeah.
Okay.
They're all hurting.
Average.
A little bit heavy, but still kind of maintaining the higher lows thus far.
Mm-hmm.
Don't come get our stop. Don't come get our stop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just broke
It's
the trend on the 100 tick chart.
It's the order that shall remain unspoken.
And any liquidity here? Looking at the ES ladder, nothing really sticking out. Anything on the NQ? Nothing really.
Nothing tremendous.
Well, it's kind of a wait and see. We're really just looking for a response in the last 25 minutes here from the bulls. Are they going to be able to bid this up? Are they bullish earnings? No, we have Apple coming up. That's a big one. Tim Apple, as Nick likes to say.
Yep. How many iPhones? How many iPhones did they sell?
1 million billion.
$1 million billion. Yes, that'd be good for earnings. Whatever that number is that Russia fined Google. Still can't pronounce that number.
20 decillion.
Decillion. Is that 35 zeros?
I think it's 2 followed by 34 zeros. That's bearish, and you can see the results in the market.
It's a lot of zeros.
We could probably get by on that.
Buy everything. We buy the moon, Hoag, if we wanted to. I don't know who we'd pay, but just take it over.
It's like Dr. Evil back in 1968 when he demands $1 billion and they all start laughing at him.
Yeah, right.
$1 billion doesn't even exist.
Yeah. Nice inflation joke in that movie.
Still seeing some longs on the tilt here. Boy, it's been heavy long tilt in gold
wiggle.
all day.
Wiggle in the NASDAQ ladder.
Yeah, we just broke the 100 tick trend. 100 tick trend's broken and tried to retest it. It's failed to get back into the trend on the 100 tick chart.
So Francis, you would say, kill this. Yeah.
I personally, so for me now, I would be looking for shorts. So if I was in any long, I would be taking profits and closing that and looking for shorts. So just basically off the 100 tick chart. Now, my only reservation against that is just this is a nice pullback before it then has the end of day squeeze. So the timing, if I was happy with my profits, I would be taking my profits. If I got in a little bit later, then I probably wouldn't. But
so more of a profit-taking event than a new execution.
More of a profit. Yeah. I would be taking profit rather than obviously closing my whole position. But the 100 tick chart has shown a change in structure.
Yeah, it definitely
If the
has.
5
Lots
minute
of little
closes-
wicks up there.
If the 5 minute closes, which is 40 seconds, you then have a free candle reversal pattern at resistance. If it closes below 82s.
They're trying to take this. So peeled off a little bit.
I mean,
we only have
depends
one
what time
on,
frame you're looking at. Yeah, I mean that was kind of the idea, right? Market in with one wide stop. If that was if we were committed to that plan earlier in the session, obviously would have had like a much better entry because we think we're talking about that around like 60s. But NASDAQ has a way. It has very fluid hips. But here's some buyers coming back in again. So
buyers said not so fast.
This candle is important. If this
Why is
candle
that, Francis?
goes above, then this is the one where you'd look for retest to go short. So this is where you would go short now. On this candle,
we're long.
Yeah, we would go short here. Yeah.
All right.
I mean, if you guys don't like it, just flatten it.
Yeah, that would be the short
there
retest
it
there.
goes.
88.
Yep.
88.
Yep.
Yep. There's the short.
There's the
Yeah.
stop. Bro. All right.
What was the haircut on that one?
300 and change something.
Oh, that's
300 something like that.
Yeah, that's
nothing.
Oh, we out?
Nothing
Are we
huge.
out? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're out.
Oh yeah, we're out. Yeah, we're out.
Okay.
So
Not bad.
low, man. That was one of my appreciations today. Was I appreciate the IB low.
IBS held again. Do they want to give 20,000s a test again?
I mean, those who got in long, if we would have got in long when we first came on and Dolby was talking about, the very early ones, then we would have so much more room. Because we was chasing, you don't want that massive stop. So, for those who got in around about, the break of the 40s, the 50 zone that we were speaking about, they can still sit nice and hope that this doesn't roll over. But if you get in late, then you can't be sitting there, because this could come all the way back down to the 25s or even the 20s or even the 20,000s. So,
yeah,
I mean, good range,
we broke structure on that 100 tick chart. Overall, we're still in the daytime frame. We're still putting in lower highs and lower lows.
Yeah. I mean, the minute it breaks that 100 tick chart, that's just the way that I trade. And then I confirm with the free candle reversal. As soon as I get a retest, then that's where I go short. So that's my setup. That's how I trade. So that was the trade that allowed us to get in today in the London session.
And we never really did get any kind of price action above this anchored VWAP from the 845 5-minute bar here.
Nice call.
Jump on the momentum here.
I mean, even 40s would be pretty enticing for longs too.
We're up against this kind of balance area here. I know what you're thinking there. Know what you're thinking, Dolby.
Yeah. You just don't know with net. Like, you just never know. Like, are you going to get the pullback or not? Either it's like going to rally 200 points and leave you in the dust, or it's going to pull back 50, stop everybody out, and then rally 200 points. And sometimes you just don't know. You just don't know.
The old head fake.
Oh yeah.
This is an interesting zone. This 60 level.
We were looking at this earlier, weren't we?
Oh yeah.
60s is interesting.
We're looking at 50s and 60s because we got that little 5-minute consolidation down between like 20s and 40s, and so maybe the shorts at 45s decide to cover if they can, get filled at 50 or so. I'd be very curious to see what the response is from the market. You could also just
45.
touch 20,000 and then rally too. Like, we're not that far away in NASDAQ land.
I mean, Hoag, the last couple days this week, NASDAQ has hit visual targets, right? We filled the gap on Monday to the downside the last second. And then yesterday, we hit those 530s at the very last second as well to the downside.
And that was a late spike the end of the day yesterday too. Opening below that is, by a rule, probable acceptance of lower pricing. Do you think we accepted lower pricing today?
I would say, yeah.
We certainly drove into
Very
it.
much. 25 minutes left in the session. 50-50 on the NASDAQ.
God, time flies.
Mm-hmm. It's been a very fun day, though, as someone who's been able to watch the show. Just incredible stuff. Shout out to James, everyone in the production boxes.
Yep.
Just really funny stuff all day today. On point. Should be Halloween every day.
Right.
How surprised were you, Andre, to see Tuckman at your house?
Oh man, I can't tell you the shock on my face when I saw Tuckman at my front door. You should have seen the neighbor's face. They were even more surprised when they saw what was going on outside the house.
He said, "Hey, I know that guy.
What are those two idiots doing?
That's the Einstein of Wall Street."
Yeah.
What is that Nissan Rogue with 30-inch rims?
Yes. Gonna go for these 20,000s. Let's trade 20,062.
Oh, that's a good poll question. Are we going to touch 20,000 in the next By 3 o'clock, will we touch 20,000? Someone's on polls. Oh, they were.
Ooh.
Someone is on polls.
Someone's on polls. They're quick.
Why, yes.
Let's do this one first. These metals.
Gold.
Gold.
I love gold.
Yellow.
I love the taste of it, the smell of it.
See what the buyers.
Copper's
wanna
been
do
getting
here.
some love recently. That's
Yeah,
pretty
it
cool.
has.
Love seeing that. It's
Yeah.
nice when other markets get some attention.
Francis, people are not recognizing you.
Oh, that means my costume must be good then, or really bad.
That's
Thanks to my wife. My
good.
wife, it's big shout out to my wife. She did this.
Wow, well done.
Are you going to use it for some trick or treating later tonight, or are you just using it for today?
Just for Topstep.
appearance?
Just for
Oh wow!
It's already so the kids are already out now. Over where I am, it's 7:30 p.m. So the kids are already out. Yeah. So if anybody comes to my door after this, then yeah, I'll scare the kids. Sure, yeah.
What are we giving out for the trick or treaters, Francis?
Just the normal stuff, the normal
yes.
sweets and chocolate. That's all they want.
Apple.
The days are over. The days are over where you used to get money.
Oh, the good old days.
Good old
Apple
days. I
or
used to come home with a
popcorn ball.
Oh, popcorn ball.
Popcorn balls are great. I bought some Apple. What's it? Apple Tappy. What is it called? Affy Tapple.
Taffy apple?
Yes.
What
Taffy
about
Tapples.
how do we feel about candy corn?
Garbage. What are we
Ew.
talking about, Dre? Absolute
Ugh.
garbage. One of the
We
worst.
don't
It's up
have
there
it
with
here.
Peeps.
Good.
With Peeps. One of the worst holiday snacks on earth.
The only
Yeah, it's not-
thing that could make candy corn good is if you mix it with roasted peanuts. It tastes like a taffy apple.
Oh, interesting.
Candy corn. A taffy apple. What's
I'm
a
not
taffy
giving out
apple?
candy corn. I'm not giving out candy corn. No.
Well, our 60s bounced.
A taffy
That's,
apple.
Unfortunate.
You don't know what a taffy apple is?
Oh yeah.
We call them toffee apples. Is that the same thing?
Oh, toffee.
so.
Oh yeah. Well, I guess
Well,
yeah.
wait,
You could
hold
say.
on. Well, it's an
Yeah.
apple dunked in caramel, and then there's
Yeah,
peanuts
yeah.
on the outside. Okay, Sam. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, we call them toffee apples. I don't know why. Yeah.
See, we got a cowboy in the waiting room.
Yeah.
I'm
What's up,
back. I thought I
Tevs?
was done. Thought I was done on the air for the day.
Well, you gotta get back on the horse sometimes there, cowboy.
You guys were talking copper trading. The only time I have ever in 15 years in futures now ever seen any like copper trades is on the Series 3.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
See where this is going.
Hoag, you've taken the
42
Series 3. I would think,
42,000 pounds.
yeah, you would think that the only futures that trade are copper, coffee, and T notes. If you take the Series 3
Yes.
Pretty much.
and euro dollars.
Mm-hmm.
Oh really? There's a lot of euro dollars on there? I can do
Oh
those.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Which doesn't even trade anymore.
Oh, it doesn't because LIBOR. LIBOR was it? Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, there it is. In case you're wondering, euro dollars are dollar deposits not held in the United States. But that's not what the question's about today.
All right, let's do it.
Ding ding.
Yep.
This one's pretty straightforward. It's for Dolby.
Oh God.
Andre. Which of the following equity index option positions would have unlimited risk? A long put, a short put, a long straddle, or a short straddle?
I'm pretending like I even know what's going on. So I'm just gonna guess.
Short put. You want it to go,
Andre, it's not
Yeah.
one. That's for sure.
Yeah,
I think
it's unlimited.
E.
So yeah, it's got to be. Yeah,
I think it's
what? Yeah, you got to buy. Yep. Got to buy back.
Did you guys read all the answers?
no.
No.
I'm ADD. I just see what I like and then just. This stuff stresses me out. I
Jack.
get anxiety.
Yeah, it does.
Shannon,
When it's like
casting
the
doubt
inverse
upon
of a
them.
thing.
I don't think
Short of punt, long straddle.
Oh, shoot.
unlimited
Great.
risk.
Now No, I am.
Guys,
I am.
guys.
Yup.
A is certainly not the answer. A long put option does
Definitely
not have
not A.
unlimited risk.
It's not
Definitely
A.
not
No,
A.
it's not. Joey saw.
Okay,
Yeah, it's
B.
got to be. It's either B or
B.
D. Yeah, I got B. It's got to be right. No,
Does it?
Now you got me short circuited.
It's probably one of those silly straddles. Wait, if you sell a put, then you get premium. I think it's B still. Even though
You guys
Jack
need to-
says I'm wrong, I'm still convinced.
You guys need to expand your mind a little bit. This is a bit. I'm not even gonna call it a trick question. That gives it too much. Makes it sound trickier than it is.
What is it?
What's the most you can
C?
lose on a put on an equity index option?
Oh, it has to go to 0. Oh, wait. Is it D?
Well, let's see what the answer is.
D?
Most high, yeah.
It
Yeah.
is
I'm in
indeed
trouble.
D.
Shucks.
I'm in
And
trouble.
they don't even. Here's a little tip for the Series 3. I was nice to you by adding equity index option. You see, when they wrote the Series 3, I specifically wrote a type of option that could only go to 0. Okay. The Series 3 seems to have forgotten that oil went negative and theoretically could, right?
Right.
They'll just say an option, and the most you could lose is it going to 0. But a short straddle includes a short call, which I did not put on here because I thought it would be too easy. But a short call has unlimited risk.
That's what. Okay.
Oh, it's the call. I got him confused.
Oh boy. So many chapters go. Yep.
I did
Some
well on
drawing
rules
board.
and regs. That was pretty good.
Adam M.
Ooh.
Rules and
You like
regs.
longs again?
Yeah, Jack. Wow.
All right, and by the way, because I said I should, here's your sports for tonight, Andre.
do we got?
Houston 6-2 plays the Jets tonight at 7:15 on Prime Video. Unless Amazon f's up their earnings, in which case I don't know, we'll be back to CBS or something. But Prime Video, your spot for Thursday night football. All right, that's what I got for now. Happy Halloween.
Thank you, Francis. Who's going to win, the Texans or the Jets?
I'm going to say Jets because when I was a very small boy, I loved the NFL, and my first team was Jets. So I'm going to say Jets.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Nice little
I don't
fun
know.
fact.
It's not a thing in the UK, but my bedroom, and I loved American football before I liked English football, which is strange.
Is that right?
I don't know
Well,
why.
you're not old.
I don't know.
Not old enough to be a big fan of Joe Namath.
To say who
was
did
the
you like?
quarterback?
I can't
back then?
remember names and
Was it Sanchez?
Yeah, right.
Sanchez. Chad Pennington.
But now, and then my team was, and then I loved the Raiders for a long time.
Oh yes.
Yeah, the Los Angeles Raiders. I loved
You
them.
kind of
for a
got
long
you got the
time.
face paint on right now for the Raiders. To
Yeah,
be
you
honest.
do.
You just need like some spiky pauldrons and you're good to go.
The Raiders.
So when we go to the States, I'm going to take my boy in that to a NFL game. So
sweet.
Awesome.
Definitely.
Well, NQ's rallied 30 points off of 60s, which we were talking about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
mark it in again for a long and be 20 points above where we want to be.
That's the entry.
That was the long. The 60s was the long that we mentioned.
We were talking about it, yeah.
Yeah.
Should have just kept that order in there, I guess. I don't know.
We had it in. We had it in at 60 and 50. But it looked like we were going to maybe continue to the upside, so I canceled the orders. We're talking Series 3 stuff, so.
Momentum's a lie in NASDAQ. Sometimes you just got to keep the order in. It can go up and down so fast. Stick to the levels. Stick to the levels.
Momentum's a lie, he says.
Yeah, it is.
Is it?
I'm a range trader. I don't care about momentum.
Ah.
I trade ranges.
We know VIX is a lie.
Yep.
We know momentum's a lie now.
Birds are not real.
Nope.
All right, see if we can push higher here. 20,088 in the NASDAQ. We've got about 14 minutes left in the session. And we'll see in 4.5 minutes.
If we can get above 120s, it's going to get interesting. Very, very interesting.
Well, that's that 119 IB low. How many times has it gone up there since it broke? One, two, three. Three good touches, relatively close to it. Almost looking like a little cup and handle here, guys.
Yep. What's in your
With
cup,
that
Hoag?
60, yeah, that's bullish, right?
Yeah.
With that 60 hold, that gives it the platform to obviously smash through these 100s.
Go.
Mm-hmm.
Is 20,100 really a scary number for NASDAQ? When 20,000 is so close? So close.
Yeah, it's so
Long
far.
tilt again.
We're coming into MOC, and the Dakota rule is we can't hold positions into MOC.
Dakota's not here.
Yeah, but to say he's not even accurate now.
All right, Gabe.
Not yet, RM. Haven't seen anything. I was going to do it low key, but I heard the chat said I could take a trade.
Ooh,
We'll see.
Put one in, Drake.
We'll see. See what happens. We got MOC coming in here in 3 minutes, so. What was it yesterday? Like two? No, yesterday was one big fat zero, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
$50
should be
Brooks.
good.
I don't know
Maybe
about that.
Maybe we get another pullback down to like 20,050 for another chance for a long off of MOC. And then it can rally higher. Oh man, look at this go. To the moon, NASDAQ, to the moon.
All right, here's hundreds.
Yep. Hello, 100.
Hello.
It says 30-minute range is what I'm looking at. So between like 20,010 and 20,120, you have a bunch of 30-minute candlesticks all jammed together. I'd even say a 1 hour consolidation. So a breakout or breakdown out of that 1 hour range means big moves, big moves.
Yes, pushing higher too. Here we go. NASDAQ can give it a shot here, Hoag.
Yeah, here's up to
Going
almost
aggressive.
19s here.
Sell it.
Got to recenter my ladder. It took off on me.
Sell these. 100 lot in the bid. 100 lot down below in the NASDAQ. Build.
Any big liquidity up top that you can think of? I think some 20s.
124, there's 35. Nothing huge.
Nothing huge. It's like a block of stuff. Yeah, between like that 123, 125 is a block of orders. And we're getting up there pretty quick.
Here's that level, Hoag.
I think it breaks it. Well, that
Right into
that
MOC.
60 hold.
I know.
Yeah, that 60 hold is the key. Yeah, that zone. So a couple trades, the nice short and then the nice long there. If you caught both, well done. If anybody caught both.
Curious to see if shorts step in.
Yup,
I don't know if shorts want to. Is this shorts getting flat, like short-term traders, Hoag? You think that they might be getting flat into earnings?
It probably had something to do with it. But we didn't have any real. We didn't really have any real delta to count on for that. Here we come into MOCs.
MOC is going to be so positive.
Oh, there's our 120s. There's just no one selling this right now.
No, the selling's been done. They've made all their money, haven't they? All day.
Most likely, yeah. Another probably in single file line trying to get out one door.
Look at this, Hoag. Man. All right, 20 seconds.
It's exactly what it feels like sometimes. You got all these people short, and they all want to try and get out right away. They're all jumping over each other at the door.
Yep. Well, if you do like the reversal challenge, for example, you can kind of get that feeling, right? You're short a market that's going up, and all of a sudden you feel like you got to press the reverse button because you're taking too much heat.
They want to take. I don't see anything yet.
Cup and handle worked nice.
Oh yeah.
All right, short 3.
Whoa! Wait, what? Short 3
you heard me.
Dre. Let's go. All right.
Hey.
Short three from 20,122. 20,122.
Into MOCs.
It's been a
Dusting
minute.
the cobwebs off.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
There you go.
Is he
Where's
gonna
your risk, Andre?
Risk, it's where it shall be named is about 20 points higher. On this up.
Trey, you gonna instinctively hit the reverse button on accident?
No.
Expand your chart.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right.
Find the bullish time frame, stick to it, or the bearish time frame and stick to it.
Four.
Right.
We
right at that VWAP low or that IB low right there.
What time we got? All right.
Oh, why are you gonna fade Andre? Come on.
Who's fading me? Come on. Be nice.
Barely
you
gets
can
to
get
place
below
trades
with
on.
115.
A little 115.
Well,
We're looking
15's
good
on
there,
the-
Francis.
150
Those
on
that
the,
are
on the
fading
100
you are
tick
going to be
chart.
the ones that are letting you out when you hit their stops.
There you go. Price target of 20,091.
Good job, man.
Look at this. What a call, Trey.
We're not there yet.
Reversal
09
challenge.
ones,
All-star.
09 ones, 09 ones. 10% rule, Hoag.
You got 3 on. You could at least peel 1 or 2.
Come get the 91s. Come get them. Come get them. Come get them. Come get them. Come here.
Maybe get 6.
Point of control. I like it.
Come here.
Point of control. I
Come
like it.
here. Come here.
Point of control. I like it.
Come here.
10% roll. 10% roll.
Come here.
Come on.
10% roll.
Come here.
Diamond hands.
Come here.
Oh!
Come here. Come here.
Diamond hands.
10% roll.
I haven't put a trade on in a minute. Come to me. Come on.
10% roll.
Out.
There it is.
Out.
Hey.
$1,800. How you doing?
Right.
Been a minute.
Andre.
Wow.
Nice job, man.
Thank you.
What a
Man,
trade.
shit, it's been a minute.
What a trade.
Woo. Haven't felt like
Now
that in a
now
minute.
you're appreciative of the IB low.
Indeed. Indeed, I am. How about that? Still going here.
Basically, no drawdown.
Yeah, incredible stuff.
No.
Not really.
Just nailed it.
Drink of water there. Damn, I
Nice
haven't felt
job,
that
Andre.
rush in a minute. Thank you.
Beautiful.
How about C's? S&P is 1.42 billion to the long side. NASDAQ, 360 million to the long side. Dow, 225 million to the long side. Mag 7,
Really?
minus 40 million. Nothing really that big in the Mag 7, minus 40 million to the sell side.
Damn.
Dre contributing to the house account fund. Nice job.
Very
In
nice.
a
Excellent
minute.
stuff.
I wasn't
Excellent
driving.
trade.
Hoag was the driver. Dolby was the
True.
driver.
I was driving at that time. Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
Yep. I reached over and I had the steering wheel in my hand.
We've
Yeah.
definitely done that before.
Cup and
Here, hold the
handle in
wheel.
one hand, steering wheel in the other.
Hey, dude, hold the wheel. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh,
Nice.
Come on. Nice.
Yeah, a
Nice.
30-minute
Minutes.
range high held and just
Look at this.
rejected. Back down we go. So maybe we do touch our 20,000s now in the next 6 minutes. So market closes at 310. Maybe it can get there by 310.
Dre, the chat's asking you why you went in straight away at that level.
Well, I think we got overextended. We were talking about those 119s, and we got overextended. And yeah, and then also tilt was pretty heavy long as well. Fading tilts worked all day today.
Yeah.
Let's go. Damn.
Wow. Really good.
Ain't done.
Dre, we got time for power hour.
Whoa. Whoa,
Sure.
whoa, whoa.
Look at this. Hold on.
Whoa. Uh-oh. Should have held the runner, Dre.
Man. I should have. Look at this thing go.
We're getting to 20. We're
Come
getting
on.
to 20. Do we bid
Loads.
20?
Come on.
Do we bid 20,000, Hoag?
What, long? 20,000?
Yeah, why not?
I bet the Asia session will hit that and
And
just
against
creep all the way
America?
back up.
Like I said, I do like the 4 hour for levels, but it's really hard to trade
We're not going to get down this. We're not going to get down to 20,000.
intraday. Oh, maybe we
minutes,
get
that's
that
4
poll
minutes.
up. We got 5 minutes left. Whoever's on polls, Are we going to touch 20,000 by 3 p.m.? Get it off
Last
lickety
trade,
split.
20,000. Oh,
Very close.
Gabe wanted to do, yeah, if we want to do power hour, I think we can. Everyone's flat.
So there were a few things kind of behind your trade there, right?
Tilt overextension and that
So-
IB. I think we got, volume wasn't
Yeah,
very
so you
good
got-
on those, on the longs too.
Yeah, you got 3 nice little confluences on that. That was a good trade.
That was a great
Nice
trade.
job, Andre.
When it works, right? It's like a football coach. When the play works, you look smart. When the play doesn't work, you look like an idiot.
Do you have the
Yes.
itch now,
You're
Dre,
only-
to start
that's so.
placing those trades?
Man, my heart was pumping. It's been a minute since I felt that. It's been a minute. Ugh. Worked out. But yeah, Gabe, if you want to do it, let's do it.
Let's knock it out. Honestly, dude, it caught me off guard. I didn't think you'd throw 3 on. I thought you'd like put a little feeler on maybe MNQ, but no, you went straight for it, dude. I love it. I love it. Good stuff. All right. So we got a little power hour, a little Halloween edition. Let's run through a couple real quick. We got one festive submission. So I got to throw out the first festive submission to Me Love You Long Ticks. Going a little
Gets me every time.
little mask on, watching the show, opening call. So thank you for being festive and joining the fun today. We got another one. We got Trade Sorcerer, just past 2 more combines today. Shorts on that big drop. Glad somebody got a piece of that short this morning. A couple wrong over the 53K mark. So great work there. Now we got AU Robert. So I'm going to give this person an A for F because I really don't know how accurate I really feel like this resemblance is. It's close, maybe facial structure.
Like it.
The frown or the natural resting bitch face, you kind of got to just run with that. A couple similarities, but for the most part, appreciate you sharing. Obviously, I'd say it's a good attempt.
If you look at the line between them, they look alike.
The line in
World
between
Series
them,
MVP.
Right?
Shout out to those Dodgers. All right, you got Lost Trader Marcus today. Lows, new lows, and even newer lows.
Yeah.
Somebody's back.
I like
there.
it.
Be like that
Good one.
sometimes.
Yep, that's a good one. We got Legolas. Super excited to start my XFA journey with Topstep after passing 500K combines. Shout out to Coach DBA. Shout out to Coach Dakota. If you haven't followed him on Twitter, go do so. Thank you for everything. Learn the hard way. Managing risk is the key to success in trading. Let's go, Andre voice. All right, and then we've got we got Nick for Nick with a tick, Nick for a tick, Nick for a Nick. Whoever, I think that was Jack yesterday that said that. That was kind of hilarious. Nick for a Nick, but it's that time of the quarter again. Help us, Tim Apple. You're our only hope.
Indeed.
And last but not least, a double duty from Lost Trader. People in 1990, AI will probably be very advanced in 30 years. The AI they expected, little did they know, this is the AI that they got. Shout out to Coach Jay. Shout out to Coach Jay.
That was
All
cool.
right,
We need
we love
nuclear
y'all.
power plants for.
Wow.
Heck
ES
yeah.
just
Appreciate you joining us. Back to you.
Ooh.
Thank you. All right. Everything's just getting smoked right now. ES getting hammered. NASDAQ getting hammered.
getting
YM getting hammered as well. Can we get to the 20,000 evens in the NASDAQ?
30
We got about
seconds.
30 seconds left.
1
We're
minute.
about 40 points away. Can we get there? 26 seconds.
New lows in the S&Ps.
Right?
Jeez. Late spike.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
It's going.
Closing in on 20,000. Here we go. 15 seconds. 20 points away. 19 points away.
Wow.
10 seconds. 15 points away. Ooh, 5 seconds. And and
Oh no, it didn't do it.
Oh, it did not.
Yeah, short.
It
Oh
missed
man,
it.
oh man.
Wow.
Oh, we got some fireworks there, fellas.
Oh, it tried.
Happy Halloween to everyone. We got Brody in the house. We got Hoag in the house. Francis Green looking amazing as well. Shout out to all the Bell to Bellers. That was a fun day. Hope you guys enjoyed it as well. One more time, give us a like, give us a follow. Please subscribe as well. Anyways, great job, guys. Always a pleasure joining you. Right now, I'll throw it to the sheriff, cowboy Jack. Take us out of here.
Well, thank you, Andre. We've come to the end of the dusty road here for Top Step TV. We'll be back tomorrow at 8 a.m. Remember, it's All Hallows Eve. So tomorrow, I believe, is the Hallows Day. So shout out to my Hallows out there. Thank you, Francis Green. Thank you, Andre, Brody, everybody that stopped by today. All right, tomorrow, we got Coach Dakota and Muhammad is going to be on Fast Markets. So get your tears lubed up because Muhammad is there. It's going to be a blast. We got Tuckman. I don't want to say the real Tuckman. They were both real Tuckmen. He's coming at 11 a.m. Then we got Kevin T is going to be joining us during Power Players tomorrow. I'll be doing shoulder tap with Ben. Robert's doing group coaching. Anne-Marie and Deanna are in the house at 1 o'clock to trade with JD and Robert. And we're finishing out the day with Dolby, Andre, and 2 Jack P's for Power Hour. That's right. Jack P, the trader, and me, the YouTube guy, are going to be on Power Hour tomorrow. So check it out. If you're going trick-or-treating or doing anything Halloween tonight, stay safe, have fun, get scared, and we'll be back here tomorrow. Pleasure hanging out with y'all. Until next time, this is TopstepTV. See you tomorrow.